Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the Mastermind Who Ruled Wizarding Britain. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description. Defeated Voldemort and controlled the Ministry. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The silence in the tent was a physical thing. It pressed against Harry's eardrums, a thick, woolly blanket smothering the usual nighttime sounds of the forest. Hermione was asleep, her breathing a shallow, worried rhythm even in rest. Ron's silhouette was a mountain of duvet on the other camp bed, motionless. But Harry was awake, pinned to his mattress by a weight that had nothing to do with blankets. The locket. It lay on the rickety table between the beds, catching the faint ember glow from the banked fire. The gold was dull, tarnished by the sea and by something far worse. Slytherin's etched S seemed to leer at him. He could feel its heartbeat from here. A slow, malevolent thump-thump that vibrated in his own chest, a parasitic second rhythm. It's laughing at you. The thought wasn't his own. It slithered in, cold and Qing-Shi. It had been happening more often. Not the sharp, piercing pain of the scar. Voldemort's emotions were a distant storm on the horizon now, muffled by the Horcrux's constant, grating static. No, this was the locket itself. A whisper in the marrow of his bones. All this running, all this hiding. For what? He sat up, the camp bed groaning. He shouldn't look at it. He should close his eyes and try to find sleep, conserve his strength for another day of fruitless camping, another day of deciphering Dumbledore's cryptic, posthumous scavenger hunt. But his feet were on the cold canvas floor before he could stop them. The grass outside was crisp with frost, each blade a silver needle in the pale light of a half-moon. The air was knife-sharp, cleaning the claustrophobia from his lungs. He walked to the edge of the clearing, his breath pluming, and looked up at the indifferent stars. Dumbledore had given him a task. A sacred mission. Destroy the Horcruxes. A list of locations, vague and monumental. A cave, a vault, a hiding place in Hogwarts. A story about a boy named Tom Riddle. But Dumbledore hadn't given him the map. Not the real one. The one that showed the traps behind the traps. Harry's fingers traced the scar on his forehead absently. The old, familiar anger was there, banked like the fire. Dumbledore had known. He had known Harry would have to die. He'd seen it in the prince's book, the truth spelled out in Dumbledore's own weak, scrawling hand as he drank that terrible potion in the cave. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. It wasn't bravery. It wasn't love. It was a sacrificial lamb being led to the altar with a pat on the head and a lemon drop. You raised me for slaughter, Harry whispered to the stars, his voice raw. You told me it was love. But you never gave me a choice. You never gave me the weapons. The locket's pulse seemed to quicken in answer. He thought of the diary. How it had poured its poison into Ginny, writing back, charming, lying. He thought of the ring that had cursed Dumbledore's hand. Objects of immense power, yes. But also, conduits. They held pieces of a soul, but they also influenced. They connected. A terrible, crystal-clear thought dropped into his mind, quiet and whole. What if he was looking at this all wrong? Dumbledore saw them as abominations to be destroyed. Voldemort saw them as immortality. But what were they, really? They were anchors. They were doors. A soul, fractured and forced into an object, created a bridge. A vulnerability. A slow, cold trickle, like the first drop of melting ice, began in his mind. He turned and went back inside the tent. He didn't go to his bed. He stood over the table, looking down at the locket. The firelight danced in its green stone, like something alive was staring back. Touch me. He didn't want to. Every instinct screamed against it. But another instinct, newer, sharper, born from a lifetime of being a pawn, whispered something else. Understand your enemy. All of them. His hand hovered over the cold gold. The air around it was greasy, charged. He remembered Dumbledore's lessons on occlumency. Clear your mind. But that was a defense. A wall. Snape had tried to teach him to repel. But the connection with Voldemort wasn't a wall. It was a thread. A tendril. And the locket was a knot in that thread. What if, instead of repelling, he could listen? Not with his mind, open and vulnerable, but with intention, with control. He let his occlumency exercises shift. Instead of building a brick wall, he imagined a single, focused beam of light. A probe. He imagined his magic not as a shield, but as a needle, fine and precise. He thought of the connection in his scar, that familiar, hated pathway. He imagined directing a sliver of that awareness, not to Voldemort's distant mind, but to the piece of soul right in front of him. He lowered his finger until it just brushed the serpentine. The world vanished. It wasn't a vision. It was an atmosphere. A vast, dark hall. Not the grandeur of the ministry or the gloom of the cave. This was a place of polished neglect, of empty sockets where portraits should have been. The air tasted of dust and ambition gone sour. Rows of empty benches stretched before a high, dark chair. And in the chair sat a young man. He was handsome in a sharp, cold way. Not Tom Riddle from the diary, all charming smiles. This was older. 16, perhaps. His Hogwarts robes were perfect, prefect's badge gleaming, but his eyes were flat, empty pools. He was reading a heavy, bound book, his finger tracing down a list of names. Harry realized with a jolt what the list was. The ledger of Hogwarts students. Half-bloods. Muggle-borns. This was a memory. A fragment of consciousness, trapped and endlessly replaying. The young Riddle looked up, as if he'd heard a noise. His gaze passed over where Harry stood, unseeing. He wasn't aware. This was just an echo. But Harry was here. He was observing. And he could feel the texture of the memory, the cold satisfaction, the meticulous, hateful curiosity. This was the moment he was made, Harry understood. Not when the murder happened, but in the quiet, research-filled hours before it. The planning, the choice, the scene dissolved, replaced by another. An argument in a shabby London flat. A handsome, petulant man, Tom Riddle Sr., shouting. A beautiful woman weeping. And a towering, gaunt figure in the doorway, rage like a physical heat coming off him. Morphin gaunt. Then, a flash. Green light. Not the killing curse. Something darker, more convoluted. A compulsion charm, twisted with a memory charm, fired in a bolt of sickly yellow. Morphin, crumpling, his mind being ripped and rearranged. The memory wasn't just showing the act. It was showing the craft. The meticulous, clever evil of it. Framing a pathetic man for his own family's murder, not with brute force, but with intricate, malicious spellwork. Harry tried to pull back, revolted. But the needle of his awareness was stuck. The locket's presence surged, hungry. It wasn't just showing him, it was trying to feed him its despair, its arrogance. You see, the voice hissed, clearer now, oily and intimate in his ear. Power is not in the flash of the curse. It is in the hand that guides it unseen. He understood. The old fool never did. Dumbledore saw magic as a light to brighten corners. Tom Riddle saw it as a scalpel. To cut out the parts of the world he did not like. Get out, Harry gritted, his real teeth clenched. Why? You came to listen. Listen. He made us because he feared death. A weakness. But we are not weak. We are perfect. Eternal. Join your mind to ours. See what we have seen. Learn what he knew that Dumbledore never taught you. The temptation was a physical ache. It promised an end to confusion. To feeling like a child stumbling in the dark. Knowledge. Real, dark, potent knowledge of how the world truly worked. With a wrench that felt like tearing his own skin, Harry slammed his occlumency walls up. The brick wall, crude and solid. The connection snapped. He stumbled back from the table, gasping, his finger burning as if touched by dry ice. He was shaking, sweat cooling instantly on his brow. Hermione stirred. Harry. She mumbled, sleep thick. You okay? Fine, he croaked. Bad dream. He wasn't fine. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. But beneath the terror, beneath the cold sweat and the tremors, a new, steely certainty was hardening. The locket was evil. It was a piece of Voldemort's soul. It wanted to corrupt him. But it had also just shown him something priceless. Dumbledore's way was destruction. Voldemort's way was dominance. But there was a space between them. A narrow, dangerous ledge. The locket held not just a soul, but knowledge. Memories. Understanding of magic Dumbledore considered dark and thus unteachable. Understanding of how Voldemort thought, how he planned, how he twisted the world to his will. What if Harry didn't destroy the Horcruxes, yet? What if he learned from them first? The idea was so blasphemous, so contrary to everything he'd been taught, that it made him dizzy. He looked at the locket with new eyes. It wasn't just a target anymore. It was a textbook. A poisonous, malicious one, written in the hand of his greatest enemy. To use it would be to walk a razor's edge. One slip, and he'd fall into the same abyss. But to continue blindly, following Dumbledore's path to his own grave, feeling weaker and more lost every day. Ron snorted in his sleep, rolling over. Harry looked at his two friends, their outlines softened by the dark. They were following him, trusting him, because Dumbledore told them to. Because they believed in the mission. He couldn't lead them to his death. And he couldn't lead them to defeat. He walked back to the table. His hand didn't shake this time. He picked up the heavy chain, the metal chilling his palm. The locket lay in his hand, inert, sleeping. For the first time, he didn't see a piece of Voldemort. He saw a key. And as he closed his fist around it, the cold seeping into his bones, a plan began to form in the darkest, most determined corner of his heart. A plan not of a martyr, but of a general. A plan that would require him to outthink the greatest wizard he'd ever known, and defeat the most powerful Dark Lord in history. It started with listening. The locket's heartbeat was a quiet, wicked metronome against his palm, and Harry Potter made a promise to himself, there in the silent dark. He would learn their secrets. He would break their rules. And he would win. The night held its breath, and far away, in a manor house draped in shadows, a pair of red eyes slit open, sensing not a threat, but a faint, unfamiliar tremor in the fabric of his own soul. The dawn light that filtered through the tent canvas was gray and reluctant. It found Harry exactly where the night had left him, seated at the small table, the chain of the locket pulled around his motionless hand. He hadn't slept. The cold weight in his palm was a constant, gnawing presence, but so was the resolve, now solidified into something hard and clear. Hermione was the first to properly wake. He heard the rustle of her blankets, the soft sigh as she stretched. He didn't turn. His eyes were fixed on the intricate clasp of the locket, tracing the patterns as if they were lines on a map. Harry. Her voice was soft with sleep, then sharpened with concern. You're up. Did you have it again? The connection. No, he said. His voice sounded different to his own ears. Flatter. More focused. Not Voldemort. She patted over, her dressing gown pulled tight. She looked from his face to the locket in his hand. A deep line appeared between her brows. You shouldn't hold it like that. Not for so long. You know what it does. I'm learning what it does, Harry corrected, quietly. He finally looked at her. She saw the shadows under his eyes, the pallor of his skin, but she also saw a new stillness in his gaze. The frantic, hunted look from the past weeks was gone, replaced by a watchful intensity that reminded her, uncomfortably, of Dumbledore in a pensive mood. Learning, she echoed. Her tone was carefully neutral, the one she used when approaching a tricky bit of arithmancy. Harry, it's a Horcrux. It's meant to corrupt, to twist. The only thing to learn from it is how dangerous it is. Ron groaned from his bed, sitting up with a yawn that cracked his jaw. What's the row? Can't a bloke sleep? No one's rowing, Harry said, his eyes still on Hermione. We're strategizing. Ron blinked, scrubbing a hand through his tousled hair. Right. Good. Strategy. Is it about food? My strategy is, find some. It's about the locket, Hermione said, her gaze locked with Harry's. Harry's been holding it all night. Ron's face soured instantly. You what? Chuck it in the bag, Harry. It's foul. Makes you feel like you've swallowed a gallon of cold sick. It makes you angry and impulsive, Harry said, his voice still that unnervingly calm register. It amplifies what's already there. In you, Ron, it finds insecurity. It needles you about being less than, being left out. He saw Ron flinch, a flush creeping up his neck. Harry pressed on, not cruelly, but with clinical detachment. In you, Hermione, it finds fear. Fear of failure, of not knowing enough, of making a mistake that gets us killed. Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. And what does it find in you, Harry? A ghost of a smile touched his mouth. It didn't reach his eyes. A willingness to listen. He placed the locket carefully back on the table. The absence of its direct touch was like stepping out of a cold draft. The room felt lighter, but the imprint of its presence remained on him, a psychic chill. Dumbledore gave us a list, Harry began, standing up. He started to pace, a slow, measured circuit around the cramped space. A list of things to find and destroy. But he didn't give us the tools to find them. He didn't teach us how to fight a war. He taught me, bits. Pieces. Like he was handing me a single puzzle piece every year and expecting me to see the whole picture. He taught you what you needed to survive. Hermione insisted, her arms crossing. He taught me enough to get to the point where he needed me to die. Harry shot back, the calm fracturing for a second, a flash of the old anger. He reined it in, taking a deep breath. Listen, the diary. It wrote back. It possessed Ginny. It opened the chamber. The ring, it cursed Dumbledore, but it also held a spell so powerful it hid the Hallow symbol. These aren't just containers, Hermione. They're powerful. And they're connected to him. To his mind. Ron was staring, his breakfast forgotten. You're not saying, you can't be saying we should use them. I'm saying we should understand them, Harry said, stopping his pacing. Think about it. Every time Voldemort made one of these, he hid a piece of himself. But to hide something, you have to know how to protect it. The protections are part of him, too. His creativity, his arrogance, his knowledge. That knowledge is in there. He pointed at the locket. I touched it last night. I saw memories, not just scenes. I felt how he thought. How he planned the framing of Morphin Gaunt. It wasn't just a killing curse. It was complex, layered magic. The kind Dumbledore never would have taught us. Because it's dark magic, Harry. Hermione's voice was rising, edged with panic. There's a reason. It corrupts the caster. It twists the soul. My soul is already linked to his. Harry's voice cut through hers, quiet but absolute. By a piece of his soul living in my scar. I am already a Horcrux, Hermione. The rulebook is burned. I'm not talking about casting Crucio. I'm talking about understanding how he thinks. His patterns. His weaknesses. The locket is a window. A foul, filthy window, but a window nonetheless. And we are blind. The tent was silent. Ron looked between them, utterly lost. Hermione's eyes were wide, shining with unshed tears, not of sadness, but of sheer, terrified conviction. This is how it starts. This is exactly how it starts. The locket is talking to you. It's making this sound reasonable. Is it? Harry challenged. He leaned on the table, his face closer to hers. Was it reasonable to keep running in circles until we starve or get caught? Was Dumbledore's plan, for me to walk to my death, reasonable? I need a better plan, Hermione. And to make one, I need better intelligence. So, what? Ron interjected, standing up. His voice was shaky. You're going to, what, have little chats with the locker every night. Ask it for tips on defeating its maker. In a way, Harry said, straightening. But not like that. Not open. I used occlumency last night. Not to shut it out completely, but to focus. To probe. I controlled the connection. I pulled out a memory and then shut the door. It's a risk. A huge one. But so is everything. He walked to his rucksack and pulled out the small, beaded bag Hermione had enchanted. He rummaged past clothes and books until his fingers closed around a cool, familiar object. He drew out the small, two-way mirror Sirius had given him. He stared at his own haunted reflection for a moment, then placed it on the table next to the locket. What's that for? Ron asked, baffled. A reminder, Harry said softly. Sirius died because we acted on bad information. Because we were manipulated. Because we didn't understand the game being played. He looked at them, his green eyes blazing in his pale face. I won't let that happen again. To any of us. To do that, I have to learn the game. And I have to learn it from the master. Hermione looked from the mirror, a symbol of tragic, impulsive trust, to the locket, a symbol of the most calculated evil. The conflict on her face was agony. It will try to lie to you. To mislead you. I know, Harry said. So I'll verify everything. Cross-reference. We'll only trust what we can prove. But we have to start somewhere. He didn't wait for their agreement. He knew he might not get it. He sat back down, his movements deliberate. He looked at the locket. We need to find the other Horcruxes. You know where they are. You are a part of him. Show me. He didn't touch it. He focused his mind, building his occlumency walls not as a fortress, but as a labyrinth, with a single, controlled path leading in. He directed his magic, his will, towards the cold, pulsating object. Show me. The locket remained inert. The voice from last night was silent, wary. Harry didn't relent. He pushed the memory of his own determination, his refusal to be a pawn. He pushed the image of Dumbledore's withered hand, of Snape's final, bitter loyalty. He pushed his raw, desperate need to win. The locket's clasp gave a faint click. No visions flooded him. Instead, a sensation, an impression, bloomed in his mind. Not an image, but a feeling of a place. Damp, ancient stone. The smell of black lake water and decay. A profound, magical concealment, not a physical hiding place, but a forgetting charm of immense power. A place that wanted to be lost. The cave, but layered over that impression was another. A flash of triumph, of arrogant security. A towering, gleaming building of white marble, crammed with the treasures of ancient families. A vault deep within, protected by spells and dragons and greed. Gringotts. The impressions vanished as quickly as they came, leaving Harry gasping, a sharp pain spiking behind his scar. But it was a clean pain, a toll paid, not an invasion. Well, Ron whispered, his anger forgotten in the face of the strange, silent exchange. The cave, Harry breathed, his eyes still closed, holding onto the fading sensations. Dumbledore was right about that one. And, Gringotts. One's in a Gringotts vault. Hermione sucked in a breath. Bellatrix's vault, she said immediately, her mind racing despite her terror. She was panicking about her vault when she thought we'd been there. When I cursed her with the tooth. She shuddered. She was guarding something. Harry opened his eyes. They were clear. 2 locations. One confirmed, one a strong lead. That's more than we've had in months. It could be a trap, Hermione said automatically, but her protest was weaker now, undermined by logic. The locket could be sending us into danger. Everything's danger, Ron said, surprising them both. He was looking at Harry with a new, wary assessment. But at least it's a direction. Blimey, Harry. You really got that from just staring at it. It's a start, Harry said. He felt exhausted, hollowed out, but also electrified. It had worked. He had taken something from the darkness, and it hadn't taken him. Not yet. He stood, his legs slightly unsteady. We need to prepare for the cave. Properly. Not like Dumbledore did. He went in knowing he'd have to drink that potion. We need a way to neutralize it, or retrieve the Horcrux without drinking. Hermione nodded, her academic mind latching onto the practical problem with relief. The potion induced terrible thirst and paralysis, followed by traumatic visions. We'd need a bezoar for the poison, perhaps a strengthening solution to counteract the paralysis, but the mental effects. We'll figure it out, Harry said. He picked up the locket again, this time with a cloth, and deposited it into a small, lead-lined box he'd transfigured from a tin cup. The psychic pressure diminished further. We have a goal, a real one. The day passed in a blur of research and low-voiced planning. Hermione pored over potions manuals, her brow furrowed. Ron practiced disarming and shielding spells with a grim determination Harry hadn't seen in him since their first year. Harry himself moved through the tasks, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about control. About precision. The memory from the locket hadn't just shown him a scene, it had shown him the architecture of a malicious spell. He could almost see the magical threads of the compulsion charm Morfin Gaunt had been hit with, how they were braided with the memory modification. In the late afternoon, under the guise of collecting firewood, he found a secluded spot. He pointed his wand at a rotting log. Obliviate. The standard memory charm. A soft, blue-white light washed over the log. Useless, of course, but he held the feeling of it. Then, he focused not on erasing, but on commanding. He thought of the locket's memory, of the yellow, twisting bolt. He didn't want the dark magic, but he wanted the concept. A directed, forceful persuasion. He changed his grip on his wand, rotated his wrist minutely. Compello. The spell that shot out was not the sickly yellow of Gaunt's curse. It was a sharp, focused pulse of deep gold. It struck the log and, with a loud crack, split it cleanly in two. Harry stared. It wasn't a true compulsion charm, those were highly controlled and required immense skill. It was more like a magical shove. A focused application of will through his wand, shaped by the understanding he'd gleaned. A new spell. His spell. A branch snapped behind him. He whirled, wand up. Ron stood there, an armful of kindling dropped at his feet, his mouth hanging open. What was that? Ron asked, his voice hushed. That wasn't a splintering charm. It didn't sound like anything I've heard. Harry lowered his wand slowly. The thrill of success was immediately doused by cold caution. Just experimenting. Trying to focus a non-verbal cutting charm. Ron's eyes narrowed. He wasn't buying it. He'd seen the color, the strange, precise force of it. He looked from the split log to Harry's face, and Harry saw the distrust blooming there, hot and bright. It was the locket's influence, yes, but it was also Ron seeing something true. Harry was changing, delving into places he shouldn't. Right, Ron said flatly. He bent to pick up his scattered wood, not meeting Harry's eyes. Experimenting. Just be careful, mate. Sounds a bit close to the mark for my liking. He walked back towards the camp without another word. Harry watched him go, the euphoria of his magical breakthrough turning to ash. The path he'd chosen was isolating him. It was a price he'd known he might have to pay, but seeing it happen, seeing Ron's back retreating through the trees, made the cost feel brutally real. He looked down at his wand. The spell had worked. He had taken a sliver of understanding from the enemy and made something of his own. But as he stood alone in the gathering twilight, the silence of the forest felt less like peace and more like a verdict. He had gained a weapon. But in the eyes of his first friend, he had already begun to lose himself. And in the lead-lined box in the tent, the fragment of soul pulsed with a slow, satisfied rhythm, like a spider feeling the first, faint tremor of a fly touching its web. The silence between them had texture. It wasn't the comfortable quiet of shared exhaustion. It was a new thing, thin and brittle, stretched taut over the ordinary sounds of camp, the hiss-pop of the fire, the clink of a spoon against a tin bowl. Ron chewed his dinner, a bland, pasty gruel Hermione had managed, with a studied focus, his eyes fixed on the flames. Hermione's glances flickered between them like a nervous bird, her words coming in rushed, technical bursts about potion theory, trying to plaster over the crack that had appeared in the afternoon forest. Harry heard her, but the words seemed distant. He could still feel the resonant crack of the split log up his arm, the clean, decisive yield of the wood. Compello. It hadn't been a word from a textbook. It had been an instinct, a shape his will had taken using a dark blueprint. The power had been intoxicating. The look on Ron's face had been a sobering douse of cold water. He pushed his food around his bowl. The locket, locked in its box, was a silent pressure against his shin where he'd stowed it in his rucksack. It felt heavier than it should. The potion in the cave, Hermione was saying, her voice a little too bright. I think its primary function is to induce a psychological state, not just physical torment. The terrible thirst is a metaphor, a literalization of wanting. Dumbledore was forced to confront his deepest regrets, his desires. It broke his mental defenses. So, alongside physical antidotes, we'd need perhaps a modified draft of peace, something to enforce emotional detachment. Sounds great, Ron muttered, not looking up. Brew up a nice cup of calm and pop down to the evil cave for a chat with a Horcrux. Easy as. It's better than having no plan at all, Ron. Hermione snapped, the strain breaking through. Is it? Ron's head came up, his eyes blue and hard in the firelight. Some plans are worse than no plan. Some plans get you killed. Or turn you into something else. The words hung in the air, aimed squarely at Harry. Harry put his bowl down carefully. The click of tin on stone was very loud. Into what, Ron? Ron met his gaze, a challenge. I don't know. You tell me. That thing you did to the log. That wasn't right. It felt sharp. Wrong. It was effective, Harry said, his voice level. So's the killing curse. Ron. Hermione gasped. He's not wrong, Harry said, still holding Ron's stare. The anger was there, a hot coal in his gut, but he didn't let it burn. He let it harden. It's a line. And I'm standing on the edge of it, looking across. Because from where I'm standing, the other side, Dumbledore's side, the side of doing everything the right, proper way, ends with me walking up to Voldemort and letting him kill me. Is that the line you want me to stay behind? Ron flinched as if struck. The color drained from his freckled face. He hadn't known, not really. The truth, laid out so starkly, was a brutal thing. What? He whispered. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with a horrified confirmation. She'd pieced it together, Harry realized. From the books, from the tale of the three brothers, from Dumbledore's weary, tragic looks. She'd known, and she'd buried it. The prophecy, Harry said, the word tasting of dust. Neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore believed it meant I had to die for him to be killed. He believed I was a Horcrux he never meant to make. The final sacrifice. The fire cracked, sending a spiral of sparks into the dark. Ron stood up abruptly, his chair scraping. He walked to the edge of the firelight, his back to them, shoulders hunched. Harry could see his fists clenched at his sides. He never told us, Ron said, his voice thick. He didn't tell me, Harry corrected, a bitter edge finally entering his tone. Not until it was almost too late. He left me a children's story and a snitch and hoped I'd work it out before I had to kneel down in front of the wand. That's his great plan, so you'll forgive me if I look for another one. Even if it means getting my hands dirty. Hermione found her voice, small and shattered. There has to be another way, Harry. There must. Dumbledore could have been wrong. About this. Harry gave a short, mirthless laugh. He's never wrong. Not in the big things. He just withholds. For the greater good. He spat the last phrase out like poison. He stood, picking up his rucksack. The weight of the box was a comfort now, a terrible, necessary anchor. I'm going to do another watch. Get some sleep. We'll need clear heads. He didn't wait for a response. He stepped out of the circle of warmth and into the cool, damp embrace of the night. He walked until the tent was just a faint, glowing smudge behind him, then he leaned against the rough bark of an ancient oak, tilting his head back to stare at the sliver of moon. The conflict in the tent was a distraction, a symptom. The disease was his own destiny. And the only possible cure lay in blasphemy. He slid down the tree until he was sitting on the mossy roots. He pulled the lead-lined box from his bag, opened it, and lifted the locket out by its chain. It swung, a slow, hypnotic pendulum in the faint light. They fear you, the voice whispered, not as an invasion, but as a thought that seemed to grow from his own mind. They fear what you must become to save them. I don't want them to fear me, Harry murmured aloud. You want them to live. The path to that is paved with things they cannot understand. The shepherd does not ask the sheep how to kill the wolf. I'm not their shepherd. Aren't you? You lead. They follow. Even now, in their fear, they are here. In your wilderness. Harry closed his eyes. He wasn't going to argue philosophy with a fragment of soul. He had a purpose. He focused it, sharp as a blade. The cave. The potion. You showed me the place. Now show me the protection. Not the memory. The magic. How does it work? A wave of cold amusement emanated from the locket. So eager for the teacher's notes, little seeker. The potion is elegant. It is not a poison of the body, but of the soul. It forces the drinker to relive their most piercing regrets, their most desperate cravings. It breaks the mind with truth. To resist, one must have a mind without regret. A soul without want. Do you know any such beings? Harry's mind raced. A mind without regret. Occlumency was about control, not eradication. But what if? The spellwork, Harry pressed. The enchantment on the potion itself. Is it woven into the liquid? Or is it a condition placed upon the basin? Clever boy, the voice purred, a teacher praising a promising student. The potion is merely the carrier. The enchantment is on the chalice. A perpetual, looping curse. As the potion is removed, it regenerates. To stop it, one must shatter the vessel. But the vessel is protected by the same magic that guards the locket's resting place. A paradox. Harry stored the information, cross-referencing it with what he'd seen in Dumbledore's memory. The rocky island, the stone basin, the emerald liquid. Dumbledore had drunk because he had to reach the locket. He'd used the water from the lake to quench the thirst, triggering the Inferi. The Inferi. They are the final guard. A distraction. A crude one. For the clever, the true trap is the mind. For the determined, the army of the dead. For the powerful, the voice trailed off, as if savoring a secret. For the powerful, what? Harry's grip tightened on the chain. The cave is a siphon. It drinks magic. The more powerful the wizard, the more strenuously they resist, the faster their strength is drained into the lake, into the dead. The greatest wizard of his age went in there and was reduced to a trembling, begging child. His power meant nothing. It only fed the trap faster. A cold knot formed in Harry's stomach. That was new. That was a detail Dumbledore had never mentioned, perhaps never even realized. He'd fought the symptoms, not the mechanism. The cave didn't just hold a Horcrux, it was designed to consume the very thing that would make a wizard think they could retrieve it. How do you break the siphon? Silence. A long, calculating silence. That knowledge is deeper. A foundational principle. To share it would be to share a piece of the self. What will you give for it? Harry's breath caught. This was the bargain. This was the ledge. What do you want? A connection. Not this needle. A true touch. Let down your wall. For a moment. Let me see the world through the famous Harry Potter's eyes. No. Then you will walk into the cave as Dumbledore did. Powerful, noble, and doomed. Your magic will feed the things in the water. Your friends will die trying to save you. And the Dark Lord will win. The images flashed, unbidden. Ron, pale and still in the green-lit water. Hermione, dragged under by skeletal hands. Himself, emptied of magic, writhing on the stone island. It was a manipulation. It had to be. But it was also a possible future. A memory, Harry bargained, his mouth dry. You can have a memory. One, not a connection. The locket hummed with consideration. Which memory? Harry sifted through his past, looking for something expendable, something that wouldn't give away strategy or weakness. A Christmas at the Burrow. A Quidditch match. But no, it would want something with weight. Something that mattered. The first time I cast a Patronus, Harry said. The memory was strong, bright, pure. It was also from long ago. And it was a demonstration of power Voldemort already knew he possessed. The stag, the voice mused, intrigued. Very well. A trade. A memory of light, for knowledge of the dark. Harry took a steadying breath. He focused on the memory. The freezing chill of the lake, the desperate hope, the image of his father, the surge of joy as the silver stag burst from his wand. He held it at the forefront of his mind, a shining, encapsulated moment. Then, with the precise control he was learning, he lowered a single section of his occlumency wall, creating a channel just wide enough for that one memory to flow down. He felt it leave him. A slight, peculiar emptiness, like a single book removed from a full shelf. In return, a flood of understanding crashed into him. Not an image, but a theory. A complex, dark arithmancy of absorption. The cave wasn't just enchanted, its very limestone was impregnated with a reversed magical matrix, a sieve that caught active, willful magic and channeled it downward. To bypass it, one couldn't push magic. One had to still it. To become magically inert. A void. The anti-magic field around a Dementor was a crude cousin to this principle. The potion's mental assault was designed to break focus, to make stillness impossible. The knowledge was icy, intricate, and horrifyingly beautiful. It was a masterclass in magical predation. The connection severed. Harry slumped against a tree, panting, his mind reeling with equations of power and negation. He had it. The key. Not to destroying the protection, but to slipping through its grasp. They wouldn't fight the cave. They would have to become ghosts within it. He became aware of a new sensation. A hollowness where the Patronus memory had been. He could remember the event, but the emotional core, the pristine, childhood wonder of it was faded, like a photograph left in the sun. He had given away a piece of his light. The cost was immediate, and tangible. Before the guilt could fully take root, a sound shattered the night's stillness. Not from the locket, from the wards. A high, piercing chime, like breaking glass, echoed through the trees. The intrusion alarm. Harry was on his feet in an instant, shoving the locket into the box and the box into his bag. He drew his wand and sprinted back towards the tent. The glow of the campfire was already obscured by a different, moving light, the stark, white beam of a wand. Stupefy. Hermione's voice, shrill with fear. A red jet of light shot past the tent flap. Harry burst into the clearing. Two figures in dark robes were advancing. Snatchers. Their faces were brutal, eager. One, a woman with a pierced nose, had Ron locked in a headlock, her wand at his temple. The other, a burly man, was trading curses with Hermione, who was backed against the tent, her hair flying as she deflected a sickly yellow hex. Let him go, Harry roared. The burly snatcher turned, a nasty grin splitting his grimy face. Well, look what stumbled out of the woods. Check the scar, Marietta. The woman holding Ron wrenched his head sideways. Blimey. It's him. It's really him. Ron's eyes were wide with pain and fury over the arm clamped across his throat. Harry didn't hesitate. The old reflexes, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, rose, but they felt slow, childish. Instead, the cold, precise theory from the locket mixed with his own desperate will. He didn't want to disarm or stun. He wanted to remove the threat. He flicked his wand, not at the snatchers, but at the ground between them and Hermione. Compello terram. The earth didn't just erupt. It unfolded. A wave of soil, roots, and stone reared up like a giant's fist and slammed into the burly snatcher, not with blunt force, but with a directed, crushing surge that packed him into the trunk of a pine tree with a sickening crunch. He slid down, unconscious. The woman, Marietta, gasped, her grip on Ron loosening for a split second. It was enough. Ron drove his elbow back into her ribs. She grunted, and he twisted free, diving for his wand on the ground. But Marietta was fast. Her wand swung towards Ron's unprotected back. Avada. Levicorpus. Hermione shrieked. Marietta's ankle was yanked upward, the killing curse shooting harmlessly into the canopy. She hung, upside down, shrieking insults. Harry was already moving. Incarcerus. Thick ropes bound her. He pointed his wand at the unconscious man. Incarcerus. Then, with a swish and a muttered, "Obliviate," he washed a generic, sweeping memory charm over both of them, erasing the last few minutes. It was sloppy, broad, and nothing like the precise instrument he'd considered earlier. It was panic. The clearing fell silent, broken only by Marietta's muffled grunts and their own ragged breathing. Ron stood, clutching his wand, staring at the wall of displaced earth and roots that now dominated the clearing. It looked like a small landslide had chosen that exact spot to happen. He looked from it to Harry, his face unreadable. Hermione was trembling, her wand hand shaking. "Harry, that earth, that wasn't." "It doesn't matter," Harry cut in, his voice harsh. "We have to go. Now. They might have called others. Pack. Now." They moved like automatons. Hermione began shriveling the tent with frantic efficiency. Ron kicked dirt over the fire, his eyes never leaving the snatchers for long. Harry stood guard, his heart hammering. The magic he'd cast had been effortless. Terrifyingly so. It had drawn on something deeper than his usual power, something aligned with the cold logic of the cave's siphon, but in reverse. He hadn't pulled magic in, he'd forced the world to obey. As Ron passed him, hauling a pack, he stopped. He didn't look at Harry's face, but at the freshly turned earth. "That was dark, Harry," he said, his voice low and final. "That was really dark." He didn't wait for a reply. He disapparated with a sharp crack, following Hermione's retreating form. Alone in the ruined clearing, with the bound and obliviated snatchers at his feet, Harry felt the full weight of the split log, of the traded memory, of the transformed earth. He had gained the knowledge to survive the cave. But the cost was written in the fear of his friends, and in the terrifying ease with which the world had bent to his will. He disapparated, the chilling truth taking root. To defeat the darkness, he was learning to speak its language. And the words were coming to him far too easily. Far away, in the silent, marble solitude of his manor, Lord Voldemort paused in his pacing. The piece of soul in the locket was too distant, too insulated for clear thought. But for a fleeting instant, he had felt a curious tremor in the fabric of magic itself, a familiar, yet alien, signature of power. It was gone before he could place it, leaving behind only a faint, nagging sense of a shadow where none should be. The new campsite was a hollow in the side of a rain-swept moor, more a burrow than a shelter. The air inside the re-erected tent was heavy with wet wool and unspoken accusations. The argument had been short, brutal, and circular. "You moved the earth, Harry. You bent it. That's not transfiguration, it's not a standard charm." "It worked, Hermione." "How? What spell was that?" "It doesn't have a name. I needed a wall, so I made one." "That's not how magic works." Ron had said nothing through it all. He sat on the edge of his camp bed, methodically cleaning his wand with a frayed cloth, his movements stiff. His silence was worse than shouting. Now, hours later, the only sound was the relentless drumming of rain on canvas. Hermione was pretending to sleep. Ron was staring at the tent wall as if he could burn a hole through it with his gaze. Harry sat at the small table, a blank piece of parchment before him, a quill in his hand. The lead-lined box was under his chair, a cold spot against his ankle. He wasn't thinking about the fight. He was thinking about the cave. The locket's knowledge sat in his mind like a complex, ugly diagram. The siphon. To pass through, magic had to be stilled. Not contained, but absent. How did a wizard become magically inert? It was a contradiction. The very act of living, of breathing, was a magical act for their kind. Like a dementor, the thought came. But Dementors suck joy, not magic. Then he remembered the chill of their presence, the way his wand felt dead in his fingers, the Patronus being the only light in the despair. They created a field where positive magic struggled to exist. Could he create a field where all active magic was nullified? Not a shield, but a hole. A void. He dipped his quill and began to write, not words, but symbols. Arithmetic notations he'd half learned from Hermione's textbooks, mixed with the twisted, elegant geometries from the Locket's shared principle. He drew a representation of the cave's matrix, a funnel of hungry lines. Then he sketched a counter-concept, a sphere of stillness. Not a barrier repelling the lines, but a space where the lines simply ceased. It was theoretical madness. But so was a Horcrux. A soft rustle. He looked up. Hermione was watching him from her bunk, her eyes reflecting the dim, bluish light of his wand tip. She wasn't sleeping. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice hushed. "Maths," he said simply. She sat up, wrapping her blanket around her shoulders. After a long moment, she patted over and looked down at his parchment. Her breath caught. "Harry, this arithmancy. It's advanced. And these symbols are from the thing in the box," he finished for her. "I know." She pulled out a chair and sat, studying the diagrams. Her academic hunger warred with her profound dread. "This is the cave's protection." He nodded. "It drinks magic. The more you use, the weaker you get. Dumbledore didn't know. He fought it, and it nearly killed him." Her finger traced the funnel. "A perpetual absorption matrix, key to living magical will. It's horrifying." She then pointed to his sphere of stillness. "And this is your solution. A localized negation field. Harry, that's like trying to create a bubble of nothingness inside a hurricane. The energy required to maintain the boundary would be immense. It would defeat the purpose. What if it didn't require active maintenance?" Harry asked, the idea forming as he spoke. "What if it was a condition? A one-time spell that alters our magical signature, temporarily. Makes us invisible to the matrix. Like casting a disillusionment charm, but for our magic itself." Hermione's brows knitted. "A self-targeting, meta-magical dampening charm. There's no record of such a thing. There wouldn't be, would there?" Ron's voice cut through the tent, cold and flat. He hadn't turned from the wall. "Seeing as it's probably dark as midnight. The sort of thing you know who in his lot would cook up to sneak past wards." Harry felt a spark of anger. He banked it. "It's the sort of thing we need to not die in a cave, Ron." Ron finally turned. His face was pale, set. "And what happens after? You keep dipping into that thing for little tips. You give it bits of yourself for lessons. Where does it stop? When you're using the Cruciatus because it's effective. When you're making Horcruxes of your own to be safe. That's not what this is. Isn't it?" Ron stood up, his fists clenched. "You're changing. I saw it tonight. You didn't even hesitate. You didn't try to disarm, you just rewrote the clearing. It was violent. And you didn't care. I cared that they were about to kill you." Harry shot to his feet, the chair scraping back. "So the ends justify the means. That's his motto, Harry. Not ours." The word, ours, hung in the air, a dividing line. "There is no ours, if we're dead." Harry's voice dropped to a fierce whisper. "There's no noble, us rotting in a cave or being dragged to Voldemort by snatchers. I am trying to keep us alive with the only tools no one else had the guts to give us. By becoming like him. By being smarter than him." The shout echoed in the small space. Hermione flinched. Harry breathed heavily, his hands flat on the table. "I am not Tom Riddle. I am not seeking power for dominion. I am seeking knowledge for survival. There's a difference. And if you can't see that, then you don't understand the war we're in." Ron looked at him, and for a heartbreaking moment, Harry saw not anger, but grief in his friend's eyes. Grief for the Harry he thought was slipping away. "I understand that I'm scared of the bloke standing in front of me," Ron said quietly. "And I never thought I'd say that." He turned, yanked his jacket from a peg, and shoved his way out of the tent flap, disappearing into the sheeting rain. The silence he left behind was a vacuum. Hermione was crying, silent tears tracking down her cheeks. "He's not entirely wrong, Harry." "I know," Harry said, the fight draining out of him, leaving a cold, hollow exhaustion. "But neither am I." He sat back down. He looked at the parchment, at the sphere of stillness. A way to be invisible to a trap. He had solved one problem and created another, far worse one. The fracture with Ron wasn't just emotional, it was a tactical disaster. They couldn't go into the cave divided. We have to fix this, Hermione whispered. How? Harry asked, not looking at her. He wants me to stop. I can't. Not if we want to win. Then we have to show him you're still you. That this method has limits. That you have a line you won't cross. Do I? The question was genuine. He thought of the stolen memory, the hollow feeling. He thought of the ease of the earth magic. Where was his line? You have to, Hermione said, with desperate conviction. Or he's right. And so am I for being terrified. Harry nodded slowly. A line. A demonstration of control, but also of restraint. He looked at the box under his chair. He had asked for knowledge of the cave. What if his next question was not about power, but about weakness? Not Voldemort's, but the Horcrux's own. I need to talk to it again, he said. Hermione's face crumpled. Harry, no, not for a new spell. For a truth. I need to ask it a question only it can answer, and one we can verify. To prove I can get information without being corrupted. To prove this can be a source, not a master. What question? Harry met her eyes. Where is Ravenclaw's diadem? Hermione blinked. The lost diadem. But, that's a legend. Voldemort wanted Founder's objects. He had the locket, the cup. He probably sought the diadem. The voice in the locket, it's vain. Proud of his accomplishments. It might see revealing the location of another Horcrux as a display of superiority, of being so sure we can't reach it. It's a gamble. But if it gives us a location, and we can confirm it's plausible, it's intelligence. Hard intelligence, gotten from behind enemy lines. It was a subtle shift in thinking. From using the locket's knowledge for personal power, to using it as a spy. A dangerous, double-edged spy. Hermione saw the logic. She hated it, but she saw it. And if it lies, then we've learned that, too. And I stop. I swear. She searched his face for a long moment, then gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Now, in this state, Harry looked towards the tent flap, where the rain still fell. Ron was out there, alone, cold, believing the worst. No, not now. We need to find Ron first. The line starts here. The team comes before the mission. The relief on Hermione's face was immediate and profound. She stood, grabbing her own cloak. I'll find him. You, stay. Warm up. Think about your sphere. She hurried out into the rain. Alone, Harry didn't look at his diagrams. He pulled the box onto the table and opened it. The locket lay there, silent. He didn't touch it. I know you can hear me, he said aloud, his voice calm. We're going to have a conversation soon. About the diadem. And you're going to tell me the truth. Because if you lie, I'll know. And I'll throw you into the deepest, darkest hole I can find, and you'll never taste another thought, another memory, again. You'll be alone. Forever. Is that understood? The locket did nothing. But the air around it grew colder, the faint pulse within it pausing, as if listening intently. Harry closed the box. He had made a promise to Hermione. A line. And he had just threatened a fragment of Voldemort's soul with the one thing it truly feared, relevance. Perhaps Ron was wrong. Perhaps this wasn't about becoming like Voldemort. It was about learning to think like him, in order to defeat him on a level Dumbledore never attempted. The tent flap opened. Ron stood there, soaked, shivering, water pooling at his feet. Hermione was behind him, her hair plastered to her head. Ron's eyes went from Harry to the closed box on the table, then back to Harry's face. I'm sorry, Ron mumbled, not meeting his eyes. I shouldn't have, I'm just scared. I'm scared too, Harry said, and it was the truest thing he'd said all night. But I need you with me. Not just following. With me. Watching my back. Telling me when I'm going too far. Can you do that? Ron looked up, his blue eyes searching Harry's. He saw the exhaustion, the determination, the fear that mirrored his own. He gave a slow, jerky nod. Yeah, I can do that. It was a fragile peace. A ceasefire, not a treaty. But it was enough for now. As Hermione cast drying charms, Harry looked at the box. The next conversation with the locket would be their first real test. Not of power, but of cunning. He had to outthink a piece of the most cunning wizard alive. The rain softened to a drizzle outside, a quiet backdrop to the mended, fragile quiet within. The path ahead was darker, and narrower, than any of them had imagined. But for tonight, at least, they would walk it together. And in the box, the locket dreamed of a tiara on a bust of a ugly warlock, in a room of hidden things, and smiled a thin, sharp, spectral smile. The game was becoming interesting. The silence after Ron's return was a delicate thing, like fine spiderweb strung across the space between them. They moved around each other with careful precision, passing the milk jug at breakfast, coordinating watch schedules, speaking in polite, functional bursts. The shared purpose was still there, but the easy camaraderie had been packed away like breakable china. Hermione acted as a nervous intermediary, her eyes darting between them, filling the quiet with research notes and logistics. Harry gave them space. He spent hours outside the tent, not practicing magic, but sitting still. He was trying to understand the concept of magical stillness, not through theory, but through sensation. He would close his eyes and feel the magic within him, not as a force to be summoned, but as a background hum, the steady glow of his own life. He imagined dampening that glow, not extinguishing it, but veiling it. Making it quiet, invisible. It was maddeningly difficult. Magic wasn't a switch, it was a current. Trying to still it felt like trying to stop his own heartbeat. 3 days after the Snatchers, the tension had settled into a weary routine. Ron would speak to Harry when necessary. He would even meet his eyes. But the trust, the brotherhood, was a room locked tight, and Harry had misplaced the key. He knew what he had to do. He had to prove the locket could be used without loss of control. He had to deliver the diadem. That night, after Hermione had fallen into an exhausted sleep over her potions texts and Ron's rhythmic breathing signaled his own uneasy slumber, Harry took the box and went to the farthest edge of their wards. He sat on a cold, flat stone, the moon a shivering sliver behind racing clouds. He opened the box. The locket caught the faint light, green and malevolent. "No games tonight," Harry said, his voice low and steady. "No trades. You will tell me where Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem is. In return, you get to continue existing. You get to see what happens next." The voice that slithered into his mind was amused, condescending. "No trade. How? Transactional. You are learning. But knowledge has value, boy. I am not a library." "You're a prisoner," Harry corrected coldly. "And prisoners provide information, or they become useless." A pulse of anger, hot and sharp, radiated from the metal. "You dare." "I dare," Harry cut in, his will firm, the occlumency walls a polished maze around his core self. The diadem. Where did he hide it? There was a long silence. He could feel the fragment's consciousness swirling, calculating. It knew he was serious. The threat of permanent oblivion was the only leverage he had. Finally, a sense of smug, prideful revelation flowed forth. He found it where she left it. In a forest, in a faraway land. On the corpse of a foolish peasant who thought to wear a queen's crown. He brought it home. To the one place he felt was truly his. The first place that recognized his greatness. He hid it in plain sight, amongst the lost and forgotten things, because who would think to look for a legendary treasure in a room of junk? The information came not as a clear sentence, but as a package of impressions, a sense of alpine cold, a towering, skeletal tree, a ragged body. Then a warmer, familiar stone hallway. A specific, whimsical longing, a desire for a place to put things he wanted to keep, but not to see. A door that appeared only when you needed it to. Harry's breath caught. The room of requirement. The come-and-go room, the voice confirmed, dripping with nostalgic superiority. A testament to Hogwarts' secrets. He walked its length, thinking of a place to hide his precious soul, and a bust appeared. A ugly warlock with a dusty wig. A perfect, overlooked plinth. The image solidified in Harry's mind. A marble bust, a foolish, wrinkled stone face topped with a tarnished tiara, tucked between a broken vanishing cabinet and a pile of deflated footballs. It was specific. It was plausible. It felt true. "How do I destroy it?" Harry asked, pushing his luck. The locket's laughter was a dry rustle in his skull. "That, you do not get for free. That knowledge is of a different category. The means of our unmaking, that is a price you are not yet ready to pay." Harry didn't press. He had what he needed, a verifiable location. If the diadem was there, it proved the locket could be a source of intelligence. If it wasn't, it proved the locket was a liar, and he would stop. A clear, objective test. He closed the box, severing the connection. He sat for a moment in the dark, the cold seeping into his bones. He had done it. He had interrogated a Horcrux and gotten an answer. No memory traded, no power taken. Just cold, ruthless negotiation. He should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt dirty. The voice's pride in the memory, its sense of ownership over Hogwarts, it had felt intimate. Harry had shared that intimacy for a moment, seen a cherished memory through Voldemort's eyes. It was a violation in both directions. When he returned to the tent, Ron was awake, sitting at the table with a mug of tea. He looked at the box in Harry's hand. "Well?" Ron asked, his voice neutral. "The Room of Requirement," Harry said, placing the box on the table. He hid it on a bust of a warlock with a wig. "In the room where everything is hidden." Ron's eyebrows rose. It was a specific claim. Could be a lie. It could. There's only one way to find out. Hermione, woken by their voices, sat up. "Find out. Harry, we can't just go back to Hogwarts. It's swarming with Death Eaters, Snape's in charge." "We don't have to go now," Harry said. "But we need to confirm it. We need someone on the inside." "There is no one on the inside," Hermione whispered fiercely. Harry looked at Ron. Ron stared back, comprehension dawning slowly, followed by dread. "No," Ron said, shaking his head. "Harry, no. We are not involving her. It's too dangerous." "She's already in danger," Harry said quietly. "She's there. And she's the only person we know who can move through that castle unseen." "Ginny." Hermione breathed the name, her hand flying to her mouth. "The coin," Harry said. He went to his rucksack and dug past the cloak, the map, until he found it. The fake galleon, warm from being nestled against his body. He hadn't used it since Dumbledore's army. "We can send her a message. A test. Ask her to check a specific place. If the diadem is there, we'll know. And if she's caught." Ron's voice was tight. "If Snape or the Carrows find her poking around the Room of Requirement, looking for a Horcrux, what do you think they'll do to her? She's of age. She's a fighter. And she's careful," Harry said, but the words felt weak. Ron was right. It was an enormous risk. "It's not just her," Hermione said, her mind racing. "The coin's charm, if they're monitoring magical communication in the castle, a burst from an unknown source, they could trace it. They could find her." Harry looked down at the coin in his palm. It was their lifeline, their one secure link. Using it was a risk. But not using it, continuing blind, distrusting each other, following Dumbledore's path off a cliff, was a greater one. "We have to know," Harry said, his voice final. "This is the test. For the locket. For us. We get confirmation, and we have a real target, a second Horcrux location we can actually plan for. We prove this method can work. Or we prove it's a trap, and we burn it and go back to square one." Ron looked agonized. His loyalty to his sister warred with his loyalty to the mission, to Harry. What would the message say? It has to be cryptic. If it's intercepted, Harry thought. He took a quill and a tiny scrap of parchment. He didn't write words. He drew. A simple, crude line drawing. A bust with a round face and a curly wig. Above it, a crown with a single, central gem. Below it, he drew the symbol they'd used on the coins, the letters, DA. He charmed the drawing to transfer onto the coin's surface, a temporary etching that would appear on the counterpart coin, then fade. A silent, visual question. He held the coin out to Ron. "You send it. It should come from you. She'll know it's serious." Ron stared at the coin as if it were a venomous snake. His hand trembled as he took it. He looked from the coin to Harry's resolute face, to Hermione's worried one. "If this goes wrong," he whispered. "It's already gone wrong, Ron," Harry said, not unkindly. "We're just trying to find a way to make it right." With a wrenching grimace, Ron gripped the coin. The metal grew warm. A serial number around the edge shifted, rearranging into the date and time. The tiny etching of the bust and crown glowed briefly. The message was sent. Now, they waited. The next 48 hours were torture. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside the tent made them jump, expecting a horde of Death Eaters or, worse, a furious, red-haired howler from Molly Weasley. Harry half expected his scar to explode with pain, revealing their betrayal. He threw himself into the problem of the cave. The sphere of stillness. He discussed it with Hermione in low, theoretical terms, avoiding any mention of the locket's role. She was fascinated despite herself, scribbling equations, theorizing about magical resonance and nullification fields. Ron listened, but contributed little, his gaze often distant, locked on the horizon as if waiting for a storm. Harry tried to practice. He would focus on his own magical core, trying to envision a cloak of silence falling over it. The closest he came was a strange, muffled sensation, as if his hearing were blocked. His magic still responded when he called it, but it felt drowsy. It was a start. Late on the second day, as Harry was attempting to boil water for tea with a non-verbal augmenti that produced only a sad, steaming trickle, Ron's coin grew hot. Ron fumbled it out of his pocket so fast he dropped it. It landed on the tent floor with a thunk. The three of them stared at it. The serial numbers had changed. New numbers glowed, 1503, 1998, and beside them, a single, tiny etching had appeared in response. It was a check mark, followed by a question mark. Then, the etchings faded. Silence. She found it, Hermione breathed, her eyes huge. She's asking what to do, Ron said, his voice hollow with relief and new fear. Harry's heart was pounding. It was true. The diadem was in the room of requirement, exactly where the locket said it would be. The intelligence was good. The method had worked. He should have felt vindicated. He looked at Ron, expecting to see a mirror of his own triumph, or at least grudging acceptance. Instead, Ron looked sick. He picked up the coin, his thumb stroking the smooth metal where the check mark had been. She's there. With it. A Horcrux. And she's asking us what to do. What do we tell her, Harry? Do we tell her to try and destroy it? With what? A basilisk fang. We don't have one. Do we tell her to leave it? To just walk away from the thing you know who hid in her school? The weight of the decision settled on Harry like a physical yoke. This was the other edge of the blade. Knowledge brought responsibility. They now knew the location of a Horcrux, one that was potentially within reach, but guarded by an army of enemies. And Ginny was their sole agent on site. We tell her to do nothing, Harry said, the words tasting like ash. We tell her to leave it exactly where it is. To not touch it. To not even go near it again unless we call for her. Why? Ron demanded. If it's there, we should get it. We should tell her to smuggle it out. And how? Harry shot back. How does she get it past the Carrows? Past Snape. Past the dozens of Death Eaters probably using the place as a base. If she's caught with it, she's dead. Worse than dead. And Voldemort would know we're hunting Horcruxes. The entire advantage vanishes. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. No. It's safe where it is. Hidden in a room full of hidden things. We secure the means to destroy it first. Then we go back for it. When we can get in and out. He took the coin from Ron. He focused, etching a new message. A simple, stern, X, over the drawing of the crown. Stand down. Do not engage. He sent it. The confirmation came back almost instantly. Another check mark. Then, the numbers shifted back to the current date. The communication was closed. They had done it. They had verified the locket's intelligence. They had a confirmed Horcrux location. It was a monumental step forward. But the tent felt no lighter. Ron was staring at the spot where his sister's magical voice had just been, his face pale. He had wanted proof the locket was useful. Now he had it. And all he could think about was his little sister, alone in a fortress with a piece of Voldemort's soul, because of a message he had sent. Hermione broke the silence. So, it told the truth. It did, Harry said. That doesn't make it good. It makes it useful. Ron stood, his chair scraping. And using it makes us feel like this. He gestured at the heavy, guilt-filled air. Dirty. And scared for people we love. I'm going for a walk. He left again, but this time there was no slamming flap, no storm of anger. Just a weary, quiet exit. Hermione looked at Harry. He's not wrong. I know. Harry picked up the lead-lined box. The locket inside felt different now. Not just a malevolent presence, but a confirmed asset. A dark, treacherous guide. He had won the gamble. He had gained vital ground. But as he looked at Hermione's troubled face and the empty space where Ron had been, he understood the true cost. They were no longer just hunters. They were handlers, handling a weapon that could turn in their grasp at any moment. And they had just put Ginny Weasley on the front line. The knowledge was power. But the weight of that power, and the cold decisions it demanded, was a new kind of burden. And in the depths of Hogwarts, a red-haired girl tucked a warm galleon back into her pocket, glanced warily down the empty corridor, and walked away from a dusty bust, a secret burning in her chest and a new, sharp fear in her heart. The knowledge that the diadem was real, that it sat waiting in Hogwarts, was a constant, low-grade hum in Harry's mind. It was a fixed point on a map that had been nothing but fog. It should have been a compass. Instead, it felt like a timer had started ticking. Ron's quiet resentment had crystallized into a grim, procedural cooperation. He spoke when spoken to, completed tasks efficiently, but the jokes were gone, the easy companionship replaced by the polite distance of colleagues in a dangerous office. Hermione tried to bridge the gap, but her attempts felt forced, and she spent increasing hours buried in books, as if seeking a purely academic solution that would absolve them all. Harry left them to it. He had a more immediate problem than morale: the cave. The theory of magical stillness was just that, theory. He needed to translate the locket's icy geometry into a spell he could actually cast. He spent his watches not looking outward for danger, but inward, at the architecture of his own magic. He visualized it not as a light, but as a sound, a chord, unique to him, vibrating in his chest. The cave's siphon, he reasoned, was tuned to detect and drain that specific vibration of willful, active casting. To pass through, unseen, he needed to make that chord go silent. Not silent like a mute, but silent like a stealth charm on a voice. The magic still had to be there, powering his life, his very existence, but it had to be redirected. Muffled, he began experimenting on the smallest possible scale. He held a pebble in his palm. The simplest charm, Wingardium Leviosa. He cast it, and the pebble wobbled into the air, glowing faintly with his magical signature, a soft, gold-green pulse he could almost see with his mind's eye. He let it drop. Then, he closed his eyes and did the preparatory work he'd been practicing. He imagined wrapping his core magic in layers of something inert, something magically opaque. Not a shield, but a baffle. Like wrapping a ringing bell in thick felt. He focused on the concept of null, on the absolute quiet of the vacuum between stars. When he felt a strange, internal shift, a sensation of his own power becoming distant, muffled, he opened his eyes and pointed his wand again. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell left his wand not as a bright stream, but as a faint, grayish whisper. The pebble rose, but it didn't glow. It was as if the magic affecting it was impersonal, ambient, not coming from him at all. It worked, but it felt weak, anemic. Holding the still state required intense, constant focus. The moment his concentration wavered, the felt wrapping slipped, and his natural magical signature flared back. It was exhausting. And it was only a levitation charm. The cave would require him to maintain that state for hours, under duress, possibly while performing other magic. It seemed impossible. He needed a shortcut, a focus, an object that could help anchor the effect. The idea came to him in the dead of night, watching Hermione stir a potion that was supposed to induce calm. The potion was a crutch for the mind. What he needed was a crutch for the soul. Or rather, for the magical signature. He thought of the locket. It was a soul container. It had a specific, resonant frequency, Voldemort's frequency. What if he could create a temporary, opposite frequency? A counter charm that would, for a brief time, cancel out his own magical essence. It was dangerously close to the kind of soul magic that made Horcruxes. But the principle was sound in other areas. Certain potions cancelled others out. Certain sounds created silence when they met. He needed to craft a talisman. A void stone. The next morning, over a breakfast of stale biscuits, he laid out the new plan. I can't hold the stillness by myself. Not for long enough. I need to make something that will do it for me. A cloaking device. For my magic. Hermione put her tea down slowly. Harry, enchanting an object to manipulate the wearer's core magical signature, that's incredibly advanced. And perilous. Get it wrong, and you could splinch your own magic. Permanently. Got a better idea, Ron said, not looking up from his plate. His tone wasn't confrontational, just flat. Because wandering into the cave glowing like a Christmas tree for Dementor food doesn't sound great either. Hermione ignored him. What would you even use? The object would need to be magically neutral to begin with, but capable of holding an incredibly complex and unstable enchantment. A stone, Harry said. From a riverbed, worn smooth by water. Water carries magic but doesn't hold it. It's a conduit, not a vessel. Ron snorted. So we're going to do a bit of rock hunting now, are we? Brilliant. We need other things too, Harry pressed on, doggedly. For the potion in the cave. You said you needed a Bazoar, strengthening solution. We're low on everything. We need to restock. This got Ron's attention. A supply run was concrete. It was a normal part of survival. Where? We can't just pop into Diagon Alley. We don't need Diagon Alley, Hermione said, her mind clicking into logistical mode. There are apothecaries in smaller wizarding enclaves. Tinworth, in Cornwall. It's tiny, mostly fishing and a few old families. They might have a shop. It's a risk, but lower than anywhere known. A plan, however fragile, was formed. They would go to Tinworth. Get supplies. Harry would find his stone. Disapparating to the rocky Cornish coast was a shock to the system after the enclosed forest. The sky was a vast, tumultuous gray, and the wind coming off the sea was salt-laced and brutal, scouring the cliffs. The village was a clutch of whitewashed cottages huddled against the elements, looking abandoned. The apothecary was a dim, dusty hole in the wall that smelled of dried kelp and camphor. An ancient witch with skin like cured leather squinted at them from behind a counter piled with seashells and dusty jars. She asked no questions, her eyes lingering on Harry's scar for only a second before glazing over with disinterest. War was bad for business, curiosity was worse. While Hermione negotiated for bezoars and dried ingredients, and Ron kept watch by the grimy window, Harry slipped out the back door, which led to a narrow alley that tumbled down towards the sea. The beach was not sand, but millions of smooth, gray pebbles, ground round by the relentless Atlantic. Perfect. He walked along the tide line, his eyes scanning, not for any stone, but for the stone. He let his magic, unfettered now, drift lightly over the pebbles, a soft, seeking brush. Most felt inert, just rock. Some held faint, old echoes, a child's joy, a moment of grief shed into the sea. Then, his senses brushed against one. It was flat, oval, the color of dove feathers. It didn't echo. It absorbed. It felt like a tiny, quiet hole in the world. He picked it up. It was cool, smoother than glass. When he held it, the constant background hum of his own magic seemed to soften around its edges. Yes. He pocketed it just as a voice echoed down the alley. Just asking if you've seen anyone unusual. 3 of them. Young. Harry froze, pressing himself against the damp stone of the cottage wall. The voice was cultured, bored, and utterly cold. A Death Eater. Not a snatcher. This was a professional. I sees no one unusual, came the apothecary witch's rasping reply from just inside the open front door. Just the usual lot. Old folks. Smell of fish. We'll see. Harry heard the crisp tread of boots on the cobbles inside the shop. He didn't wait. He turned and sprinted down the alley, back towards the front, to warn the others. He rounded the corner just as the front door of the apothecary was pushed open from within. Ron and Hermione were at the counter, their backs to the door, packages in hand. Standing in the doorway, blocking the light, was a tall, thin man in impeccably tailored dark robes. Yaxley. His broad, pale face was impassive as he surveyed the dim interior. Harry's wand was in his hand, but he was too far away. Yaxley's eyes locked on the back of Ron's head, on his distinctive hair. Well, Yaxley drawled, what do we have here? Hermione spun, her face a mask of terror. Ron went rigid. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He didn't shout. He didn't cast a spell. He focused on the stone in his pocket, on the principle of stillness, and he pushed that feeling, that concept of null, not at Yaxley, but at the space around Ron and Hermione. It wasn't a spell. It was an imposition of will, using the stone as a focus. A bubble of magical silence. Yaxley's wand, which had been rising, hesitated. His eyes, which had been fixed on the 2 clear targets, flickered. A faint frown marred his brow. He looked directly at Ron, then past him, as if struggling to remember why he'd been interested. The powerful, hunting animal focus of his magic palpably wavered, diffused by the unnatural quiet now clinging to his prey. It was the barest second of confusion. But it was enough. Depulso. Harry yelled, aiming not at Yaxley, but at the towering shelf of jars behind the counter. The shelf exploded. A cascade of glass, dried ingredients, pickled things, and clouds of multicolored dust erupted between Yaxley and his targets. The Death Eater swore, stumbling back, batting at a cloud of stinking orange powder. Go! Harry roared. Ron and Hermione didn't need telling. They dove through the chaotic cloud towards the door. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm as she passed, Ron on their heels. They hit the cobbled street and disapparated with 3 nearly simultaneous cracks, just as a jet of sickly green light shot through the space where they'd been. They landed in a heap in their moorland hollow, gasping, covered in foul-smelling dust. What was that? Ron panted, wiping purple slime from his cheek. He looked right at us and then, he glitched. Hermione was staring at Harry, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear. You did something. From outside. I felt it. Like all the sound went out of the world for a second. Harry pulled the smooth, gray stone from his pocket. It was warm. The stillness. I projected it. At you. Ron scrambled to his feet, backing away. You what? You did magic on us. It wasn't an attack. It was a cloak. I made your magic quiet. He couldn't get a fix on you. You messed with our magic without asking. Ron's voice rose to a shout. What if it went wrong? What if you'd, I dunno, erased it? It worked, didn't it? Harry shouted back, the stress of the near capture breaking his control. He hesitated. We're here. By luck. You're playing with things you don't understand, using that thing as a teacher, and now you're experimenting on us. It saved your life. I don't care. The shout echoed across the moor. Ron was trembling, his face red, all the pent-up fear and distrust erupting. I don't want to be saved like that. I don't want my magic turned off and on like a tap by my mate who's getting lessons from you-know-who. I'd rather take my chances with a straight fight. There are no straight fights. Harry yelled, advancing. There's only winning and dying. And I am trying to win. Stop it. Hermione's voice was a whip crack. She stood between them, tears of fury and frustration streaking through the dust on her face. Both of you, stop. We almost died. We didn't. That's the only fact that matters right now. She turned to Harry, her expression severe. What you did, it was a violation, Harry. You can't use unknown magic on us. Ever. Do you understand? The righteousness drained out of him, leaving cold shame. She was right. In his desperation to make the theory work, he had crossed a line he hadn't even seen. I understand, he said, his voice hoarse. He looked at Ron, who was glaring at him, chest heaving. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Ron didn't accept the apology. He just turned, grabbed his pack, and walked out of the hollow, disappearing over the crest of the moor. Hermione sank onto a rock, her head in her hands. This is falling apart. Harry looked at the stone in his hand. It had worked. The principle was sound. He could create stillness. But the cost. He had proven he could hide from the cave's siphon. And in the process, he had driven the final wedge between himself and the friend who had once followed him into a nest of giant spiders. The stone was a key to survival. But the path it unlocked seemed to require leaving everything, and everyone, else behind. On the wind-whipped cliffs of Cornwall, Yaxley brushed the last of the orange powder from his robes, a rare, genuine puzzlement on his face. The trace had been clear, then, it had vanished. Not shielded. Not masked. It had simply ceased to be, as if the magic itself had died. It was an anomaly. And Lord Voldemort did not tolerate anomalies. He would have to report this. The thought filled him with a dread deeper than any battlefield. Ron did not return at dusk. The moor swallowed the sunset in a cascade of bruised purples and deep, bloody reds, and the space where he should have been was a raw, open wound in the camp. Hermione had stopped pretending to work hours ago. She sat by the cold fire pit, knees drawn to her chest, staring into the middle distance. Every rustle of heather, every call of a distant bird, made her head jerk up, hope flaring and dying in her eyes. Harry had offered to look. She had shaken her head, a sharp, final movement. No, you'll make it worse. The words were not spoken with malice, but with a cold certainty that was worse than any shout. She blamed him. And she wasn't entirely wrong. He retreated to the tent, but the walls felt like they were breathing in, suffocating him. The lead-lined box containing the locket sat on the table, a dark heart in the center of their space. He didn't open it. He didn't need to. He could feel its satisfaction like a cold draft on the back of his neck. You see, it seemed to whisper through the metal and the lead. To protect the flock, the shepherd must sometimes become the wolf. And the sheep will always fear the fangs. He's not a sheep, Harry muttered aloud, his voice rough in the empty tent. He is prey. He thinks in straight lines. Anger, fear, Loyalty. Simple things. You were learning to think in circles, in shadows. You were becoming a predator. And predators walk alone. Harry slammed his fist on the table, making the box jump. Shut up. But the thought, once seated, took root. Was that the price? To outthink a monster, did you have to become so alien that even your friends saw a monster looking back? He pulled the smooth, gray river stone from his pocket. It was cool now, inert. His experiment on the cliff had been a desperate, instinctive act. He had reached for a new kind of magic and it had answered. But wielding it felt less like casting a spell and more like performing surgery on reality itself, clumsy, terrifying, and intimate in a way that violated the natural order. He needed control, precision. He couldn't afford another accident. He placed the stone on the table before him. He would not touch the locket for knowledge. He would use what it had already given him and make it his own. He closed his eyes and sank into the memory of the projected stillness. The feeling of pushing the null field towards Ron and Hermione. It had been a blunt instrument, a blanket thrown over a lamp. For the cave, he needed something subtler. A second skin, a permanent state, not a projected burst. He focused on the stone. It was a conduit, a focus. He poured his understanding into it, not raw power, but the complex, arithmetic principle of negation. He traced the symbols in his mind, the funnel of the cave's siphon, and imagined inverting it, creating a personal, non-reactive sphere. He whispered the incantation, not in Latin, but in a string of intent, a definition of self as magically invisible. Intus sine sono. Ego non sum hic. Within, without sound. I am not here. The stone glowed, not with light, but with a profound, light-sucking dullness. For a moment, it seemed to warp the air around it, making the tabletop beneath it look indistinct. Then the glow faded, sinking into the gray rock, which now looked even smoother, almost oily. Harry picked it up. The effect was immediate and disorienting. The gentle hum of his magic, the soft glow of his life force he had learned to perceive, vanished. He felt ordinary, empty, like a muggle. A profound silence echoed in the place where his power usually lived. It was a numbness that went to the bone. He pointed his wand at his bunk. Accio blanket. The spell fizzled at the tip of his wand, a weak, gray spark that died instantly. The blanket didn't stir. The magic couldn't manifest. He was cut off. He willed the effect to stop, focusing on pulling the stillness back into the stone. For a terrifying second, nothing happened. He was trapped in the silence. Then, with a mental wrench that felt like tearing Velcro from his soul, the connection broke. His magic rushed back in a dizzying flood, making him gasp. The blanket shot across the tent and smacked into his chest. It worked. He could turn it on and off. But the transition was jarring, and the off state left him magically deafened and mute. A sound outside, a stumble, a muttered curse. Hermione's voice, sharp with worry. Ron. Harry stuffed the stone in his pocket and pushed out of the tent. Ron stood at the edge of the hollow, swaying slightly. He wasn't injured, but he looked hollowed out, aged. His eyes were red-rimmed. I'm not leaving, Ron said, his voice gravelly, before anyone could speak. He looked at Harry, then away, at the darkening moor. I want to. Merlin, I want to go home so bad it hurts. But I'm not leaving you in the middle of this. He swallowed hard. But you don't get to do that again. You don't get to use me as a test for your dark little experiments. We're partners. Or we're nothing. It was not forgiveness. It was a terms of engagement. A shaky, desperate armistice. Harry nodded. Okay. No more apologies. They were past that. What's the plan? Ron asked, the words clearly costing him effort. We have the supplies. We have a way to bypass the cave's main defense. We need to plan the insertion and extraction. And we need a way to destroy the Horcrux once we get it. Basilisk Fang, Hermione said quietly, joining them. She had wrapped her arms around herself against the cold. It's the only sure way we know. The sword is gone, absorbed by the sword. There's the one in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. Ron let out a shaky laugh. Oh, brilliant. So it's a two-part mission. Break into the most heavily guarded cave in Britain, then break into Hogwarts, which is also heavily guarded, to get a tooth from a dead snake in a chamber we can only open because you can talk to snakes, which is a bit of a giveaway, isn't it? We don't need the chamber, Harry said, a new idea forming, connecting disparate threads. We need a Fang. Any fang from a basilisk will do. And we know where another basilisk is. Hermione's eyes widened. The statue. In the Ministry. The Fountain of Magical Brethren, it had a basilisk. But Harry, that's even more impossible. The Ministry is the heart of his power now. Is it? Harry asked, a cold, strategic clarity settling over him. He was thinking in circles now. In shadows. It's a bureaucracy. It's full of people pretending to work, following rules, pushing parchment. It's not a fortress like Hogwarts or a lair like the cave. It's a system. And systems have cracks. Blind spots. He turned and went back into the tent, the other two following. He spread a blank piece of parchment on the table, ignoring the locket's box. We need a fang. The Ministry has a statue. We can't fight our way in. So we don't. We walk in. Under Polyjuice. Hermione said. We don't have anyone's hair, and the places to get it are. Not Polyjuice, Harry interrupted. Disillusionment. And the stone. He touched his pocket. We go in as ghosts. Magically silent ghosts. We get in, get the fang, get out. A surgical strike. It's a test run for the cave. A lower stakes environment too. Practice the stillness. Ron was staring at him as if he'd grown another head. A test run. In the Ministry of Magic. You've gone mad. Have I? Harry's gaze was intense. The Ministry is protected against intruders, against attacks, against magical signatures they don't recognize. But what if we don't register as intruders? What if we don't have a magical signature at all while we're inside? The detectors, the alarms, the probity probes, they look for active, hostile magic. They don't look for nothing. The logic was perverse. It was brilliant. It was terrifying. Hermione's mind was racing, her fear overcome by the sheer audacity of the puzzle. The atrium is public. It's the only unsecured entrance. But it's also the most watched. Cameras, security wizards. We go at shift change. Maximum foot traffic. We hide in the crowd. We move with purpose, like we belong. The stone makes us magically inert. Disillusionment makes us visually hidden. We're not there. And the statue? Ron asked, drawn in despite himself. It's in the middle of the atrium. We just stroll up and snap off a fang in front of everyone. The fountain was destroyed in our fight, Harry said, remembering the chaos of their escape 5 years ago. The statues were damaged. What if they were moved to storage? Or for repair? There must be a workshop, a junk room. We find it. We take what we need. The plan was insanity. It was also their first proactive, offensive move that wasn't just following Dumbledore's notes. It was their plan, forged in conflict, born of dark knowledge, but theirs. When? Hermione whispered. Tomorrow, Harry said. We rest tonight. We prepare. We go at the morning shift change, 8 a.m. The decision was made. The tension didn't leave the tent, but it transformed. The angry, splintering energy coalesced into a sharp, focused point. They had a mission. That night, Harry took the first watch. He sat on the cold ground, the stone in one hand, his wand in the other. He practiced. He activated the stone's field, holding himself in that state of magical void for 1 minute, then 2, then 5. He learned to move within it, to breathe within it. It felt like walking underwater, slow, effortful, silent. Turning it off was still a wrench, leaving him gasping and magically oversensitive. He was so focused on his internal state that he almost missed the external change. The night was clear, the stars a fierce, cold glitter. And then, one of them moved. It wasn't a star. It was a tiny, distant pinprick of green light, high in the eastern sky. It grew, slowly, forming a shape he knew too well, a skull, serpent protruding from its mouth. The dark mark. It hung, shimmering with malevolent emerald light, over a distant, unseen village or farm. It was not close enough to be a threat. It was a proclamation, a statement of ownership over the night. As he watched it, a different kind of chill seeped into him. Not from the stone, not from the locket. This was the chill of the battlefield, seen from a distance. That mark meant terror, murder, a family wiped out. And here he was, learning to be a ghost, to hide, while others burned. The contradiction was a knife in his gut. Was this cunning, or was it cowardice? He deactivated the stone. His magic flooded back, warm and vital and angry. He stared at the mark until it began to fade, his jaw clenched so tight it ached. He would become a ghost. He would become nothing. He would walk unseen. But not forever. Only until he could strike from a place they would never think to guard. The dark mark faded into the indifferent dark. In the silence it left behind, Harry Potter made a new vow. He would master the shadows. Not to live in them, but to make sure he was the last, terrible thing the darkness ever saw. Far to the east, under the fading glow of the skull, a lone Death Eater lowered his wand, a routine job well done. He felt nothing but a mild satisfaction. He did not feel the faint, impossible tremor of a magical signature winking out of existence, then flaring back to life, many miles away. A tremor that was noted by no spell, no ward, but by the single, shattered soul to which it was, inescapably, tethered. In Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort's head tilted, a serpent sensing a vibration through rock. Something had just whispered. In a voice that was, and was not, his own. The air in the telephone booth was thick with the smell of damp wool and nervous sweat. They were crammed in like sardines, Harry pressed against the glass, Hermione squeezed in the middle, Ron by the dial. The gray stone hung on a leather thong around Harry's neck, hidden under his jumper. It felt like a cold, dead weight against his sternum. "Remember," Harry whispered, his voice muffled. "The stone first, then the disillusionment. We move as one, fast, purposeful, to the lifts." Hermione gave a tight nod, her face pale but set. Ron just stared straight ahead, his jaw working. He'd agreed to the plan, but his every muscle screamed protest. Harry took a deep breath, his fingers closing around the stone. He focused on the feeling of negation, of becoming a hole in the world. Intus signed sono. A wave of profound silence rolled out from him, encompassing the tight space. The constant, low-level buzz of their three magical auras vanished. The booth lights flickered, confused by the sudden non-presence within. To Harry's enhanced perception, it was as if Ron and Hermione had become shadows, outlines filled with static. Hermione flinched, a small, involuntary sound escaping her. Ron shuddered, his eyes wide with instinctive revulsion. It felt wrong, this absence. "Now, Hermione," Harry said, his own voice sounding distant to his ears. She raised her wand, her movements stiff in the confined space. Disillusion. The charm washed over them, not as a shimmer, but as a dull, matte absorption of light. They didn't blend perfectly with their surroundings, they became slightly less, like smudges on a lens. Harry dialed the number, 62,442. The cool female voice sounded in the sudden, magical void. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business." "Reginald Cattermole," Harry said, pitching his voice lower. "Magical maintenance. Here to check the atmospheric charms in the atrium fountain housing." It was a gamble, built from a shred of memory about a harassed-looking wizard from their last, disastrous ministry visit. A pause. In the silence of the stone's effect, the whirring of gears and magical circuitry sounded unnaturally loud. Then, badges slid out of the metal chute. Harry fumbled, passing them out. They were blank, the usual name and purpose field empty, just glowing a soft, neutral yellow. "Proceed." The telephone booth descended. The journey down felt longer, the rattle of machinery ominous in their magically deadened state. When the doors opened, they were met with a wall of sound and movement. The ministry atrium was a river of people. Robes of every color swirled and eddied around the central fountain, which was, as Harry had hoped, a skeletal wreck. The golden statues were gone, leaving only scarred plumbing and a dry basin. Wizards and witches flowed towards the bank of golden lifts, voices a dull roar of gossip, complaint, and bureaucratic chatter. The air thrummed with 100 different magical signatures, a chaotic, colorful symphony to which they were now deaf. It was perfect. They were three smudges in a rushing, noisy current. "Go," Harry breathed. They stepped out, moving as a tight unit. Harry led, his eyes fixed on the lifts. He walked with the brisk, slightly irritated pace of a ministry drone late for a meeting. Hermione matched his step, her head down. Ron followed, his larger frame occasionally bumping into unseen witches who muttered about, inconsiderate louts. They passed a security wizard. He was leaning against his podium, yawning, his eyes glazed over. A probity probe sat on the desk beside him, its crystal tip dark and inert. It didn't so much as twitch as they passed. It sensed nothing to probe. They reached the crowd waiting for the lifts. Harry inserted them into the press of bodies. The smell of perfumes, breakfast kippers, and ozone was overwhelming. He could feel the heat of strangers through his disillusionment charm. A lift clanged open. The crowd surged forward. They were carried in with the tide, pressed against the back wall of the grill cage. No one looked at them. No one sensed the unnatural void in their midst. They were ghosts. The grill shut with a crash. The lift descended, the voice announcing levels. Department of Magical Transportation, Department of Magical Games and Sports. They needed magical maintenance. It was deep, near the mysterious Department of Mysteries. The lift emptied and filled, a stop-start rhythm of bureaucratic life. No one got out at level 9, magical maintenance. When the doors opened onto a dim, cluttered corridor lined with pipes and smelled of dust and polishing wax, they stepped out into empty silence. The disillusionment charm wavered and fell away as Hermione released it, gasping for breath. Harry let the stone's effect lapse, the return of his magic a dizzying, welcome rush. Sound and color seemed to explode back into the world. "Blimey," Ron whispered, leaning against a pipe. "That was, I feel sick." "The storage rooms," Harry said, ignoring the disorientation. "Look for a workshop, or a junk area." The department seemed deserted, most of its workers already out on morning rounds. They crept past offices with cluttered desks, following the smell of sawdust and metal shavings. A double door at the corridor's end stood ajar. Inside was a vast, warehouse-like space. It was a graveyard of broken ministry paraphernalia. Towers of unstable-looking chairs, piles of torn magical portraits weeping glitter, cracked crystal balls in crates. And in a corner, under a dusty tarpaulin, were the remains of the Fountain of Magical Brethren. They pulled the tarp aside. The golden wizard lay on his side, arm severed. The witch was pitted and scorched. The centaur had lost its bow. And the basilisk, a sleek, sinuous sculpture of green-tinged gold, was coiled, its head tilted back, fanged mouth open in a silent hiss. One of its long, curved fangs was already cracked, hanging by a thread of metal. "Perfect," Hermione murmured, pulling out a small, reinforced dragon hide bag from her beaded purse. "Wait." Ron's hand shot out, stopping her. He was staring at the basilisk's head, his face tense. What if it's booby-trapped? He's got a thing for curses on his treasures. Harry's scar gave a faint, irrelevant throb. Ron was right. This was too easy. He approached the statue slowly, his wand out. Specialis Revelio. A pale blue light washed over the basilisk. Nothing. No hidden curses, no concealment charms. It was just a broken statue. Maybe he didn't think anyone would be mad enough to break into the ministry for a bit of scrap, Ron muttered. Using a careful severing charm, Harry detached the hanging fang. It was as long as his hand, wickedly sharp, and even broken, it felt heavy with latent, ancient poison. He placed it gently in Hermione's bag. She shrunk the bag and tucked it away. A wave of triumphant relief threatened to overtake him. They had done it. They had what they needed for the cave. A door slammed somewhere. In the distance, followed by voices. Complete overhaul of the flow network monitoring charms, Birkins, I don't care what the budget says. Workers. Coming this way. Out. Now, Harry hissed. They ducked behind a stack of broken filing cabinets as two wizards in mustard yellow overalls entered the warehouse, arguing heatedly about appropriations. They were heading towards the fountain. The lift's the only way out, Hermione whispered, panic edging her voice. Then we wait, Harry said, his mind racing. They couldn't use the stone and disillusionment here, the workers would see objects moving. They were trapped. Ron peered through a gap in the cabinets. They're just looking at the centaur. Moaning about the repair cost. The two ministry wizards were now circling the statues, clipboards in hand, their backs turned. An idea, desperate and insane, clicked in Harry's mind. He looked at the pipes running along the ceiling. He pointed upwards, then at Ron and Hermione, then mimed walking. The pipes. Hermione's eyes widened in horror. Ron looked like he might be sick. But the workers were turning, their inspection finishing. It was the only way. Harry grabbed the stone, activated the void, and cast the disillusionment on them all again. The world went silent and gray. He pointed firmly at a sturdy-looking pipe that ran along the wall and out through a large, circular vent near the ceiling. He jumped, grabbing the pipe, and began to shimmy along it, heading for the vent. It was agonizingly slow. The metal was cold and slippery. Below, he could see the blurred forms of the workers, completely unaware of the three intruders crawling like insects above their heads. Hermione followed, then Ron, his larger frame making the pipe creak alarmingly. One of the workers below paused, looking up. Hear that, Bert? Sounds like the plumbing's playing up again. Everything in this place is playing up. Log it. They reached the vent. It was covered by a rusty grill. A simple alohomora from Hermione had it swinging open. They crawled into a dark, narrow duct, thick with dust and the smell of ozone. For what felt like an hour, they crawled through the bowels of the ministry. They followed the main pipe, hoping it led to an external vent. The stone's effect made the journey a silent, nightmarish slog. Their breathing was loud in the hollow silence it created. Finally, a sliver of gray light appeared ahead. Fresh, cold air, smelling of London rain, filtered in. The pipe ended in a large outflow vent, high up on the ministry's exterior, overlooking a deserted side alley. One by one, they squeezed out, dropping into a puddle-strewn alley behind a row of bins. Harry released the stone's effect. The roar of London traffic, the smell of petrol and wet pavement, the pulse of the city's chaotic, non-magical life, it all crashed in, a shocking, wonderful cacophony. They were out. They were safe. And in Hermione's bag was a basilisk fang. Ron bent over, hands on his knees, and vomited into a gutter. When he straightened, wiping his mouth, he wasn't looking at Harry with anger or fear. He was looking at him with a kind of stunned, giddy respect. "We did it," Ron said, a shaky laugh bubbling up. "We actually sodding did it. We robbed the ministry." Hermione was trembling, but a wild, triumphant smile touched her lips. "We were ghosts." Harry leaned against the damp brick wall, the stone cold against his chest. The plan had worked. The theory had held. They had walked into the heart of the enemy's power and taken what they needed, unseen. But as the adrenaline faded, the cold reality settled back in. This was just a rehearsal. The cave would not be a bustling bureaucracy. It would be a silent, hungry tomb. And the thing waiting for them there would not be a broken statue. He met Ron's eyes, saw the fragile bridge of trust reforged in the filth of a London alley. They had proven they could work together, even like this. But the true test was still to come. They had stolen a weapon from the dragon's hoard. Now they had to walk into the dragon's mouth. High above, in an office with a view of nothing in particular, a junior clerk in the improper use of magic office frowned at a parchment. A tertiary alarm, so minor it was almost never checked, had registered a fleeting, magical null event, in the magical maintenance warehouse. Probably a faulty charm check sensor. They were always on the blink. He stamped the parchment, false positive, and tossed it into a bin, where it landed atop a report of a similar anomaly in a Cornish apothecary. The pieces were there, but no one was looking at the picture. The rain in London was a greasy, persistent drizzle. The rain on the moor, when they returned, was a needle-sharp, horizontal assault. It suited their mood. The adrenaline-fueled triumph of the ministry heist had bled away during the apparition jumps, leaving behind a raw, cold clarity. They had the fang. They had the theory. Now came the part where theory met a wall of dark water and dead things. The tent felt smaller. The basilisk fang, now stored in a separate, padded box next to the locket, seemed to emit its own chill, a dry, ancient malice that was the polar opposite of the locket's oily sentience. It was a tool, but it felt like a piece of a corpse. For 2 days, they drilled. There was no more argument about methodology. The success of the ministry run had proven Harry's approach could work, and the looming reality of the cave had forged a temporary, pragmatic unity. They operated like a squad preparing for a covert drop into hostile territory. Hermione had brewed the strengthening solution in the modified draft of peace, a milky potion she called mental clarity, designed not to induce bliss, but to enforce a detached, observational state. She'd also managed a single, precious bezoar from their Tinworth supplies. They had one shot at neutralizing the potion's poison. Ron took charge of extraction. "We get the locket, we don't hang about. The second it's in the bag, we're gone." No admiring the view. He'd studied Dumbledore's memory like a battle map, identifying the rocky island, the ledge, the lake's edge. The Inferi react to disturbance in the water. So we don't touch the water. We get in, get out, dry. Harry's sole focus was the stone. He practiced for hours, extending the duration of the stillness. He learned to move within it, to make his breathing shallow and even, to reduce his magical footprint to the barest whisper of life. He practiced switching it on and off until the wrenching transition became a sharp, manageable jolt. He was a diver, learning to hold his breath in an airless sea. The night before they were to leave for the coast, Harry sat alone with the locket's box. He didn't open it. He addressed the cold metal through the lead. The cave, the island, the basin. Is there anything else? Any guard we haven't accounted for? A slow, contemptuous pulse was the only answer. It was bored with him. He was a student who had learned his lesson and was now just revising for an exam. Frustrated, Harry pulled the river stone from under his shirt. He focused on it, not on negation, but on perception. He'd been using it to hide. Could he use it to see? To perceive magic as the cave's siphon would perceive it. He activated the stillness, wrapping the void around himself. Then, instead of looking outward with his eyes, he pushed his awareness through the stone, using it as a lens. The world changed. The warm, living colors of magic, the gold of his wand light, the soft blue of the tense protective charms, the vibrant, tangled auras of Ron and Hermione sleeping in the next room, were gone. Instead, he saw in shades of cold intent. The protective wards around the tent glowed a sickly, hungry yellow, not as shields, but as nets. The very air was threaded with faint, gray lines, the dormant ley lines of the moor. In the lead-lined box, it was a black star. A perfect sphere of absolute, devouring darkness, so profound it hurt to look at. Tendrils of that darkness, faint as spider silk, seemed to reach out, connecting to something vast and terrible on the horizon. To him, he gasped, breaking the connection. The normal world rushed back, garish and loud. His heart hammered against his ribs. He had seen the locket not as an object, but as a node in a network. A cancer. And he had seen the connection to himself. A single, thin, black thread, running from the box to his own chest, to the scar. He had always known it was there. Now he had seen it. It was real. It had texture. He stumbled to his bunk, the stone falling cold against his skin. He didn't sleep. At dawn, they packed the tent in grim silence. Each had their role. Hermione carried the medical and potion kit. Ron carried the climbing gear and emergency portkeys he'd been trying to modify, crude, one-use things that might get them a mile away if everything went to hell. Harry carried the tools, the basilisk fang in its box, and the locket, which he needed to find the place. They apparated to the cliff tops near Tinworth, to the coordinates Harry had pulled from the locket's memory. The sea below was iron gray, churning, slamming against the rocks with a sound like cannon fire. The sky was the color of a fresh bruise. There, Harry said, pointing to a fissure in the cliff face, half hidden by a waterfall of freezing spray. It didn't look like an entrance. It looked like a wound. They climbed down, magic securing their holds on the slick rock. The noise was deafening. At the fissure, the air changed. The salt spray smell was cut off, replaced by a stagnant, ancient dampness. The roar of the sea became a muffled, echoing boom. They lit their wand tips. The light didn't travel far, swallowed by the oppressive dark. The tunnel was narrow, descending at a sharp angle. The walls were not natural stone, they were smoothed, carved. And they were pulsing. A faint, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated through the soles of their boots. The heartbeat of the siphon. Remember, Harry whispered, his voice swallowed by the stone. The second we're through the entrance proper, I activate the stone. You stick close. No magic unless absolutely necessary. It'll feed the thing. They nodded, their faces drawn in the wand light. The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavern so vast their lights couldn't find the ceiling. Before them stretched a lake of absolute black water, its surface as smooth and solid as obsidian. The air was frigid, and the thrumming was a physical pressure here, a sub-audible drone that made their teeth ache. In the center of the lake was the rocky island, a stark, skeletal finger pointing at nothing. There was no boat. Dumbledore had conjured one. They couldn't afford the magical expenditure. Ready. Harry looked at his friends. Ron's face was set in a mask of determination. Hermione's was pale, but her eyes were sharp, analytical. They both nodded. Harry gripped the river stone. Intus signed sono. Ego non sum hic. The silence fell. The world went dead. The thrumming didn't stop, but it ceased to affect them. It was a sound heard from very far away. The oppressive magical pressure vanished. They were ghosts in the machine. He pointed to the lake's edge. They moved forward, their footsteps making no sound in the profound stillness. The black water remained placid, undisturbed. Harry's modified vision, still active through the stone, showed the lake for what it was, a vast, shimmering reservoir of stolen magic, a boiling soup of consumed power, with thousands of cold, great pinpricks suspended within it, the inferi, dormant, tethered to the lakebed by strands of the same siphon magic. They reached the water's edge. This was the first test. To get to the island, they had to cross. Dumbledore had revealed a chain, a hidden boat. Harry knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He reached out a hand, not to touch the water, but to skim his fingers over the stone ledge just beneath its surface. His void state perception felt along the stone, searching for a discontinuity, a seam of different magic. There, a line of colder, sharper intent. A chain, enchanted to be unseen and unfeelable except to direct, purposeful magic. But he couldn't use magic to reveal it. He had to think like the cave. The chain was part of the trap. It responded to a need to cross, to a will to reach the island. He had to project that need without active spellwork. He focused all his desire, his intent to cross, into the palm of his hand. He imagined the chain, solid and real. He didn't summon it, he acknowledged it. A length of thick, slime-covered iron erupted from the water with a silent, violent splash, landing on the ledge with a heavy thud they felt rather than heard. Attached to it, emerging from the depths, was a small, rotting wooden boat. Ron and Hermione flinched. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped into the boat, gesturing for them to follow. It rocked, but the black water around it remained strangely viscous, unmoved. The boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently towards the island. As they crossed the lake, Harry could feel the siphon tugging at the edges of his void, like a current trying to find a crack. He held the stillness firm. Below them, the great pinpricks in the magical soup stirred, turning slowly towards the fleeting shadow passing above. They reached the island. The stone basin sat there, exactly as in the memory. The emerald potion shimmered with a light that seemed to originate from within its own depths. The empty golden locket chain lay coiled beside it. Hermione immediately went to work. She uncorked her vials, laying out the bezoar and the two potions. Ron kept his wand trained on the lake, his eyes scanning for movement. Harry approached the basin. The enchantment on the chalice was visible to his stone sight, a complex, glowing net of spells woven into the very crystal, pulsing in time with the cavern's heartbeat. To get the locket, the potion had to be drunk. To stop the potion, the chalice had to be shattered. A paradox. But the locket's memory had given him the loophole. The enchantment was on the chalice, not the potion. The potion was just the delivery method. Hermione, he whispered, the sound dead in the void. The bezoar and the strengthening solution are for the drinker. The mental clarity potion, pour it into the basin. She stared at him. What? It'll mix with the potion, it could cause a reaction. It's not for the potion. It's for the enchantment. It needs a mind to attack. Give it a false one. A calm, empty one. Understanding dawned in her eyes. She uncorked the milky potion and, with a steady hand, poured it into the emerald liquid. The two did not mix. The mental clarity potion sank to the bottom of the basin like a separate layer, a placid, opaque pool beneath the shimmering green. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the complex net of spells on the chalice flickered. It sensed a consciousness in the basin, a blank, detached consciousness. The enchantment engaged, latching onto the false mind. The emerald potion began to bubble violently, as if being boiled from within by some psychic trauma, but it remained contained. Now, Harry said, while it's distracted, he reached into the basin. His fingers closed around the cold metal of the locket chain. He lifted it. The potion clung to it for a second, then dripped away, harmless. The real locket, Slytherin's locket, rose from the depths. At that exact moment, Ron hissed. Harry, the water. All around the island, the placid black surface was rippling. Pale, skeletal hands were breaking the surface, fingers curling over the rock ledge. Blank, sunken faces tipped upwards, sensing the presence of life, of magic, even through the void. The false mental signal had confused the potion's guard, but retrieving the Horcrux had tripped the lakes. Time to go, Ron barked. Harry shoved the heavy locket into his pouch. The chalice. We have to break it. He raised his wand, but Ron was faster. He didn't use a spell. He swung the heavy, reinforced flask of strengthening solution like a club and brought it down on the crystal basin. The crack was a shattering of the unnatural silence. The chalice exploded into 1,000 glittering shards. The emerald potion and the milky one spilled across the stone, hissing and steaming. The effect was instantaneous. The heartbeat thrum of the cavern stuttered, then rose to a shriek of magical feedback. The siphon, its focal point destroyed, began to pull energy in wild, chaotic gusts. The lake erupted, not with fury, with raw, stolen magic. Geysers of violent, colorless energy blasted from the water, screaming through the air. The Inferi themselves were caught in the torrent, flung about like ragdolls, dissolving into ash as the unstable energy that animated them was ripped away. The boat was gone, vaporized. Hold on, Harry roared, abandoning the void. He released the stone's effect. His magic flooded back, a raging torrent meeting a storm. He grabbed Ron and Hermione's arms. The exit was a tiny pinprick of distant light across a maelstrom of disintegrating magic and water. He didn't think. He acted on an instinct deeper than spellcraft. He focused on the exit, on survival, on the two people beside him, and he pulled. Not apparition. The cave's magic was too chaotic for that. This was something else. A violent, physical translocation born of sheer, desperate will. The world tore around them with a sound like ripping canvas. They landed not on the cliff, but in the freezing sea 20 yards from the base of the rocks, gasping and choking on saltwater. The cave entrance above them was vomiting a plume of shattered stone and wild magic into the sky. Swim! Hermione screamed, already striking out for the shore. They swam, muscles burning in the icy water. They clawed their way onto the jagged rocks, collapsing, heaving up seawater, trembling with shock and cold. After a long minute, Harry pushed himself up. He looked back. The fissure was sealed, collapsed under the weight of the cliff. The cave was gone, buried. He fumbled with his pouch, his numb fingers closing around cold gold. He pulled out Slytherin's locket. It was inert. The malignant pulse was gone. The black star he had seen through the stone was now just a piece of metal. But in his other hand, the river stone on its thong was warm. Hot, even, and when he looked at it, he saw a hairline crack running through its center. He had used it to break a system designed by Voldemort. And it had broken a little, too. Ron sat up, wiping blood from a cut on his forehead. He looked at the destroyed cliff face, then at the locket in Harry's hand, then at Harry himself. "We're alive," Ron said, his voice full of wonder. "You mad, brilliant, we're alive." Hermione was crying, great, heaving sobs of relief. The theory, it worked, the false mind. Harry didn't feel brilliant. He felt hollowed out, scraped clean by the chaotic magic. He had looked into the heart of one of Voldemort's darkest creations and not just survived, but dismantled it. He had won. But as he stared at the cracked stone in his palm, he knew. The cave was a test. And he had passed. But the cost of the next test would be higher. They had destroyed a Horcrux. But the tool he had forged to do it was now flawed. And the enemy had felt the death of a piece of his own soul. Far away, in the silence of a ruined gaunt shack, Lord Voldemort's scream was not of pain, but of pure, incandescent rage. Something precious, something integral, had been torn from the fabric of his being. He turned his scarlet gaze westward, towards the sea, and for the first time, he felt not contempt, but a sharp, clarifying spike of something akin to alarm. The wind on the cliff top was a cleansing scourge. It ripped away the stench of the cave, the stagnant water, the ozone of shattered magic, the dust of dead things. It whipped their hair and robes, and Harry breathed it in like a man surfacing from a grave. Salt, cold, and life. Beside him, Ron was laughing, a wild, breathless sound that was half sob. "We did it. We actually bloody did it." He punched the air, then winced, clutching his ribs. "Merlin, that hurt. Worth it, though." Hermione wasn't laughing. She was shaking, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, her teeth chattering. But her eyes, when she looked at the collapsed fissure, held a fierce, blazing light. The arithmancy, the principle of the false cognitive anchor, it shouldn't have worked that cleanly. The feedback cascade was theoretically possible, but the magnitude, she trailed off, shaking her head in awe at the destruction they'd unleashed. Harry just sat on a rock, the locket a dead weight in one hand, the cracked stone in the other. The triumph the others felt was a distant country to him. He felt numb. The void state had left a strange echo in his bones, a silence that wasn't just the absence of sound, but the memory of being nothing. He looked at the locket. The gold was dull, the emerald glassy and dead. It was just an object now. A trophy. He had destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. He should feel something more than this hollow exhaustion. "We need to move," he said, his voice rough from swallowed seawater and screaming magic. That eruption will have been noticed. The reminder killed Ron's jubilation instantly. Right. Yeah. They staggered inland, away from the cliff edge, until they found a sheltered gully hidden from the sea and the sky. With trembling hands, Hermione erected the tent. The familiar, cramped space felt like a palace. Inside, with the flap secured and muffling charms layered thick, they finally tended to their wounds. Ron had the cut on his forehead and deep bruises from being thrown against the rocks. Hermione's hands were scraped raw from climbing. Harry's knuckles were split, and a deep, magical fatigue made his limbs feel like lead. But they were alive, and they had the locket. Hermione made tea, her hands steadying as she went through the familiar ritual. The silence was comfortable now, a shared exhaustion rather than a fraught tension. Ron examined the dead locket, turning it over in his hands. "So, it's just a necklace now?" he asked. "The piece of soul is gone," Harry said, staring into his mug. Destroyed by the cave's own magic when the siphon backfired. The fang was insurance. He hadn't even needed to use it. "One down," Ron said, a grim smile touching his lips. "A few to go." Hermione passed Harry his tea. "The stone," she said quietly. "You looked at it on the cliff. Is it damaged?" Harry pulled the thong over his head and placed the river stone on the table. In the soft lantern light of the tent, the hairline crack was clearly visible, a black seam running through the center of the smooth gray surface. Hermione leaned in, her brow furrowed. "She didn't touch it. The enchantment. I don't know." Harry focused on it, trying to summon the stillness. A faint chill emanated from the stone, and the air around it grew slightly dim, but the profound, all-encompassing void did not materialize. It was like a lamp with a failing bulb. "It's weakened. Maybe broken." Ron peered at it. "Can you fix it?" "I don't know what I did to make it in the first place," Harry admitted. The creation had been an act of instinct and stolen knowledge, not a recipe. It might be spent. A shadow passed over Hermione's face. They had all silently come to rely on the stone's power. It was their greatest advantage, their key to moving unseen. The idea of being without it, of going back to being magically visible prey, was a cold dread. "We have others," Harry said, though the words felt hollow. "The diadem. The cup. We know where they are. We don't need the stone for Gringotts. That's a different kind of problem. A dragon and 1,000 curses kind of problem," Ron muttered. "But we can plan for that," Hermione said, rallying. "We have time now. We've proven the concept. We can destroy them. We should study the locket. See if its destruction left any residue, any clue about the others." She reached for the dead Horcrux. The moment her fingers brushed the cold gold, she jerked back as if electrocuted. A sharp, pained gasp escaped her. "Hermione." Ron was on his feet. Hermione was staring at her fingertips. They were red, as if burned. But there was no heat. "It's cold. So cold it burns." She looked at Harry, her eyes wide. "The soul is gone. But the vessel, it's still tainted. It remembers." Harry picked up the locket. To him, it was just cold metal. The profound evil was absent. But perhaps his connection, the scar, the shared soul shard, insulated him. Or perhaps he was simply too similar to its maker now to feel the difference. "We should get rid of it," Ron said, eyeing the locket with fresh distrust. "Chuck it in the sea." "No." Harry's voice was firm. He closed his fist around it. The metal bit into his palm. "We keep it." "Why?" Ron's voice rose. "It's a rotten thing. It's served its purpose. It's proof," Harry said, his mind clicking forward, past the exhaustion, into a new, cold calculation. Proof of concept. And a potential resource. Hermione's face paled. "Harry, the soul is gone. There's nothing to learn from it. Isn't there?" Harry looked from her horrified face to Ron's confused one. The cave's magic didn't just destroy the soul. It unmade the enchantments that bound it, that protected it. Those enchantments were part of Voldemort's craft. His signature. This locket is now a negative. A mold of a dark spell. If we can learn to read what's left, the holes where the dark magic used to be, we might understand more about how he thinks. How he builds. The silence that followed was thick with revulsion. It was one thing to pry knowledge from a living fragment of soul. It was another to dissect the corpse. "You want to study it?" Ron asked, incredulous. "Like some kind of dark arts archaeologist." "I want every advantage," Harry said, his green eyes flat and hard in the lamplight. Dumbledore studied Voldemort for decades. He understood him. That's how he found the cave. I don't have decades. I have this. He held up the locket. A blueprint of his work, erased but with the impression left behind. Hermione stood up, her chair scraping. It's dangerous, Harry. It's unnatural. Interacting with that residue, it could have effects we can't predict. Everything we do is dangerous. Harry shot back, the numbness finally giving way to a spike of frustration. Breathing is dangerous. This is a war, Hermione. We don't get to fight it on nice, clean, ethical terms. We fight it with whatever tools we can scavenge from the wreckage. Even if the tool is a piece of the wreck itself. Her voice was trembling. When does it stop? When you're wearing his robes. Using his curses. When he's dead. Harry roared. The shout echoed in the small tent. Ron flinched. Hermione took a step back, her face a mask of hurt and fear. Harry took a deep, shuddering breath. He looked at the cracked stone, then at the dead locket. Two sides of the same coin. One, a tool he had forged from dark understanding, now broken. The other, a relic of the enemy, empty but still potent. He was standing in the space between them, and the gap was narrowing. I'm not turning into him, he said, his voice low and intense. I'm learning how to dismantle him. Brick by brick. And sometimes, to understand how a wall is built, you have to examine the mortar, even if it's mixed with blood. He didn't wait for a response. He took the locket and the stone and retreated to his bunk, drawing the curtains around him for a pathetic semblance of privacy. In the dim space, he laid the two objects side by side on his blanket. The cracked, gray river stone. The cold, dead gold locket. He had set out to destroy the darkness. But the darkness wasn't just out there. It was a science, a craft, and to master an enemy's craft, you had to get your hands dirty. He picked up the locket, ignoring the cold that seeped into his fingers. He focused not on what it had been, but on what was missing. He pushed his magic into it, not to activate anything, but to feel the emptiness, the shaped void where terrible spells had once lived. It was like reading Braille in a language of absences. He felt the ghost of ancient, powerful protections, the echo of a soul's scream trapped in metal. And deeper still, beneath the Horcrux enchantments, he felt the original magic of the locket itself, a faint, proud, pure-blood elegance, a relic of Salazar Slytherin. A history of arrogance and exclusion. This was what Voldemort had chosen. Not just any object. An object with a lineage. A statement. The diadem was of Rowena Ravenclaw. The cup, Helga Hufflepuff. He was collecting Founder's relics. Imposing his new, fractured soul onto the oldest, proudest bloodlines of wizard kind. It wasn't just about immortality. It was about rewriting history, claiming their legacy as his own. Harry's eyes snapped open. The realization was a clear, cold shock. He understood the collection now. It was a pattern. A vain, symbolic pattern. And if he understood the pattern, he could predict it. He didn't need the locket to tell him where the cup was. He knew. It would be in a place that symbolized Hufflepuff's values, or subverted them. A place of trust, of safety, of community. Or a perversion of it. And the snake, Nagini, she was a living Horcrux. The ultimate perversion of life itself. He had been looking for objects in locations. He should have been looking for statements. The thrill of understanding was immediately followed by a wave of dizziness. The effort of probing the dead Horcrux, combined with his existing exhaustion, was too much. The world swam. He fell back on his bunk, the locket slipping from his fingers to land on his chest, over his heart. The cold of it seeped through his clothes. As darkness crept in at the edges of his vision, the last thing he felt was not the cold of the locket, but a different, familiar cold. A sharp, stabbing pain behind his scar, brief but vicious. It was not a vision. It was a signal. A flare of rage and loss across a shared, psychic wire. Voldemort knew. And he was looking, not just for thieves, but for a ghost who had walked through his walls and stolen a piece of his soul. Harry drifted into an uneasy sleep, the dead locket a cold brand over his heart. He had won a battle, and gained a terrible insight. But the victory had cost him his first true weapon, and painted a target on his back in a color only the Dark Lord could see. In the tent's main space, Hermione and Ron sat in silence, the specter of their friend's new, chilling determination hanging between them. The crack in the stone was small. But the crack it represented in the boy they had followed was widening. and they could only watch, and hope it did not split him apart. The pain in Harry's scar was a dying ember by morning, but it left a phantom ache, a constant, low-level awareness of the connection like a wire pulled taut over a vast distance. He woke with the dead locket still pressed against his chest, its cold having seeped into his skin, leaving a patch of numb flesh over his heart. For a disorienting second, he thought it was the stone. Then he remembered. The tent was quiet. He could hear Ron's snores from behind the other curtain, the soft, rhythmic rustle of Hermione turning pages in the main area. He sat up, the locket falling into his lap. In the gray dawn light filtering through the canvas, it looked even more like a piece of junk, tarnished, empty, a thing that had outlived its terrible purpose. But Harry's mind was buzzing with the revelations from the night before. The pattern, the vanity of it. Voldemort wasn't just hiding his soul, he was curating a dark museum of wizarding history, inserting himself into its narrative. He dressed quietly and slipped out of his bunk. Hermione was at the table, surrounded by books, but she wasn't reading. She was staring at the cracked river stone, which sat in the center of the table like an exhibit. "You were right," she said softly, not looking up. "I tried to analyze the residue on the locket with a standard Revelio charm. The spell recoiled. It's not dark magic anymore, it's the shape of where dark magic was. A magical negative. It's unprecedented." Harry sat opposite her. "What did you see?" "Nothing. That's the point. The spell showed a perfect absence. A hole in the magical spectrum." She finally looked at him, her eyes shadowed. "It's like studying a shadow to understand the object that cast it. You can infer, but you can't truly know." "We can infer a lot," Harry said, leaning forward. "He's using Founder's objects. He's making a statement. The cup, Hufflepuff's cup. It'll be hidden somewhere that means something to him, something tied to Hufflepuff's virtues or a place that twists them. Hufflepuff valued hard work, loyalty, fair play, a place of safety," Hermione mused, her academic curiosity overriding her dread. "The most obvious place of safety in the wizarding world is Gringotts. And we already suspected the Lestrange vault. It fits," Harry said. "A vault is a place of trust, of security. And Bellatrix is fanatically loyal to him. He'd see it as a perfect perversion, using a place built on goblin trust and wizarding greed to hide a piece of his soul." Ron's curtain was pulled back. He stood there, hair tousled, listening. "So we're back to Gringotts. The most secure place in the world. And we've got one Fang. What if the cup isn't the only thing in there? What if we need to destroy more than one?" "We'll cross that bridge when we get to it," Harry said. "First, we need to get in. And we can't just blast our way in. We need a plan that doesn't rely on the stone." He glanced at the cracked rock. "It's failing. I tried last night. It's like a spell with a dying power source." Hermione picked up the stone, turning it over in her hands. The enchantment was too complex, too opposed to natural magical law. It was bound to degrade. "We're lucky it didn't fail in the cave. We need a new advantage," Harry said. He picked up the dead locket. "This is our advantage now." Ron walked over, pulling a jumper over his head. "How?" "It's a busted lock. It's a key," Harry insisted. "Not to a place, but to a mind. Last night, when I held it, I didn't get memories. I got impressions, feelings, the kind of pride he felt choosing it. The disdain for the very thing he was using. He doesn't love these objects. He covets their history. He wants to own it." He stood up, pacing the short length of the tent. "We need to get into his head. Not through the connection in my scar, that's too volatile, too painful. But this," he waved the locket. "This is a static snapshot. A fossil of his arrogance. If I can learn to read it better, I might be able to anticipate him. Guess his next move. Understand how he protects things. By immersing yourself in his magical footprint." Hermione's voice was laced with horror. "Harry, that's like trying to understand a poison by drinking it." "I'm not drinking anything. I'm studying the bottle. The bottle is still coated in poison." Ron sat heavily at the table. "She's got a point, mate. Every time you mess with this stuff, you come away a bit colder. A bit more like him." Harry stopped pacing. He looked at Ron, then at Hermione. He saw the fear in their eyes, not for the war, but for him. It should have touched him. Instead, it ignited a spark of irritation. They wanted to win, but they wanted to stay clean. In a war against the darkest wizard in history, that was a luxury they couldn't afford. I am not turning into him, Harry said, each word precise and cold. I am using every tool at my disposal to defeat him. You don't have to like it. You just have to trust me. We do trust you, Hermione whispered. We're just terrified of what this is doing to you. The honesty of it hung in the air. Harry's irritation faded, replaced by a weary resolve. I'm terrified too. But I'm more terrified of losing. Of you two dying because I was too noble to look into the abyss. He sat back down, placing the locket on the table between them. We have a lead on the cup. We have a potential way into Gringotts. We need a face, a plan, Polyjuice. But before we risk that, we need to be sure. We need to know if the diadem is still in Hogwarts, and if it is, we need to retrieve it. It's the most accessible one. But we need a way to destroy it that doesn't use our only fang. The sword, Ron said. It's goblin-made, it absorbed basilisk venom. It's the perfect tool. But Snape's got it, or it's in his office. Or, Harry said, a new idea forming, it's where it was meant to be. The sword of Gryffindor only presents itself to a true Gryffindor in need. Dumbledore left it in the hat for me once. So you think you can just summon it? With a hat? Ron asked, skeptical. Not summon. Earn it. Harry's mind was racing now, connecting threads. The room of requirement. It provides what you need. What if I need a weapon to destroy a Horcrux? What if I go into the room, with the diadem, and I truly, desperately need the sword? Hermione's eyes lit up. The room is governed by intent. If your intent is pure, and your need is great, it might provide a means. But Harry, that's a huge might. And getting into Hogwarts is even more dangerous than before. After the cave, security will be tighter than ever. They might even be watching the room itself. Then we don't go in looking like us, Harry said. And we don't use the stone. We use the oldest trick in the book. He looked at Ron. We need the map, and the cloak, and we need to talk to the portrait. Portrait, Ron echoed. Phineas Nigellus, Harry said. In Hermione's bag. He's a link to Snape, to Hogwarts. He might be able to tell us what's happening inside. He's a sour, miserable old bastard, but he was headmaster. He might know things. It was a risk. Phineas was a black, and while he despised Voldemort's half-blood status, he was also a pure-blood fanatic who might report to Snape. But he was also bound by the rules of portrait magic. He couldn't lie if directly asked about what he'd seen in his other portrait in the headmaster's office. Hermione reluctantly retrieved the small, folded canvas from her beaded bag. She placed it on the table, and they all stepped back. Harry tapped it with his wand. Porter personam. The canvas unfolded and grew, and the haughty, sneering face of Phineas Nigellus Black appeared, blinking as if disturbed from a deep sleep. Potter, he drawled, his voice dripping with disdain. Associating with blood traitors and mud. Ahem, Muggle-borns, I see. To what do I owe this, vivid reminder of my family's decline? We need information about Hogwarts, Harry said, ignoring the insult. What's happening there? Is the room of requirement being watched? Phineas raised a thin eyebrow. The come-and-go room. Why would the Carrows waste their limited intellect on a room that doesn't exist unless you need it? No. Their cruelty is more direct. They patrol the corridors. They watch the known passages. They enjoy causing pain in public. The room's magic is too subtle for their brute minds. And Snape, Harry pressed. Where does he keep the sword of Gryffindor? A flicker of something, amusement, passed over the painted face. The headmaster keeps his treasures close. But the sword, it is not in his office. I have not seen it since the night he fled the school with the other one. His eyes darted to Harry's scar. The Dark Lord's fury is a sight to behold, even in oil and canvas. He believes something valuable was stolen from him. The school is in lockdown. No one in or out without his personal sanction. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort's fury was directed at Hogwarts. Because of the diadem. Or was it just general paranoia after the cave? The diadem, Harry said, watching Phineas closely. Ravenclaw's diadem. Is it still in the room? Phineas's eyes narrowed. A school legend. I know nothing of its whereabouts. He was telling the truth, as far as he knew. The diadem's hiding place had been a secret between Voldemort and the room. Thank you, Harry said, his mind made up. You can go. Wait, Phineas said, his voice losing some of its sneer, becoming curiously intent. The Dark Lord is unsettled. Something has been taken from him. Not a trivial object. Something core. His anger is not the hot rage of battle. It is the cold, calculating fury of a chess master who has lost a queen. He is re-evaluating the board. He is looking for a player he did not know was there. His painted eyes bored into Harry's. Be careful, Potter. He is no longer merely hunting the boy who lived. He is hunting a thief. And he does not like to be stolen from. The portrait went slack, the magic receding as Phineas returned to his other frame in Hogwarts. The tent was silent. The warning was clear. Voldemort knew a Horcrux was gone. And he was shifting his strategy. We have to move faster, Hermione breathed. We go to Hogwarts, Harry decided. Not for the diadem yet. For the sword. We get the sword first. Then we get the diadem. Then we have 2 weapons, and we go for the cup. How do we get the sword if it's not in Snape's office? Ron asked. We ask the one person who might be able to summon it, Harry said. A true Gryffindor. Not me. They both stared at him. Ginny, Ron said, his face pale. You want to use my sister again. I want to ask your sister for help, Harry corrected. She's of age. She's in the school. She's a Gryffindor through and through. And she's already risked her neck to confirm the diadem's location. If anyone in that castle can call the sword from wherever Dumbledore left it, it's her. Ron looked torn. The protective brother warred with the soldier who knew they needed every asset. How? We can't send a message with the coin asking her to nick the sword from under Snape's nose. We don't ask her to steal it, Harry said. We ask her to request it. From the room. We give her the information. We tell her to go to the room, to need a weapon to fight the Dark Lord, to need the sword of Gryffindor. The room provided a bathroom for a crying girl once. It might provide a sword for a warrior. It was a long shot. A desperate, thin plan built on fairy tales and the whims of magical architecture. But it was all they had. Harry took the fake galleon. He concentrated, etching a new, complex message. Not a picture this time. Words, in tiny, precise script that flowed around the coin's edge. The sword is needed. Ask the room. The bust with the wig. Be ready. D.A. He sent it. The wait was agony. Hours crawled by. They packed the tent, ready to move at a moment's notice. Harry tried to practice with the cracked stone, but the void field sputtered and died after seconds. It was useless. Finally, as dusk began to stain the moor, the coin grew warm. The serial numbers changed. And then, a single word appeared, etched in a familiar, neat script, understood. Followed by a time and date, midnight. Tonight. And then, a second word, that made Harry's heart stop, perit. It was Latin. It meant let him perish. It was the motto of the House of Black. And it was not Ginny's style. Phineas Nigellus had heard, and he had sent a message of his own. The coin went cold. She's going to try tonight, Ron said, his voice hollow. And that miserable portrait knows. What if he tells Snape? He might, Harry said, cold dread pooling in his stomach. Or he might be playing his own game. Either way, we have to be there. We have to be close. If she gets the sword, we need to get it from her. If it's a trap, we have to pull her out. How? Hermione demanded. We can't get into Hogwarts. The gates are sealed, the walls are patrolled. Harry looked at the map, then at the cloak, then at the dead locket in his hand. An idea, desperate and reckless, took shape. We don't go through the gates, he said. We use a passage. One only I know about. One that bypasses all the wards. The One-Eyed Witch Passage. Ron said. It comes out in the cellar of Honeydukes. That's in Hogsmeade. The village is crawling with snatchers and Death Eaters. Not that one, Harry said. His scar gave a faint, sympathetic throb. The one in the Whomping Willow. The Shrieking Shack. It's connected to the grounds. The wards around the school are designed to keep people out from above, from the air, from the gates. But that passage, it was made to bypass the wards for a werewolf. It's part of the school's secret plumbing. It might still be open. It was their only chance. To get close, to be there for Ginny, to intercept the sword. They had no time to debate. They had to move. As they prepared to disapparate to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, Harry slipped the dead locket's chain over his head, tucking it under his shirt. The cold metal lay against his skin, next to the cracked stone. One was a broken tool. The other was a dark mirror. And he was going to need both to walk into the lion's den. Under the cloak of darkness, they appeared on the wind-scoured hills above Hogsmeade. The village below was a cluster of dark shapes, only a few windows glowing with lamplight. The outline of Hogwarts on the distant cliff was a menacing silhouette against a starless sky. No lights shone from its windows. It looked less like a school and more like a prison. Harry led them down, skirting the village, towards the skeletal outline of the Whomping Willow. It was thrashing in the wind, its branches lashing the air. "How do we freeze it?" Hermione whispered. "There's a knot on the trunk," Harry said, squinting through the gloom. "If you press it." A twig snapped behind them. They spun, wands raised. 3 dark shapes emerged from the trees. Knot snatchers. These moved with a silent, lethal grace. Their robes were fine, their masks polished bone-white in the moonlight. Death Eaters. And in the lead, his silver hand gleaming dully, was Fenrir Greyback. His yellowed teeth were bared in a grin. Well, he growled, his voice like gravel. "The little pup returns to the scene of his howls. The Dark Lord thought you might come here. Sent us to keep watch." Seems he was right. Harry's heart plummeted. It was a trap. Phineas had sold them out, or Voldemort had simply guessed. They were outnumbered, out in the open, and their only way into the school was guarded by werewolves. Greyback's eyes fixed on Harry, glowing with hunger. "He wants you alive, Potter." But he didn't say, entirely intact. The willow thrashed behind them. The Death Eaters spread out in a semicircle. And midnight was fast approaching. Time didn't slow. It crystallized. Harry saw it all in a single, frozen shard of reality. Greyback's hungry grin, the wands of the other 2 Death Eaters rising, Ron's face twisting in panic, Hermione's mouth opening to cast. The wind ripped at their clothes. The Whomping Willow thrashed like a thing in pain. His own mind was a silent, cold lake. No panic. No fear. Just assessment. 3 opponents. 1 a skilled, sadistic fighter, 2 unknown. Terrain. Open, sloping ground, trees for cover behind them, the murderous willow at their backs. Objectives: survive, disable, reach the passage. Secondary: do not alert the entire garrison at Hogwarts. Do not use magic that would shine like a beacon. The shattered stone was useless. The cloak was in his bag. The locket was a cold disk against his chest. The first curse, a sickly orange stupefy, shot from the Death Eater on the left. Harry didn't block it. He moved. He dropped into a crouch, the spell sizzling over his head. At the same time, his wand slashed sideways, not at the caster, but at the ground at Greyback's feet. Glacius. A sheet of ice erupted, not to trip, but as a mirror-bright surface. The second Death Eater's slicing hex, aimed at Hermione, deflected off the ice with a screech and carved a deep gouge in a pine trunk. Protega. Hermione's shield bloomed around her and Ron, deflecting a volley of jinxes. Greyback didn't bother with spells. He lunged, silver hand outstretched, moving with animal speed. He was aiming for Ron's throat. Ron yelled, "Impedimenta." The gins hit Greyback in the chest, staggering him for half a second. It was like trying to stop a charging bull with a feather. Harry was already moving again. He couldn't win a duel. Not 3-on-1. He had to break their formation, create chaos. He thought of the cave, of the principle of negation, of forcing the world to obey. He didn't have the stone's focused void, but he had the understanding. He pointed his wand at the space between the 2 spell-casting Death Eaters and twisted his will, not to conjure or transfigure, but to unmake the stability of the air itself. De Primo. The spell was a standard atmospheric charm, used to lower pressure. He poured the cave's principle of hungry absence into it. The air between the 2 Death Eaters didn't just thin, it imploded with a sound like a giant gasping in reverse. A micro-vacuum, violent and sudden. It didn't hurt them, but it stole the breath from their lungs mid-incantation and yanked them a step towards each other, their robes flapping wildly into the empty space. Their next curses died in strangled gags. It bought 2 seconds. Greyback recovered, swatting Ron's hex aside with his silver hand. The metal shimmered, absorbing the magic. "You'll bleed, sweet boy," he roared, closing in. Harry made a decision. A terrible one. He stopped trying to fight Greyback. He turned his back on the werewolf, a move so suicidal it made Ron scream his name. He focused on the 2 recovering Death Eaters. They were the real threat. The disciplined ones. The ones who would call for backup. He didn't use a stunning spell. Stunners could be blocked, shielded. He needed certainty. He needed silence. The memory of the locket's lessons, of the intricate, malicious spellwork used to frame Morfin Gaunt, flashed in his mind. Not the cruelty, but the precision. The surgical application of force. He aimed his wand at the first Death Eater's face, specifically at his mouth. Munto vocis. It wasn't a known spell. It was a brutal, focused combination of a silencing charm and a minor transfiguration, forged in the instant by need and dark understanding. The jet of magic was a dull gray. It hit the Death Eater square in the mouth. He didn't cry out. His jaw snapped shut with an audible clack, his lips sealing together seamlessly as if they'd never been parted. His eyes bulged in terror above his mask as he clawed at his face, making muffled, panicked noises. The second Death Eater stared, shocked for a critical half-second. Expelliarmus. Hermione's voice, sharp and clear. The Death Eater's wand shot from his hand. Greyback's silver hand closed around the back of Harry's neck. Cold, brutal metal bit into his skin. He was yanked off his feet. He smelled wet dog and old blood. Harry! Ron bellowed, launching himself at Greyback. He might as well have thrown himself at a brick wall. Greyback backhanded him with his flesh and blood hand, sending Ron sprawling. Hermione sent a blazing red stupefy at Greyback's head. He ducked, the spell searing past his ear. He didn't even flinch. His grip tightened, lifting Harry until his toes brushed the ground. Little hero, Greyback breathed, his hot, foul breath washing over Harry's face. The Dark Lord will peel your mind apart. But first, I get a taste. He opened his mouth, leaning in. His teeth were inches from Harry's face. Panic, pure and primal, threatened to erupt. But beneath it, colder and stronger, was a roaring fury. This animal thought he was prey. He was not prey. He was the thief in the night. The ghost in the machine. Harry couldn't move his wand arm, pinned as he was. His free hand scrabbled at his own chest, not for his wand, but for the cold metal disc under his shirt. The dead locket. He ripped it out, the chain biting into the back of his neck still trapped in Greyback's grip. He didn't know what he meant to do. Use it as a bludgeon. It was just a piece of metal. But the moment his fingers closed around it, something happened. The world didn't go silent. It went sharp. Through the connection of his scar, through the shared violation of their souls, he felt an echo, not of Voldemort, but of the locket's own ancient, foundational magic. The proud, pure-blood power of Salazar Slytherin. A magic of command, of dominance over lesser beings. Greyback was a half-breed. A corrupted thing. In the pure, cruel hierarchy the locket represented, he was beneath contempt. Harry didn't speak Parseltongue. He didn't need to. He poured his will, his rage, his stolen authority, into the cold metal and thrust it against Greyback's chest, right over the heart. Down. It wasn't a spell. It was an order. A decree from a higher power. The effect was instantaneous, and horrifying. Greyback didn't just let go. He crumpled. A full-body flinch, as if struck by a physical blow of pure terror. A whimper, high and canine, escaped his throat. His silver hand fell away. He stumbled back, tripping over his own feet, landing on his backside in the dirt, scrambling away from Harry like a kicked dog, his eyes wide with an animal fear that had nothing to do with pain. He wasn't looking at Harry Potter. He was looking at the shadow of something he instinctively feared more than any wolf, the Absolute Master. The silence was abrupt. The muffled Death Eater was still clawing at his sealed mouth. The disarmed one was frozen, staring at his cowering leader. Ron was pushing himself up, blood trickling from his lip, his expression one of pure shock. Hermione's wand was still raised, but her arm was trembling. Harry stood there, breathing heavily, the dead locket dangling from his fist. It felt no different. But the air around him felt charged, violated. He had no idea what he'd just done. Only that it had worked. The knot, he rasped, his throat raw. Ron, the knot on the trunk. Ron shook himself, staggering to his feet. He lunged for the Whomping Willow's trunk, dodging a wild swing from a branch. He spotted the gnarl, pressed it. The tree froze instantly, become a sinister but still sculpture. Go! Harry yelled. Hermione didn't need telling. She shot a final binding spell at the disarmed Death Eater, entangling him in ropes, then dove for the opening at the tree's roots. Ron followed. Harry backed towards the passage, his wand and the locket held out before him, keeping both Death Eaters and the cowering Greyback in his sight. None moved to stop him. The one with the sealed mouth had tears of panic streaming from his eyes. Greyback just stared, panting, the fight utterly gone from him. Harry slipped into the dark tunnel under the roots. As the entrance closed behind him, the last thing he saw was Greyback's silver hand, gleaming in the moonlight as he finally raised it not to attack, but to shield his face. The tunnel was pitch black, damp, and smelled of earth and decay. Lumos spells bloomed from their wands, revealing the familiar, rough-hewn passage. For a full minute, no one spoke. They just leaned against the walls, gasping, the adrenaline crash making their hands shake. "What?" Ron panted, wiping blood from his mouth. "In the name of Merlin's saggy left, what was that, Harry?" "He just folded. Like you were a Dementor." "It was the locket," Hermione whispered, her voice full of a new, profound dread. She was looking at the object still clutched in Harry's hand as if it were a venomous snake. "You used it. You used the imprint of Slytherin's magic. His pure blood supremacy. Greyback, his werewolf blood, it made him susceptible. You didn't cast a spell. You invoked an idea. A hierarchy." Harry looked at the locket. It was just a piece of metal. But he could still feel the echo of that arrogant power in his palm, the satisfying yield of Greyback's will. It had been easy. Terrifyingly easy. "It worked," he said, his voice flat. He shoved the locket back under his shirt. It felt colder than before against his skin. "At what cost?" Hermione's question was a plea. "The cost of not being dead," Harry snapped, then immediately regretted it. He saw Ron flinch. He took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I didn't know what would happen. I just acted." "We need to keep moving," Ron said, his eyes avoiding Harry's. "Ginny's waiting." The reminder was a cold shock. The fight had taken time. It was close to midnight. They broke into a run, their footsteps echoing in the narrow tunnel. The passage seemed longer, darker than Harry remembered. The weight of what had just happened hung on him, a cloak. Heavier than the invisibility cloak. He had crossed another line. Not just using dark knowledge, but wielding the psychic weapon of blood prejudice. He had become, for a moment, the thing he was fighting. And it had felt like power. True, uncontestable power. That was the most frightening part. They reached the end of the tunnel, the rickety wooden stairs leading up into the shrieking shack. The house was silent, frozen in its eternal, dusty decrepitude. "We can't go onto the grounds," Hermione said, peering through a cracked window at the distant, dark castle. "The second we step out, we'll be seen." "We don't need to," Harry said. He pulled the Marauder's map from his bag. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The parchment blossomed to life, revealing the castle's labyrinthine interior. Their own dot, labeled Harry Potter, was in the shrieking shack. He scanned the moving dots in the castle. He found her quickly, Ginevra Weasley. She was in the 7th floor corridor. And she wasn't alone. 2 other dots were with her, moving in a slow patrol pattern, Electo Caro and Amicus Caro. His blood went cold. She's there. But the Caros are patrolling the corridor. Right outside the room. She can't go in with them there. Ron hissed, leaning over the map. As they watched, Ginny's dot stopped moving. She was standing still, facing the blank stretch of wall where the door would appear. The Caro dots paused nearby, then, after a moment, continued their slow walk away, around a corner. "She's waiting for them to pass," Hermione breathed. "She'll make a run for it when the coast is clear." They watched, hearts in their throats. The Caro dots completed their circuit and began moving back towards Ginny's stationary dot. "Now, Ginny, now," Ron muttered. Ginny's dot didn't move. She was still waiting. The Caros drew closer. "What is she doing?" Ron's voice was strained with panic. Harry understood. "She needs the door to appear. She has to walk past the wall 3 times, thinking of what she needs. She can't do that while they're watching. She's trapped." On the map, they saw Ginny's dot suddenly move, not towards the wall, but away, slipping into a nearby alcove, a tiny nook concealed behind a statue of a one-eyed witch. The Caros passed the empty stretch of wall, muttering to each other. Their dot labels flickered with cartoon swear words courtesy of the Marauders, and moved on. The moment they turned the far corner, Ginny's dot shot out of the alcove. She paced 3 times in front of the wall. A new doorway appeared on the map, a sketched outline that hadn't been there before. Her dot slipped inside, and the door vanished. "She's in," Harry breathed. Now, the wait was a different kind of torture. They stared at the dot labeled Ginevra Weasley, stationary inside the room of requirement. Minutes ticked by. The Carrows completed another circuit, passed the blank wall, and moved on, unaware. Come on, Ron whispered, his fist clenched. Then, Ginny's dot began to move again. It left the room. The door vanished behind her. And in her dot's label, a tiny, new icon had appeared beside her name, a miniature, shining sword. She's got it. Ron gasped, a grin splitting his bloody lip. She actually got it. But Harry's eyes were not on Ginny's dot. They were on another, moving with swift, silent purpose from the direction of the headmaster's office. A dot labeled Severus Snape. He was gliding down corridors, taking shortcuts, moving with unmistakable intent straight for the 7th floor corridor. Snape's coming, Harry said, his voice hollow. He knows. Ron's grin died. How? How could he know? Phineas, Hermione moaned. He must have told him the moment we contacted him. He's been watching her. Waiting. On the map, Snape was a black blot of ink moving with terrifying speed. Ginny, unaware, was moving in the opposite direction, towards the stairs to the Gryffindor common room. Their paths would intersect in 2 minutes, at a junction near the portrait of the fat lady. We have to warn her. Ron cried, grabbing his coin. But it was useless, they couldn't send a message she could read while running. We have to get her out, Harry said, his mind racing faster than the dots on the map. Now. How? We're in a shack a mile away. Harry looked at the map, then at the castle out the window, then at the cold weight against his chest. The locket, the cracked stone, the cloak in his bag. An insane plan formed. Not a plan, a Hail Mary. The passage ends here, Harry said. But the map shows others. One goes from behind that one-eyed witch statue in the alcove. The same alcove she just hid in. It leads to the cellar of Honeydukes. He traced the secret passage on the parchment with his finger. If she can get back to that alcove before Snape cuts her off. It's too far. He'll reach the junction before she gets near it. Hermione said, her eyes wide with despair. Then we change the junction, Harry said, a terrible calm descending on him. He looked at Ron. You stay here with the map. Guide her. Tell us exactly where she is, where Snape is. Hermione, you're with me. Where are we going? Hermione asked, though she already feared the answer. We're going to give her a diversion. A big, loud, messy one. He shoved the map into Ron's hands. The second she's in the passage, you come find us. Don't wait. Harry, you can't go out there. Ron protested. We're not going out, Harry said, grabbing his invisibility cloak and throwing it over himself and Hermione. We're going up. He pointed his wand at the rotten ceiling of the shrieking shack. Reducto. The spell blew a hole clean through the roof, sending splintered wooden tiles flying into the night. The cold air rushed in. Before Ron could argue, Harry grabbed Hermione's arm under the cloak. Accio Firebolt. His broom, shrunken in his bag, shot into his hand. He enlarged it with a tap. Hold on tight, he whispered to Hermione. And he kicked off from the floor, through the hole in the roof, out into the open, freezing air above the forbidden forest, the lights of the besieged Hogwarts gleaming ahead, and the wrath of Severus Snape waiting below. They soared into the hostile night, a thief in his conscience under a cloak of invisibility, heading straight for the dragon's den. In the headmaster's office, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black smiled a thin, satisfied smile. The game was indeed becoming interesting. The wind over the forbidden forest was a living thing, hungry and cold. It tore at the invisibility cloak, threatening to peel it back and expose them to the world below. Hermione's arms were a vice around Harry's waist, her face pressed between his shoulder blades. He could feel her trembling, whether from cold or terror he didn't know. He leaned low over the firebolt's handle, urging every ounce of speed from it, aiming not for the castle's towers, but for its blind spot, the shadowed, dragon-shaped outline of the Olary, silhouetted against the lesser dark of the sky. His mind was a map, superimposed on the reality below. Ron's voice, magically amplified through a whispered sonorous charm on a canute, was a tinny, urgent ghost in his ear. She's at the end of the 7th floor corridor, moving fast towards the west stair. Snape's just entered the corridor from the south. He's walking, not running, but he's cutting her off. 30 seconds to intercept. Harry didn't respond. He banked the broom hard left, circling the Olary. From here, he had a view of the castle's western face. He could see the tiny, lit windows of the Gryffindor common room, high up. And below, he could just make out the arched outline of a window on the 7th floor, a staff room, he thought. It would have to do. Hermione, he shouted over the wind. When I say, you blow that window in. Biggest, loudest reducto you've ever cast. Don't aim for the room. Aim for the castle wall around it. Make dust. Make noise. We'll be seen, she cried. We're under a cloak, and they'll be looking at the hole, not the sky. Ready. He pulled the broom into a steep dive, aiming straight for the dark patch of wall beside the arched window. The ground rushed up. He could see individual stones. Now, Hermione's wand arm shot out from under the cloak. Reducto. A blinding, white-hot bolt of magic screamed from her wand. It struck the castle wall 2 feet from the window with a cataclysmic boom that seemed to shake the very air. A cloud of shattered stone and dust erupted outwards, billowing into the night. The window vanished, along with a large chunk of the wall. Alarms began to shriek from within the castle, deep, brass bellows of enchantment breached. Harry wrenched the broom upwards, spiraling away from the debris cloud. Below, lights flared in windows. Figures emerged onto battlements, wands raised, searching for the source of the attack. Ron. Status. Harry barked into the canute. It worked. Snape's dot stopped. He's turned around. He's heading towards the explosion. Ginny's still moving. She's at the one-eyed witch alcove. She's stopping. Tell her to get in the passage. Now. He could imagine Ron, crouched in the shrieking shack, frantically tracing the map, sending the message via the coin. She's in. The door's closing behind her. She's in the passage. A wave of relief so potent it felt like weakness washed through Harry. He banked again, heading back towards the shrieking shack. We're coming back. Be ready to run. They landed roughly in the dust of the shack's main room, the cloak swirling around them. Ron was already packing the map, his face pale but fierce. She's on her way. The passage comes out in Honeyduke's cellar. We need to meet her there. The village will be swarming in minutes, Hermione said, her voice shaking as she dispelled the sonorous charm on the canute. They'll search every building. Then we don't stay, Harry said. He was already moving to the tunnel entrance. We grab her and we disappear. Ron, you led. You know the cellar layout. They plunged back into the earth, running now, their wand lights bobbing wildly. The run seemed endless, a nightmare treadmill. Harry's lungs burned. All he could think of was the dot on the map, moving through the secret passage, carrying the sword. Carrying their hope. They burst out of a barrel's false bottom into the familiar, sweet-smelling darkness of Honeyduke's cellar. It was silent, but from upstairs, they could hear raised voices, the stomp of boots. The shop was being searched. A soft scuffling came from a stack of crates. A whisper. Ron. Ginny stepped out of the shadows. She was pale, her red hair a fiery shock in the gloom. In her hands, clutched like a sacred relic, was the sword of Gryffindor. It glinted in the wand light, rubies flashing darkly on the hilt. Her eyes were wide, blazing with adrenaline and fear. They went from Ron to Hermione, then locked on Harry. You blew up the castle, she said, her voice a mix of awe and accusation. A bit of it, Harry said. His eyes were on the sword. It hummed with a low, potent magic he could feel even through his exhaustion. Is it real? It's heavy, she said, hefting it. And it wanted to be taken. The room just had it, leaning against the bust with the wig, like it was waiting. Her gaze flickered to the broken stone around Harry's neck, then to the lump under his shirt where the locket lay. What's happening to you, Harry? You feel different. There was no time to answer. A heavy thud sounded on the cellar stairs. Check down there. Out the back, Ron hissed. They fled through the cellar's rear exit, into a cramped, foul-smelling alley littered with bins. The night air was now full of shouts and the crack of apparition. Hogsmeade was awake and angry. Side along, Ginny, Harry ordered. We go to the secondary location. Now. He grabbed Ginny's arm. Ron grabbed Hermione. In the split second before the world compressed, Harry saw a Death Eater around the corner of the alley, his mask a pale oval in the dark. Then the hook behind his navel yanked, and the alley vanished. They reappeared in a damp, concrete underpass beneath a Muggle motorway, the predetermined emergency rendezvous. The roar of unseen traffic above was a constant, grinding thunder. For a moment, they just stood there, panting, the sword a solid, gleaming truth in Ginny's hands. Then she threw her arms around Ron, squeezing him tightly. You're okay, she whispered, her voice muffled against his jacket. You're mental, Ron mumbled into her hair, holding her just as tight. Brilliant, but mental. She let go of Ron and turned to Hermione, hugging her quickly before facing Harry. The relief was fading from her eyes, replaced by a sharp, assessing look. She held out the sword, hilt first. Here, I believe this is yours. Harry took it. The grip was leather-worn and firm. The magic in it was warm, a golden, righteous counterpoint to the cold deadness of the locket against his chest. The two objects seemed to vibrate in opposition, a quiet war in his hands. Thank you, Ginny, he said, and he meant it. You took a huge risk. So did you. Her eyes didn't waver. Ron's been sketchy in his messages, but I'm not stupid. You're not just hiding anymore. You're hitting back, hard, and you're using things you shouldn't. She nodded at the sword. This feels like light. You don't. Not entirely. The blunt honesty was like a splash of cold water. Ron looked away, uncomfortable. Hermione bit her lip. It's a war, Harry said, his voice harder than he intended. I know what war is. Ginny shot back, her temper flaring. I've been living in it. I've seen the Carrows torture first years for laughing. I've watched friends get dragged off for re-education. Don't patronize me, Harry Potter. I just stole a legendary artifact from under the nose of the most powerful Dark Lord and his headmaster. I think I've earned a straight answer. What are you becoming? The question echoed in the concrete cavern. The sword felt heavier. I'm becoming what it takes to win, Harry said, meeting her fierce gaze. Dumbledore's plan was a suicide note. I'm writing a different ending. And yes, it means getting my hands dirty. It means using every weapon, even the ugly ones. Even the ones that look like the enemies. He slid the sword into his magically expanded rucksack, the shining blade disappearing into the mundane canvas. The symbolic weight of the act wasn't lost on any of them. Ginny studied him for a long moment. The anger bled out of her, replaced by a grim understanding. You'll need help. Inside. No, Ron said immediately. You've done enough. You need to get back before you're missed. I can't go back, Ginny said calmly. Snape might not have seen my face, but he knows someone was in that corridor. The Carrows will have a list of everyone out of bed. If I return, I'm the first suspect. Besides, she added, a fierce grin touching her lips, the explosion you so kindly provided blew a hole in my dormitory wall. Gryffindor Tower is crawling with Death Eaters doing repairs. My cover is well and truly blown. She was right. They all knew it. You'll come with us, then, Hermione said, her voice firm. It's not safe for you anywhere else now. I need you to do something else, Harry said, interrupting. All eyes turned to him. Not with us. Somewhere else. Somewhere safe. Ginny's eyes narrowed. I'm not going into hiding. Not hiding, Harry said. Organizing. He reached into his bag and pulled out the two-way mirror. He hadn't looked into it since the Department of Mysteries, afraid of what, or who, he might see. He handed it to her. Take this. Go to Shell Cottage. To Bill and Fleur. Tell them everything. Then, I need you to be a lifeline. For the others. For anyone in the school who wants to fight, but can't get out. Use the DA coins. Use this mirror if you need to contact me. Build a network. Be our eyes and ears on the outside, while you do what? Ginny asked, clutching the mirror. While we break into Gringotts, Ron said, the words sounding ludicrous even to him. Ginny stared. Then she let out a short, incredulous laugh. Of course you are. She shook her head, looking at Harry with something like resignation and fierce pride. You're going to steal from a dragon. Literally. We have to, Harry said. There's something in Bellatrix's vault. Another piece of him. Ginny nodded slowly. She understood the stakes. She slipped the mirror into her own pocket. Shell Cottage. Organize. Be ready. She stepped forward and, before Harry could react, kissed him hard on the cheek. It was not a romantic gesture, it was a brand. A promise. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. The world needs its thief. She turned to Ron, hugged him again quickly, then nodded to Hermione. Keep them in line, Hermione. And with a last, long look at the three of them, the golden trio, now tarnished and hardened, she disapparated with a soft pop. The underpass felt emptier without her fierce presence. She'll be okay, Ron said, more to himself than anyone. Bill will look after her. We need to move, too, Hermione said, her voice all business, though her eyes were troubled. That diversion won't keep them busy forever. They'll be searching the countryside. Harry shouldered his bag, the weight of the sword a comforting pressure. They had done it. They had the means to destroy Horcruxes. They had a path forward. But as they disapparated, leaving the thunder of the motorway behind, Harry's hand went to his chest, to the cold locket. He had called it a key. A dark mirror. Tonight, he had also used it as a whip. And it had obeyed. The sword was light, but the darkness was learning his voice. And he was learning to like the sound of it. They vanished into the night, their ranks changed, their mission clear. They had stolen a symbol of hope from the heart of the enemy's fortress. Now, they had to rob his bank. In the shattered silence of the 7th-floor corridor, Severus Snape stood amidst the dust and rubble, his black eyes scanning the damage. The alarms had ceased. The hole in the wall gaped like a missing tooth, letting in the cold night air. He felt no surprise, only a cold, simmering fury. This was not the work of children. This was precise, audacious sabotage. A distraction. And it had worked. He strode to the one-eyed witch statue, his wand tracing the air. The residue of recent magic was faint, but present. A secret passage, used and closed. He knew who it was. He had always known the boy would return. Dumbledore's great, tragic weapon, now running off script. But the method, the sheer, violent elegance of it. This was not the Harry Potter who charged headlong into danger. This was a planner, a strategist, a thief. Snape's lip curled. He had a report to make. A report that would send the Dark Lord into a frenzy. But within that frenzy, Snape would plant a seed. A suggestion. That the thief was not just lashing out. He was hunting for something specific. Something valuable. He turned on his heel, his robe swirling, and headed for his office. The game had indeed changed. And for the first time, Severus Snape was not entirely sure which player he hoped would win. The safe house was a forgotten gardener's cottage on the grounds of a derelict Scottish estate. Its windows were boarded, its chimney choked with old nests, and it smelled of damp earth and rot. But its wards, layered over decades by the Order, were among the strongest Hermione had ever seen. They hummed in the background, a subtle, reassuring pressure against the outside world. For the first time in months, they slept in shifts without one ear always cocked for snatchers. Yet, Harry found no peace. The sword of Gryffindor lay across his knees as he sat on a moth-eaten sofa in the cottage's single living room. Dawn was a gray smear through the cracks in the boards. The sword's magic was a warm, steady pulse, a hearth fire glow that seemed to push back the room's chill. It felt like righteousness. It felt like Godric Gryffindor's own approval. But the cold of the dead locket against his chest was a counterpoint, a bass note of something older, crueler. And the cracked river stone in his pocket was a silent accusation. A failure. He had used the locket's echo to break Greyback. The memory of the werewolf's cowering fear should have sickened him. Instead, a part of him, a cold, sharp part that had been growing since the cave, savored it. It had been efficient. It had been power. That was the danger. Not that the dark tools would corrupt him into mustache-twirling evil, but that they would simply make sense. That the cold logic of dominance would become just another tool in his belt, its moral weight forgotten in the sheer relief of its effectiveness. The cottage's other inhabitants were stirring. Ron emerged from the tiny kitchen, holding 3 chipped mugs of tea. He handed one to Harry, his eyes flicking to the sword. Still admiring the family silver. Harry took the mug, thinking about how to use it. On the cup, Ron said, sitting heavily in a sprung armchair. In a vault. Behind a dragon. Easy. Hermione entered, her hair a bushy corona in the gloom. She'd already been awake for hours, he could tell. She had that look, the one that meant she'd been wrestling with a problem only she could see. She accepted the last mug from Ron and stood before the cold fireplace. "We need a goblin," she said without preamble. Ron choked on his tea. "A what?" "A goblin. To get into Gringotts, into a high-security vault, especially the Lestrange vault, we need insider knowledge. We need someone who understands the protections beyond the standard thief's downfalls and probity probes. We need someone who knows how to handle the dragon. And why would a goblin help us?" Ron asked, wiping his chin. "They're neutral. Worse, they're on their own side. And they hate wizards. They hate wizards who cheat them," Hermione corrected. "They respect contracts, ownership, and cleverness. And currently, the Death Eaters are their biggest clients and their biggest threat. The Ministry is theirs in all but name. Some goblins might be dissatisfied. Harry's mind, already tracing paths through shadows, latched onto the idea. We need a specific goblin. One with a grievance. One who knows the Lestrange account. Griphook, Hermione said immediately. He escorted me to my vault in first year. He was courteous but sharp. And Bill mentioned him once. Said he was one of the old guard, proud, didn't like the new, collaborationist, direction of the goblin leadership under the Death Eaters. Where is he? Harry asked. Bill would know. Or, perhaps the goblin has a price. A trade. Ron groaned. Not another trade. We're not exactly swimming in galleons. Not gold, Hermione said, her eyes gleaming with that frightening, academic fervor. Something they value more. A historical artifact. A symbol of their craftsmanship that wizards have kept from them. Harry knew where this was going before she said it. His hand tightened on the sword's hilt. The sword, Ron said, following her gaze. You're joking. We just got it. It's the only thing that can destroy the Horcruxes. We have a fang, Hermione argued. And the sword is goblin-made. They believe it was stolen from them by Gryffindor. It's a point of great cultural insult. Returning it would be a gesture of immense respect. It might buy us not just passage, but active assistance. It might also be handing one of the most powerful magical weapons in the world to a goblin who could then turn around and sell it to Voldemort. Ron shot back. Griphook wouldn't, Hermione insisted. His pride wouldn't allow it. He'd see it as restoring goblin honor, not a commercial transaction. Harry stayed silent, weighing the sword in his hands. It was their most potent weapon. It was also a symbol of everything he was supposedly fighting for: bravery, chivalry, light. Trading it felt like another step down a path where nothing was sacred, everything was a commodity. But the cup was behind Gringotts' walls. The stone was broken. The locket was a dead whisper. They needed a way in. We contact Bill, Harry said finally. Through Ginny and the mirror. We ask about Griphook. We feel him out. No promises. We just see if it's possible. It was a delay, but a necessary one. A heist of this magnitude required intelligence, not just brute force. The day was spent in careful, frustrating preparation. Using the two-way mirror was a risk, but a calculated one. Harry waited until evening, then took the mirror into the cottage's overgrown garden, under the cover of dusk and strong silencing charms. He tapped the glass. Ginny. Her face swam into view moments later, framed by the warm, sandy-colored stone of Shell Cottage. She looked tired but alert. Harry, you're all in one piece. For now, we need to talk to Bill. Privately. About a goblin named Griphook. Her eyes narrowed. She didn't ask why. She simply nodded. Wait. Her image was replaced by the reflection of a low, beamed ceiling. Muffled voices. Then Bill Weasley's face, scarred and concerned, filled the mirror. Harry. Ginny says you're planning something that requires a goblin. There was no judgment in his voice, only weary caution. Griphook is difficult. Proud. He was injured during the Death Eater takeover of Gringotts. Refuses to work there now. He's staying with a sympathetic clan in Yorkshire, licking his wounds and muttering about wizard treachery. Would he talk to us? Harry asked. To you. Possibly. You're a symbol. He might find the irony appealing, the wizarding world's savior coming to a goblin for help. But he won't do it for free. And he won't do it for the cause. Goblins don't have a cause except their own. What would he want? Bill's expression was grim. Something he believes is rightfully goblin property. Something taken by wizards. You don't have anything like that, do you? Harry's silence was answer enough. Bill sighed, a long, tired sound. I'll make contact. I'll tell him the boy who lived wishes to discuss a matter of mutual interest. I can't promise more. Where are you? Safe. We can meet him. Anywhere he chooses, within reason. I'll send a message via the Goblin Network. It might take a day or two. Stay by the mirror. The connection faded. Harry sat back on the damp grass, the weight of the impending negotiation settling on him. He was about to bargain with a goblin, using a stolen sword as currency, to break into a bank to steal a Dark Lord's soul container. Dumbledore's portrait would probably have a stroke. When he returned to the cottage, he found Ron and Hermione in a heated, whispered debate over a sheaf of parchment, Hermione's hastily drawn schematics of Gringotts, based on her childhood visit and every book she'd ever read. The carts are on tracks, but they're charmed to respond to the vault key and the goblin's touch. Without a goblin, we derail in the first mile. So we need the goblin to drive. What about the thief's downfall? It's a waterfall that washes away all concealment charms. Polyjuice, disillusionment, everything. We need to be who we say we are before we go under it, and stay that way. Harry listened, adding their problems to his own. Identity, transportation, the dragon, the curses on the vault itself. Each one a mountain. His hand strayed to the cracked stone in his pocket. He withdrew it, holding it up in the dim light. The black line seemed deeper. What if we didn't need to be someone else? He asked quietly. They stopped arguing and looked at him. The stone is broken, Harry, Hermione said gently. It's weaker. It doesn't create a full void anymore. But when I used it at the ministry, it didn't just hide our magic. It made us, and interesting. To the probes, to the detectors. We were background noise. He turned the stone over. What if we could do that for our faces? Not an illusion. A perception filter. We don't look like Harry, Ron, and Hermione. We just look like three people you don't bother to look at twice. That's incredibly advanced legilimency applied to crowdsourcing, Hermione breathed, her mind catching the concept and running. Affecting the minds of everyone around you subconsciously, it's unethical. And wildly unstable. So was the cave, Ron said, surprising them both. He was looking at the stone, a grudging respect in his eyes. But it worked. If we could walk into Gringotts looking like three boring, unimportant wizards, no polyjuice to wear off, no spell to wash away. It would require constant, immense concentration from all of us, Hermione warned. And the stone is the focus. If it fails midway, then we improvise, Harry said. But he knew improvisation in the heart of Gringotts meant death or worse. The next 2 days were a tense limbo. They practiced. Harry worked with the cracked stone, not trying to reignite the full void, but to project that sense of mundane dullness. He'd have Ron and Hermione stand in the overgrown garden and try to walk past him without him noticing them. The results were patchy. Sometimes they'd seem to blur at the edges. Other times, it had no effect at all. The stone's magic was sputtering, unreliable. Meanwhile, Hermione drilled them on Gringotts lore, on goblin etiquette never showed them the edge of a blade, it's an insult, on the possible curses guarding ancient pure-blood vaults. Ron practiced dueling, his movements sharper, less wild than before. The encounter with Greyback had left its mark. Harry spent hours with the sword, feeling its magic, and with the dead locket, probing its cold, negative spaces. The two objects represented a dichotomy he was struggling to hold within himself. The sword was clear, direct, honorable. The locket was subtle, manipulative, ruthless. He needed both. The thought scared him. On the evening of the second day, the mirror grew warm. Bill's face appeared, looking strained. He'll meet. Tomorrow. Midnight. The old tin mine on the moors north of Hawes. Grid reference SJ 845892. He comes alone. You come alone, Harry. No others. He smells a trap, he's gone, and you'll never get another chance. I'll be there, Harry said. Harry, listen, Bill's voice dropped. Griphook is not a friend. He's a businessman from a culture that considers most wizards thieves. He will extract the highest price he can. And his idea of a fair deal may not be yours. Be ready. The mirror went dark. Alone. The word echoed. Ron and Hermione erupted in protest the moment he told them. Absolutely not. Hermione said. It's a classic isolation tactic. He could be leading you to a pack of Death Eaters. Bill trusts the location, Harry countered. And Griphook won't want witnesses. This is a negotiation about treason against the current wizarding power. He won't want extra ears. Then I'll be under the cloak, Ron stated, as if it were non-negotiable. No, he said alone. He'll have ways of detecting that. Goblins have magic we don't understand. I have to go alone. I have to show trust. Trust. Ron laughed bitterly. We're talking about trading the sword of Gryffindor. This isn't trust, it's a hostage exchange. The argument raged for an hour. In the end, Harry's will prevailed. Not because he convinced them, but because they had no better alternative. The path forward was a razor's edge, and he had to walk it alone. The following night, under a sky choked with clouds, Harry apparated to the coordinates. He landed on a bleak, windswept moor. The skeleton of a tin mine rose against the sky, a dark lacework of rusted metal and crumbling stone engine houses. He felt horribly exposed. His wand was in his hand, the stone in his pocket, the sorta heavy, invisible weight in his magically expanded rucksack. The dead locket was against his chest. He was armed with an arsenal of contradictions. A figure detached itself from the shadows of the largest engine house. Short, slender, with long fingers and a domed head. Even in the dark, the intelligent, black eyes gleamed. Griphook. He walked forward, no hint of fear, his movements precise and economical. He stopped 10 feet from Harry, looking him up and down with an expression of cool appraisal. "So," the goblin said, his voice like dry stones rubbing together. "The Harry Potter. The thief who breaks into mountains and steals from giants. And now you come to a goblin. Why? No pleasantries. Straight to the point. I need to break into Gringotts," Harry said, equally direct. "Into a specific high-security vault. Bellatrix Lestrange's." Griphook's eyes narrowed. A flicker of something, interest, perhaps contempt. "A suicidal wish. Many have it. Why come to me? Because you know how. And because you're not happy with the current masters of Gringotts." "Gringotts has no masters but goblins," Griphook snapped. "Wizards come and go. Their regimes are temporary irritants. But some irritants are more corrosive than others. This one is. And they hurt you. Personally." The goblin was silent for a long moment. The wind whistled through the rusted metal. "State your proposal. You get us into the vault. You guide us past the protections. You help us with the dragon." In return, Harry took a deep breath. He slung his rucksack off his shoulder, reached in, and drew out the sword of Gryffindor. Even in the poor light, it shone. The rubies seemed to drink the scant illumination and glow with their own inner fire. Griphook's breath hissed between his sharp teeth. He took an involuntary step forward, his long-fingered hands twitching. For a goblin, it was a display of profound emotion. "That," he whispered, "is not yours to trade." "It's not a trade," Harry said, holding the sword flat on both palms, an offering, not a threat. "It's a return. A recognition that it was wrongfully taken. Do this for us, and it goes back to its makers. To you." The goblin's eyes were locked on the blade. Harry could see the conflict warring within him, centuries of resentment, of cultural grievance, warring with a deep, visceral desire to hold what he saw as his birthright. "What," Griphook said slowly, dragging his gaze from the sword to Harry's face, "is in the Lestrange vault that is worth this?" "A piece of the Dark Lord's soul," Harry said, seeing no benefit in lying. "In a cup. It's how he survives. Destroy it, and we hurt him. Permanently." Griphook's expression did not change, but Harry saw the calculation in his eyes. He was weighing the value of the sword against the risk of angering the most powerful wizard alive. Against the satisfaction of outwitting the wizards who now controlled his bank. "The sword now," Griphook said. "As a show of good faith." Harry's grip tightened. When the cup is destroyed. You'll be with us. You'll have your guarantee." A sharp, barking laugh. "You learn, wizard. You do not trust. Good." He paced a small circle, his eyes never leaving the sword. "The protections, they are formidable. The thief's downfall is the least of it. The carts have enchantments that sense panic, deceit. The deeper vaults, the Lestrange vault is guarded by a Gemino curse and a Flagranti curse. Touch anything, and it multiplies and burns. And the dragon, a Ukrainian ironbelly, half mad from darkness and chains. It is not a pet. Can it be freed?" Harry asked. Griphook looked at him as if he were insane. "Freed? To wreak havoc in the tunnels? To bring the mountain down on our heads? No. It must be controlled. Or avoided." He stopped pacing. "I will do it. For the sword. But we do it my way. You follow my instructions without question. In the bank, my word is law." "Agreed." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Moor wind. He was handing over operational control to a being whose motives were alien and mercenary. But he nodded. "Agreed. Then we have a contract." Griphook held out a hand, not to shake, but palm up. "Your wand. Swear on your magic." Harry hesitated. This was goblin ritual, binding and severe. But he had come this far. He laid the tip of his wand across Griphook's cool, leathery palm. "I, Harry James Potter, swear to return the sword of Gryffindor to Griphook, of the goblins, upon the successful destruction of the object within Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. So I swear on my magic." A faint, silver light traveled from Harry's wand into Griphook's skin. The goblin nodded, satisfied. "Tomorrow. Sundown. Meet at the viewpoint above the village of Hogsmeade." Come with your 2 associates. Be ready. And, Potter, his black eyes gleamed. Do not think to betray our contract. Goblins have long memories, and our justice is enduring. He turned and melted back into the shadows of the mine, leaving Harry alone on the moor, the sword heavy in his hands, a magical oath tightening around his magic like a new, invisible chain. He had his guide. He had his way into the dragon's den. But as he disapparated, the dead locket felt colder than ever against his skin, and the cracked stone in his pocket seemed to pulse once, weakly, like a failing heart. He had made a deal with a creature of stone and gold. And he wondered, with a cold clarity, what part of his own soul he had just bartered away. The moor fell silent, the deal struck in shadow. Tomorrow, they would challenge the unbreachable. But the true cost of the key was only beginning to come due. And deep within the earth, in gilded halls of stone, a dragon stirred in its chains, sensing, in the way of old, trapped things, that a change was coming. The cottage was a tomb when Harry returned. The only light came from the low embers in the hearth and the single, guttering candle on the table where Ron and Hermione sat, waiting. They didn't speak as he entered, but their eyes, wide, anxious, braced for bad news, asked the question for them. He dropped his rucksack on the floor with a thud that seemed too loud. The sword was still in it, but it felt different now. It was no longer just a weapon, it was a commodity, weighed and measured on the cold scales of goblin commerce. Well, Ron finally broke the silence, his voice strained. He agreed, Harry said. He pulled out a chair, its legs scraping harshly against the stone floor. For the sword. After we destroy the cup. Hermione let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for hours. The terms. We meet him tomorrow at sundown above Hogsmeade. He's in charge inside the bank. We follow his instructions without question. Harry kept his gaze on the rough wood of the table, avoiding their eyes. I swore an oath. On my magic. Ron shot to his feet, his chair tipping over backwards with a crash. You what? It's a goblin ritual binding, Hermione whispered, her face bloodless. Harry, if you break it, the consequences aren't just legal. They're magical. It could strip you of your power, or worse. I'm not going to break it, Harry said, his voice flat. We're going to get the cup, destroy it, and give him the sword. It's simple. Simple. Ron laughed, a sharp, jagged sound. Nothing about this is simple. We're trusting a goblin who hates us to lead us through a death trap, to help us destroy a piece of you-know-who, all for a sword he might just use to slit our throats the second he has it. Do you have a better idea? Harry's head came up, his green eyes catching the firelight, gleaming with a hard, frustrated intensity. Should we just walk up to the front steps of Gringotts and ask nicely? Maybe use the broken stone that doesn't work anymore. Or should we keep camping until they finally find us? We could plan more. Find another way. There is no other way. This is the play, Ron. This is the move. It's risky, it's ugly, and it costs us something precious. That's what winning looks like now. It's not a Quidditch match with rules and a fair referee. The words hung between them, brutal and true. Hermione looked from one to the other, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The oath, what exactly did you swear? To return the sword to him upon the successful destruction of the object in the vault. Harry recited the words, feeling the magical tautness of the vow in his chest, a second, fainter heartbeat alongside the scar. Successful destruction, Hermione repeated, latching onto the phrasing with desperate hope. That's a condition. If we're not successful, the oath isn't triggered. If we're not successful, we're probably dead, Ron muttered, righting his chair and sinking back into it. But it means he has an incentive to see us succeed, Hermione pressed. His payment depends on it. That's something. It's the only thing we've got, Harry said. He pulled the cracked river stone from his pocket and set it on the table between them. It looked like a worthless pebble. This is failing. The cloak won't get us past the thief's downfall. Polyjuice is too risky. We have one asset left that someone else wants. So we spend it. The pragmatic, cold finality of it silenced them. This was the new calculus. This was the war Harry was learning to wage. We should sleep, Hermione said eventually, her voice small. Tomorrow will be long. But Harry knew sleep would be impossible. The oath was a live wire in his magical core. The thought of the vault, the dragon, the multiplying, burning treasure, was a swarm of hornets in his mind. And beneath it all, the dead locket was a cold spot on his skin, a reminder of the last time he'd walked into a trap designed by Voldemort. Ron went to his bunk, his movements stiff with unspoken protest. Hermione lingered, her eyes on the stone. "May I?" she asked softly. Harry nodded. She picked it up, turning it over in her fingers, her brow furrowed in concentration. She pulled her wand and cast a gentle, diagnostic charm. A web of silvery light enveloped the stone, revealing its internal structure. The crack wasn't just on the surface. It ran through the heart of it, a black vein severing the delicate lattice of the enchantment Harry had woven. "It's not just weakened," she murmured. "The enchantment is scarred. The pattern is trying to repair itself, but the fracture is interfering. It's creating feedback. That's why it's unstable. Can it be fixed? Not by me. This is soul magic, Harry. Or something so close it doesn't matter. It's tied to your will, your understanding of magical negation." She looked up at him, her eyes solemn. "You broke it when you broke the cave. The backlash, it damaged the tool you used to do it. A tool for breaking things, broken by the thing it broke." It sounded like a riddle from a paranoid old wizard. She handed the stone back. Maybe you don't need to fix it. Maybe you need to understand what the crack is now. Not what it used to do." Harry took the stone, closing his fist around it. The crack bit into his palm. He focused not on projecting stillness, but on the fracture itself. On the jagged, imperfect line of failure. He felt it then. Not a smooth nullification, but a jagged one. A field of broken magic, full of sharp edges and static. It wouldn't make them invisible. It would make them confusing. A distorted signal. A broken reflection. He stood up. "Come outside." In the overgrown garden, under a sky choked with clouds, he had Hermione stand 20 feet away. He focused on the cracked stone, not on hiding her, but on fracturing the perception of her. He pushed the jagged, broken feeling outward. To his eyes, nothing happened. But Hermione gasped. "What are you doing? What do you see? You're flickering. Like a bad wireless signal. And the air around you feels spiky. It's unpleasant to look at for long. Spiky. Unpleasant. Not invisible. Distracting. Repellent." It was a different kind of magic. Not the silence of the void, but the noise of broken glass. It might not fool a careful observer, but in a crowded bank lobby, in the peripheral vision of busy tellers and impatient customers, it might be enough to make eyes slide away. He let the effect drop, sweating from the effort. The broken magic was harder to control, like trying to herd cats. "It's something," Hermione said, but she didn't sound convinced. "But Harry, holding that, it feels aggressive. It doesn't hide you, it attacks the senses of anyone looking. It's violent. Every tool he touched lately seemed to turn violent. We'll use it as a last resort," he said, pocketing the stone. Its edges felt sharper than before. They spent the next day in a state of coiled, silent tension. They checked and rechecked their gear. The basilisk fang, wrapped in dragon hide, was secured in Hermione's bag. The sword, for now, remained with Harry. Ron cleaned his wand over and over. Hermione recited goblin etiquette under her breath like a mantra. Harry sat apart, the dead locket in his hand. He wasn't seeking knowledge this time. He was seeking familiarity. The cup in the vault would be another founder's object, another vessel steeped in the same arrogant history. He tried to immerse himself in the cold, proud echo of Slytherin's magic in the locket, to attune himself to the flavor of Voldemort's taste in trophies. He needed to recognize the cup's magic on sight, to feel it amidst a sea of cursed treasure. It made him feel ill. It was like trying to appreciate the beauty of a spider's web while knowing it was made of poison. As dusk began to stain the sky the color of a bruise, they were ready. They stood in the cottage's main room, a trio of ghosts preparing to haunt a bank. "Remember," Harry said, his voice sounding hollow in the quiet. "Griphook is in charge inside. We follow his lead. No heroics. We get in, find the cup, destroy it, get out. That's all." Ron nodded, his jaw tight. Hermione adjusted the strap of her beaded bag, her knuckles white. They apparated in stages, appearing finally on the high, wooded bluff overlooking Hogsmeade. The village below was a cluster of warm lights in the deepening twilight. Beyond it, the massive, white marble edifice of Gringotts glowed on its hill, looking less like a bank and more like a palace of bones. Griphook was already there, a small, still shadow against a granite boulder. He didn't greet them. His black eyes swept over them, assessing, dismissing. "You have the means of destruction?" he asked, his voice a dry rasp. Hermione patted her bag. "We do." The sword. Harry drew it from his rucksack. The last of the daylight ran like liquid fire along the blade. Griphook's gaze fastened on it with a hunger that was almost physical. He gave a short, sharp nod. "Follow. Stay close. Speak only if spoken to. Your disguises." He said the word with clear disdain, looking at their ordinary robes. "We have a method," Harry said, not elaborating. Griphook sniffed. "See that it survives the downfall." He turned and began picking his way down the steep slope with sure-footed grace, not waiting to see if they followed. They hurried after him, slipping and stumbling on the loose scree. They skirted the edge of Hogsmeade, moving through the shadows of the trees until they reached the back of the high street, directly across from the sweeping marble steps of Gringotts. The bank was imposing, even more so at night. Braziers of everlasting flame illuminated the towering columns, throwing long, dancing shadows. 2 goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms stood flanking the bronze doors, spears in hand, their eyes scanning the approaching witches and wizards with merciless efficiency. Harry's heart was a hammer against his ribs. He pulled the cracked stone from his pocket, gripping it so hard the edges dug into his flesh. He focused on the feeling of broken reflection, of jagged, repelling static. He pushed the effect out, encompassing Ron and Hermione. He saw them flicker at the edge of his own vision, their outlines becoming subtly wrong, like a headache given form. "Now," he whispered. They crossed the street, moving not with stealth, but with the brisk purpose of customers with late business. Harry kept his head down, his scar hidden by his hair. The stone's fractured field buzzed around them, a psychic mosquito whine. They passed the first guards. One of the goblins frowned, his eyes sliding over them, then away, as if the sight of them left a bad taste. He rubbed his temple with a clawed finger. So far, so good. They climbed the steps. The great bronze doors stood open. The vast, pillared marble hall of Gringotts stretched before them, less crowded than in daylight, but still bustling with a few late clients and dozens of goblins at high desks, scribbling in ledgers, weighing gems, their chatter a chorus of clicks and rasps. And ahead, just inside the entrance, was the thief's downfall. It was a graceful, shimmering curtain of water that fell from an unseen source high in the ceiling into a grill in the floor, a constant, soothing roar. Every person entering or leaving passed under it. It looked innocuous, beautiful, even. Harry's mouth went dry. This was the moment. If the stone's fractured field was washed away, if their true faces were revealed under its relentless purity, they were finished. Griphook didn't pause. He walked straight for the waterfall, throwing them a last, warning glance over his shoulder. "Follow." There was no choice. Harry stepped under the falling water. It was cold, colder than the cave lake. It was a physical, magical pressure, a scrubbing bubble that sought to peel away all falsehood. He felt the disillusionment charm he'd cast as a backup vanish instantly, like smoke. He felt the stone's field shudder under the onslaught, the jagged static screaming as the pure, erasing magic tried to smooth it out, to cleanse it. But a crack cannot be cleansed. It can only be broken further. The stone's magic didn't disappear. It fought. The downfall's water hissed and steamed where it touched the distorted field around Harry, beating and rolling off as if repelled by oil. The field wavered, thinned, but it held, a tattered, buzzing cloak of wrongness. He stepped out the other side, dripping, heart pounding. He glanced back. Ron emerged, his face pale but unchanged. Then Hermione, her hair plastered to her head, but her features her own. The stone had held. Barely. Griphook gave an almost imperceptible nod of what might have been respect. He led them across the vast floor, not towards the counters, but to a row of small, ornate doors along the side. He opened one, revealing not an office, but a bare stone chamber with a single, large cart sitting on tracks that plunged into a black tunnel in the wall. "In," he ordered. They climbed into the cart. It was barely large enough for the 4 of them. Griphook took the front position, his hands resting on 2 brass levers. "Hold on. Do not scream. It alerts the guards." He pulled a lever. The cart shot forward with a force that slammed them back against the seats. They plunged into darkness, the tracks twisting and turning with violent, gut-churning speed. The wind ripped at their clothes and hair. Harry's eyes watered. He could hear Ron grunting with effort beside him, Hermione's sharp intake of breath. They dove deeper, the air growing colder. They shot past shimmering veins of ore, through caverns glittering with stalactites, over bottomless chasms on rickety-looking wooden trestles. Gringotts was a mountain, and they were mining its nightmares. After what felt like an eternity of breakneck descent, the cart began to slow. It clattered to a halt in a small, dimly lit niche. The tracks ended at a solid metal door, devoid of handle or keyhole, marked with the emblem of the Lestrange family, a stylized bird of prey, its claws extended. "We walk from here," Griphook said, his voice barely a whisper in the profound quiet. The only sound was the distant, echoing drip of water. "The final approach is on foot. The vault is near the deepest chambers. And it is guarded." He approached the door and placed his palm flat against the metal. He chanted something in the guttural goblin tongue. The metal shimmered, and the bird emblem seemed to flex its claws. Then, with a deep, grinding sound that vibrated through the stone floor, the door slid sideways into the wall, revealing a narrow, torch-lit corridor hewn from raw rock. The air that wafted out was dry, cold, and carried a faint, metallic smell. And beneath that, something else. A hot, reptilian scent. Ash, and iron, and confinement. The dragon. Griphook stepped through, and they followed, the door grinding shut behind them, sealing them in. The corridor sloped downwards. The torches flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to claw at the walls. The sense of oppressive weight, of millions of tons of rock above them, was constant. After several minutes of silent walking, Griphook raised a hand. He pointed ahead, where the corridor opened into a larger cavern. Harry crept forward and peered around the edge of the stone. The cavern was vast. Its ceiling was lost in darkness. In the center, on a mountainous pile of gold coins, gemstones, and fantastical artifacts, lay a dragon. It was immense, its scales a dull, grayish-black in the torchlight, scarred and worn. Great spiked chains bound its legs and neck to massive iron rings set in the stone floor. One of its eyes was milky and blind. As they watched, it let out a low, rumbling sigh, a jet of smoke curling from its nostrils, and shifted its weight, causing a small avalanche of galleons to trickle down the mound. And set into the far wall of the cavern, just behind the dragon's mound of treasure, was a door of burnished black metal. The Lestrange vault. To reach it, they would have to cross the cavern, within feet of the chained beast. Griphook turned to them, his face grim in the flickering light. "The Flagranti and Gemino curses are on everything within 10 feet of the vault door. Touch anything, and you will burn, and you will be buried. The dragon is blind in one eye. We will approach on its blind side. Move slowly. Do not startle it. Do not make a sound." He looked at Harry, then pointedly at the sword, still visible in his rucksack. "Your payment depends on silence. Control your friends." Ron and Hermione nodded, their faces set in masks of terror and determination. Griphook took a deep breath, and stepped out into the cavern. They followed, one cautious footstep at a time, sticking to the shadows along the wall, moving towards the dragon's blind right side. The heat from the beast was immense, a physical wall. The smell of hot metal and beast was overpowering. Harry could see the individual scales, each as large as a dinner plate, the ragged tears in its wings, the cruel bite of the chains into its flesh. It was a creature of awesome power, reduced to a miserable guard dog. They were halfway across, the vault door looming closer, when Ron's foot dislodged a single, stray gold coin that had rolled free of the mound. It tinked once, twice, against the stone floor. The dragon's good eye snapped open. A slitted pupil of molten yellow fixed directly on them. A deep, bubbling growl started in its chest, shaking the very air. Griphook froze. "Don't move," he breathed. But the dragon was already rising, its chains shrieking in protest. It lowered its head, smoke streaming from between teeth like daggers. It had seen them. It had smelled their fear. And it was hungry. The plan was in tatters. They were trapped in a cavern with a waking dragon, the vault just out of reach, and the only way out was back through the door, now sealed behind them. The dragon drew in a great, heaving breath, its chest expanding like a bellows. It wasn't going to growl. It was going to burn them to ashes where they stood. The beast's good eye held them in its hellish gaze. The vault was so close. And all that stood between them and a fiery death was a broken stone, a dead locket, and a sword they had already promised away. In the choking heat, on the brink of incineration, Harry's hand closed not around his wand, but around the cold, dead gold against his chest. Time didn't freeze. It burned. The dragon's inhale was a wind sucking all sound from the cavern, a vacuum that pulled at their robes and stung their eyes. Harry saw the glow kindle deep in its throat, a building inferno behind rows of serrated teeth. He saw Ron's face, white with terror, saw Hermione's wand hand come up in a futile gesture of defense. He saw Griphook, frozen, calculating their ashes. His mind didn't race. It clarified. A single, crystalline thought formed, born of desperation in the cold, stolen knowledge whispering from the locket against his skin, dominance or death. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't shout. He stepped forward, placing himself between his friends and the beast, breaking Griphooks rule of stillness. His movement was slow, deliberate, not a flinch but an assertion. He looked up into that one, molten eye, and he did not see a monster. He saw a prisoner, a weapon, chained and abused. A creature of immense power, reduced to a tool by masters who understood only greed and fear. Voldemort would have sought to control it with greater fear, with darker magic. Dumbledore might have sought to reason with it, to appeal to some higher nature. Harry had neither the power for the former nor the faith for the latter. But he had something else. He had been a prisoner. He had been a weapon. He had been a boy in a cupboard, a name on a prophecy, a pawn on a chessboard. And he had learned to hate his masters. He poured that recognition, that shared, furious sense of unfairness, into his gaze. He didn't try to mask his fear, he let it burn alongside his anger. He was not a master. He was a thief. And he was here to steal from the same people who had chained this beast. No, he said. The word was not a shout. It was a low, hard crack in the tense air, spoken not in English, but in the hissing, sibilant tongue of snakes. Parseltongue. The language of the basilisk, of Slytherin, of Voldemort. The language of predators. The dragon's exhale hitched. The fire in its throat guttered, smoke billowing from its nostrils in confused plumes. Its great head tilted, the good eye blinking slowly. The sound was wrong. The small, soft thing before it made the sounds of scale and fang, of ancient, cold blood. Harry took another step, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against the locket's cold disk. He held the beast's gaze, pouring his will into the serpent's words, shaping them not as a command, but as a pact. They chain you. They starve you. They use your fire to guard their stolen gold. He hissed the words, each one a venomous needle. I am not them. I come to take from them. To make them bleed. He didn't know if the dragon understood the semantics. But he felt it understood the tone, the rage, the defiance, the hatred directed elsewhere. The heat radiating from its body lessened by a degree. The chains rattled as it shifted its weight, but not in aggression. In confusion. Let me pass, Harry hissed, the demand threading through the offer. Let me steal their treasure, and I will break your chains. It was a lie. A magnificent, desperate lie. He had no idea how to break goblin-forged, magically reinforced dragon chains. But the promise was not in the logistics. It was in the intent. It was in the image he projected, of shattered metal, of flight, of the open sky. The dragon stared. The intelligence in that yellow eye was ancient, alien, but not stupid. It had been betrayed by wizards and goblins for decades. This one was different. It smelled different, of forest and lightning and something old and cold it couldn't name. It spoke the hidden tongue. It offered rebellion. With a sound like grinding stones, the dragon slowly lowered its head. It didn't lie down. It didn't submit. It simply moved aside. It turned its head towards the wall, presenting its scarred, blind side to them, a deliberate act of ignored presence. The path to the vault door was clear. The silence in the cavern was absolute, save for the drip of distant water and the slow, rhythmic puff of the dragon's breath. Harry didn't look back at the others. He didn't dare break the spell. He walked forward, each step measured, past the mountain of treasure, past the heat of the beast's flank, towards the black metal door. He could feel Ron and Hermione following, their shock a palpable force at his back. He heard Griphook's soft, incredulous intake of breath. They reached the vault door. It was featureless, cold to the touch. Griphook, moving with a new, wary speed, scurried forward. He placed his hands on the metal and began another series of guttural incantations. His voice was shaky. As the goblin worked, Hermione leaned close to Harry, her whisper barely audible. Harry, you spoke to it. You promised. I know, he whispered back, his eyes on the door. His mouth was dry with the aftertaste of Parseltongue, with the weight of a promise he might not be able to keep. With a final, resonant clunk, mechanisms within the door disengaged. It swung inwards silently. The sight within stole their breath. The Lestrange vault was not large, but it was dense with opulence. It was a cave of glittering, cursed wealth. Jewels spilled from chests like frozen tears. Goblets and crowns gleamed on shelves. Ornate weapons hung on the walls. And everything, shimmered with a faint, dangerous heat haze, the visual signature of the Flagranti curse. Touch anything, and it would burn and multiply. The cup, Harry breathed, his scar giving a sudden, sharp throb. He could feel it, a pulse of familiar, vile magic amidst the overwhelming greed. There, his eyes were drawn not to the most glittering treasure, but to a simple, polished wooden stand on a central plinth. Upon it sat Helga Hufflepuff's cup. It was small, made of gold, with two finely wrought handles. Badgers chased each other around its base. It should have looked warm, welcoming. But the magic radiating from it was a blight. A cancer in the shape of a drinking vessel. The Horcrux. Don't touch anything else, Griphook warned, his eyes wide with a mixture of greed and fear as he surveyed the fortune. The curses are layered. One false move. Harry approached the plinth. He could feel the cup's malevolent awareness, a sleeping poison. He drew the basilisk fang from Hermione's proffered bag. The dead, venomous tooth felt inert compared to the live evil of the cup. This was it, the second destruction. He raised the fang. A voice, high and frantic and magically amplified, echoed through the cavern from the corridor behind them. Intruders in the Lestrange vault. Seal the level. All guards, to the deep chambers. Griphook snarled. The coin. The one Weasley kicked. It must have triggered a silent alarm. Boots. Dozens of them, pounding down the stone corridor towards the sealed entrance to the cavern. The dragon, disturbed by the noise, let out a warning rumble, its head swinging back towards the door they'd entered from. They were out of time. Harry lunged, bringing the fang down in a fierce, stabbing arc towards the cup. The cup did nothing to defend itself. But the curses on the vault did. As the fang descended, a hair's breadth from the gold, a cascading, sympathetic magic erupted from the plinth itself. Not to protect the Horcrux, but to protect the vault. A shield of twisted, multiplying force, a derivative of the Gemino curse, bloomed around the cup. Harry's fang struck the shield. There was a sound like shattering crystal. The fang didn't break, but the strike was deflected, skittering off the shield and gouging a deep scratch in the wooden stand. The shield held. It's tied to the vault's curses. Hermione cried, understanding instantly. You can't destroy the object without triggering the vault's defenses. The pounding on the metal door to the corridor was deafening now. Open in the name of the Goblin Union. The dragon roared, a blast of fire lighting the cavern as it turned its rage on the sealed entrance, melting the metal around the edges. They were trapped between a sealed vault, an angry dragon, and an army of guards. Harry stared at the cup, safe within its cursed bubble. The fang couldn't reach it. The sword could probably cut through the magical shield. It was goblin-made, designed to cleave enchantments. He looked at Griphook. The goblin's eyes were on the sword in Harry's rucksack. He knew it too. The sword, Griphook said, his voice urgent. Use it. It is the only thing that can cut the protection. Harry's hand went to his bag. But the oath tightened in his chest, a warning band of heat. Upon the successful destruction, if he used the sword to destroy the cup, the oath would be fulfilled. The sword would belong to Griphook the moment the cup was broken. And they would be in a sealed cavern with a goblin who had his prize and no further incentive to help them escape. He made a decision. A brutal, pragmatic split-second choice. Ron, he said, his voice cutting through the chaos. The sword. Get ready. He pulled the sword from his rucksack and didn't hand it to Ron. He threw it. Ron caught it by the hilt, fumbling for a second, his eyes wide. What? Harry, I can't. You're a Gryffindor. It's your heritage as much as mine. Strike the cup. The command broke Ron's paralysis. He gripped the sword, its blade flashing in the torchlight. He took 2 running steps and brought the sword down in a mighty, two-handed swing onto the shimmering shield around the cup. The sword of Godric Gryffindor met the dark, multiplying magic of the Lestrange vault. There was no loud noise. A sound like a vast pane of glass silently webbing with cracks. The shield shattered into 1,000 dissolving shards of light. The cup lay exposed. Harry was already moving. He shoved the basilisk fang into Hermione's hand. You do it. Hermione didn't hesitate. As Ron stood panting, holding the shining sword, she stepped forward and, with a precise, clinical motion, drove the long fang straight through the body of the golden cup. A scream that had no sound tore through the vault. It was a shriek of soul-deep agony that echoed in their minds, not their ears. The cup convulsed, black, tarry liquid oozing from the puncture, hissing as it hit the wood. The gold tarnished instantly, turning a sickly green-black before crumbling into a pile of dark, foul-smelling dust. A second piece of Voldemort's soul was gone. The moment the cup disintegrated, Griphook lunged. Not for the dust, for the sword in Ron's hands. The price, he shrieked. It is mine. Ron, startled, jerked the sword back, holding it out of reach. We're not out yet. The oath. Griphook's face was contorted with avarice and fury. You swore. Upon your magic, Potter. Give it to me. Harry felt the oath burn, a searing brand around his magical core. It demanded fulfillment. But to hand over the sword now was suicide. The dragon, enraged by the magical scream of the dying Horcrux and the continued pounding from the corridor, unleashed another jet of flame at the sealed door. The metal glowed white-hot. It wouldn't hold much longer. We need the sword to get out. Harry shouted over the din. To fight our way past the guards. You'll get it when we're safe. Betrayal. Griphook spat. He raised a clawed hand, not towards them, but towards the ceiling of the cavern. He shrieked a single, complex word in the goblin tongue. From the cavern walls, from the very rock, stone soldiers began to pull themselves free, crude, animated figures of granite, their eyes glowing with amber light. Gringotts, last line of defense, the guardians of the deep vaults. The goblin had turned on them. They were now trapped between a breaching door, a furious dragon, a swarm of stone guardians, and a treacherous ally. Ron hefted the sword, facing the stone soldiers. Hermione had her wand out, pointed at Griphook. Harry stood over the ashes of the cup, the dead locket cold, the cracked stone useless, the oath burning in his veins. He had won. He had destroyed the Horcrux. And in doing so, he had turned their only guide into their newest enemy. The dragon roared, the door groaned, the stone guardians advanced. And Griphook's eyes glittered with greedy triumph as he watched them, waiting for the sword to fall from Ron's dead hands. Victory had come at the precise moment of utter defeat. They had slain the ghost in the cup. Now they had to survive the very real monsters their victory had unleashed. Far away, in the silence of Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort's scream was not of rage this time, but of something colder, dawning, terrible comprehension. A second anchor was gone. Not by chance. Not by accident. By design. Someone was hunting his soul. And they were succeeding. Chaos was a symphony, and every instrument was screaming. The stone guardians advanced with a grinding, relentless gait, their amber eyes fixing on the three humans. The dragon, panicked by the shrieking goblin alarm and the sudden movement, swung its head back towards the center of the cavern, smoke pouring from its nostrils. The main door glowed cherry red, bulging inwards under the combined assault of dragonfire and whatever blasting spells the guards were using from the other side. And Griphook stood before them, his hand still raised, his face a mask of betrayed avarice. Ron held the sword before him, its point wavering between the advancing stone soldiers and the treacherous goblin. You slimy little. The oath, Potter. Griphook screeched, ignoring Ron. Break it, and your magic is forfeit. A hollow boy for a hollow world. The oath burned. It was a wire of white-hot pain twisted around Harry's core, tightening with every second the sword remained in Ron's hand. It wasn't just a magical contract, it was a metaphysical truth he had woven, and it was beginning to unravel him. He had no time for pain. No time for regret. The first stone guardian reached them. Hermione, with a cry of, Confringo, blew it apart into gravel. The shrapnel pelted them, drawing blood. Two more stepped over the rubble. The dragon roared, disoriented, lashing its tail. The spiked appendage whistled through the air and smashed into a shelf of the treasure mound, sending a tidal wave of cursed galleons and gemstones cascading towards them. A rain of burning, multiplying gold. Shield! Harry yelled. Protega Maxima. Hermione's voice was raw with fear, but her magic was precise. A domed shield of shimmering blue erupted around them just as the avalanche of treasure hit. The coins and jewels struck the shield and began to multiply instantly, each impact creating 2 more, then 4, then 8. A screaming, burning fractal nightmare piling up against the magical barrier, threatening to bury them alive through sheer exponential force. The shield groaned under the magical and physical weight. Hermione's knees buckled. I can't hold it. Harry's eyes shot from the buckling shield to the sword in Ron's hand to the dragon, now turning its blind rage towards the source of the annoying magic, them. A plan formed. It was insane. It was the only thing left. Ron, Harry shouted over the cacophony. The chains. The dragon's chains. Cut the neck one. Ron stared at him as if he'd gone mad. What? Do it. It's the only way out. Understanding, terrible and clear, dawned in Ron's eyes. He looked from the sword in his hand to the massive, spiked chain anchoring the dragon's collar to the floor. He swallowed, then his face set into a look of grim resolve. He was a Gryffindor with a sword, and his friend had given him a dragon to slay, or rather, to free. As Hermione strained, her shield cracking under the multiplying treasure, Ron charged. Not at the stone guardians, not at Griphook. He sprinted across the open space, ducking a jet of errant flame, heading for the base of the chain where it met an enormous iron ring bolted into the bedrock. The sword is mine, Griphook shrieked, seeing Ron's intent. He pointed a clawed finger, and two stone guardians broke off to intercept. Harry moved. He didn't have a sword. He had a broken stone and a dead locket. And he had an oath eating him from the inside out. He focused on the stone guardians. He didn't try to hide. He poured every ounce of his will, his pain, his fury into the cracked river stone and aimed the jagged, repelling field directly at them. The effect was not subtle this time. The air between Harry and the charging stone figures didn't just distort, it screamed. A visible wave of wrongness, a pulsing, jagged distortion like shattered glass given life, slammed into them. The stone soldiers didn't stop, but they faltered. Their coordinated charge broke. One stumbled into the other. Their amber eyes flickered wildly, as if their simple magical brains couldn't process the offensive, chaotic signal. They slowed, becoming clumsy, swinging their fists at the air. It bought Ron precious seconds. He reached the chain. It was as thick as his torso. He raised the sword of Gryffindor, its goblin-made edge gleaming. He took a mighty, two-handed swing. The sound was not of metal on metal, but of magic severing magic. A deep, resonant bong that vibrated through the cavern, louder than the dragon, louder than the alarms. A shower of white sparks erupted from the point of impact. The chain held, but a deep, glowing notch appeared in the dark iron. The dragon felt it. It jerked its head around, its good eye wide with shock, then a dawning, impossible hope. It stopped breathing fire. It stared at Ron, at the sword, at the notch and its bondage. Again, Harry roared, his vision graying at the edges from the strain of holding the fractured field. Ron swung again. Bong! Another notch. The chain was half severed. Griphook was beside himself. No, you ruin everything. He hurled a dagger, not at Ron, but at the sword's blade. It was a goblin-forged blade, designed to damage other metals. It struck the sword with a clang, knocking Ron's next swing awry. Hermione's shield finally collapsed with a sound like breaking crystal. The mountain of burning, multiplying treasure surged forward to engulf them. Harry acted on pure instinct. He dropped the stone's field and grabbed Hermione, pulling her back towards the vault door. He couldn't stop the treasure. But he could use it. He pointed his wand at the oncoming tidal wave of gold and screamed, Depulso. The banishing charm hit the leading edge of the treasure wave. It didn't stop it. It redirected it. The flaming, multiplying mass shifted direction, flowing like a river of magma around them and straight towards Griphook and his disoriented stone guardians. The goblin's eyes widened in horror. He tried to run, but the treasure was too fast. It engulfed the stone soldiers first, the flagranti curse burning and multiplying over their rocky forms until they were buried under a searing, ever-growing mound. Griphook vanished beneath a wave of scorching gold with a final, choked cry. One problem solved. Terribly. Ron took his third swing. Bong crack. The chain snapped. The sound was like a mountain breaking. The severed end whipped back, smashing into the cavern wall. The dragon threw back its head and let out a roar that was not of rage, but of pure, unfettered freedom. It strained against the remaining chains on its legs. The main door finally gave way. A squad of goblin guards in combat armor burst through, wands and spears raised. They took in the scene: the freed dragon, the buried guardians, the intruders by the vault, the destroyed cup's ashes. Their leader pointed. Seize them. The dragon, finding a new, closer target for its centuries of pent-up rage, turned. It inhaled. Ron, down. Harry bellowed. Ron dove behind the remains of the treasure mound as a concentrated jet of blue-white dragonfire, hotter than any spell, engulfed the newly arrived guards. There were no screams. Just a brief, terrible light, and then ash. The path to the broken door was clear, but filled with smoke and the lingering heat of dragonfire. The dragon strained again, snapping one of its leg chains with a thunderous pull. It was almost free. The cart. Hermione gasped, pointing to the niche where they'd left it. We have to get to the cart. But the dragon stood between them and the corridor leading back to the cart niche. And it was looking at them again, its intelligence returning. It remembered the small one who spoke its tongue. The one who promised freedom. It took a step towards them, the remaining chains dragging. It lowered its head, until its good eye was level with Harry. Smoke wreathed its nostrils. It rumbled, a deep, questioning sound. Harry understood. A bargain had been struck. He had promised chains broken. One was broken, the others remained. He looked at the sword, now in Ron's hand as he scrambled back to them. He looked at the oath, a fire in his soul. He looked at the dragon, a creature of immense power offering a fleeting chance. He made a choice. Ron, Harry said, his voice calm amidst the hellscape. Give me the sword. Harry, the oath. Now. There was no debate in his tone. Ron, his face smudged with soot and blood, handed over the sword. The moment the hilt left Ron's grasp, the burning oath in Harry's chest didn't cool, it ignited. It was time to pay. He didn't hand it to the dragon. He turned and, with all his strength, drove the point of the sword of Godric Gryffindor into the base of the nearest leg chain, where a massive link was welded to the floor. The sword sheared through the goblin-forged iron as if it were parchment. Another chain fell away. The dragon shuddered. A sound like a colossal sigh escaped it. Harry moved to the next chain. His muscles screamed. The oath was a branding iron on his magic. But he kept going. Bong. Crack. Another chain fell. The goblin guards were regrouping at the shattered main door, firing spells that sizzled harmlessly against the dragon's thick hide, or went wide in the chaotic gloom. The final chain. Harry raised the sword. He locked eyes with the dragon. The sky is yours, he hissed in Parseltongue. He brought the sword down. The last chain exploded apart. For a moment, there was absolute silence. The dragon stood, unchained, in the center of the cavern. It stretched its wings, the first true stretch in decades. The sound of leathery membrane expanding was like a sail catching the wind. It looked at Harry, a long, inscrutable look from its one good eye. Then, it threw back its head and roared, a sound of pure, triumphant vengeance that shook the mountain to its roots. It turned towards the main entrance, where the goblin guards were massing for another assault. It did not breathe fire. It simply charged. A 50-ton battering ram of scale, muscle, and fury smashed into the doorway, obliterating what was left of the frame, crushing guards, and exploding out into the corridor beyond. The sound of its rampage, roars, collapsing stone, distant screams, receded as it fought its way up and out, towards the distant promise of open air. The way to the cart was clear. But Harry was on his knees. The sword clattered from his grip, its work done. The oath had been fulfilled the moment the last chain broke, the successful destruction of the cup had been achieved, and his part of the bargain with Griphook, however twisted, was complete. The searing pain vanished, leaving behind a hollow, scraped clean feeling, as if part of his magical essence had been flayed away with it. He felt empty. Used up. Harry. Hermione was at his side, pulling him up. Ron snatched the sword from the floor, looking at it with new awe and horror. It was just a sword now. The bargain was done. We have to go, Ron yelled, dragging Harry's arm over his shoulder. Before more come, or the whole tunnel collapses. They staggered out of the vault chamber, through the carnage, into the corridor. The dragon's path of destruction was a grim guide. Shattered stone, melted metal, and dark stains led upwards. They passed the cart niche. The cart was gone, likely destroyed or buried. Up, Hermione cried. We follow its path. It's going out. They ran, stumbling over debris, following the dragon's wake. The alarms were a constant, deafening shriek. They passed intersections where goblin guards lay stunned or fled in terror from the deeper tunnels. The dragon was a force of nature unleashed, and Gringotts was reeling. After an eternity of climbing, of scrambling over rubble, they saw light. Not torchlight, moonlight. They burst out of a gigantic, newly made hole in the mountainside, high above the main entrance. The cool, clean night air was a shock. Below, chaos reigned in the streets of Diagon Alley. The dragon was a distant, dark shape against the moon, circling once before flying north with powerful wingbeats, free at last. They stood on the ragged edge of the hole, gasping, covered in grime and blood, looking down at the turmoil they had unleashed. "We did it," Ron whispered, disbelief in his voice. We got it. We destroyed it." And broke out of Gringotts, Hermione added, her voice trembling. "With a dragon. We're going to be the most wanted wizards in history." Harry didn't feel triumphant. He felt the cold locket against his chest. He felt the absence where the oath had burned. He looked at his hands, still feeling the reverberation of the sword striking the chains. He had freed a dragon. He had fulfilled a dark oath. He had used Parseltongue, the language of his enemy, as a tool. He had buried a goblin alive in cursed gold. He had won. And as he looked at the shocked, relieved faces of his friends, he saw the flicker of something new in their eyes when they looked at him. Not just fear. Not just awe. A kind of terrified distance. He had crossed lines tonight they could never follow him across. He had become something else in the darkness of the mountain. Something that bargained with dragons and spoke in serpents' tongues. "We need to disappear," Harry said, his voice rough. Now. They slid down the scree slope of broken rock, away from the hole, into the shadows of Diagon Alley. As they melted into the panicked crowds fleeing the bank, Harry took one last look back at the ruined facade of Gringotts. It was a symbol of unshakable security, shattered. He had broken the unbreakable. And he knew, with a cold certainty, that the breaking was just beginning. They vanished into the night, leaving a monument to wizarding power in ruins behind them. Harry Potter had stolen a victory from the heart of the enemy's wealth. But the price was written in the ashen terror of his friends' eyes, and in the new, hollow silence where his magic used to sing. And in the heavens, a freed dragon flew towards a forgotten horizon, its roar a promise of chaos, a testament to the thief who had traded a sword for an earthquake. The cellar they found was not a sanctuary. It was a hole. Damp stone walls wept condensation, and the air was thick with the smell of earth and rotting potatoes. They had fled Diagon Alley in a blur of panic, using the chaos of the dragon's escape as cover, apparating in desperate, random jumps until their magical cores felt frayed and thin. This forgotten storage space under a boarded-up Muggle grocer's was the first place that felt remotely safe. It was a tomb, and they were the ghosts haunting it. No one spoke for a long time. The only sounds were their ragged breathing and the distant rumble of London traffic above, a world away. They had cast minimal shielding charms, too exhausted for anything stronger. The dark felt heavy, pressing. Hermione had conjured a small, bluebell flame that hovered in the center of the cramped space, casting everyone in sickly, shifting shadows. Ron sat with his back against a sack of petrified onions, staring at the sword of Gryffindor lying across his knees. He'd been polishing it obsessively with a corner of his cloak for the past hour, but his eyes were distant, seeing not the rubies but the burning gold swallowing griphook, the chain shearing apart, the dragon's eye. Harry sat apart, on an upturned crate. He felt detached, floating. The searing pain of the unfulfilled oath was gone, but it had left a void. A numbness. The dead locket was a familiar cold weight, but the cracked stone in his pocket felt like a betrayal. It had sputtered when he needed it most. It was a dying thing, and he had relied on it. It was Hermione who finally broke the silence, her voice a dry rustle. "We need to assess. Injuries. Supplies. Practical. Always practical." It was her way of stitching the world back together. "I'm okay," Ron mumbled, not looking up. "Bruises. Nothing broken," Harry said, his own voice sounding alien to him. "My magical reserves are depleted," Hermione said, wrapping her arms around herself. "The shield, the multiplication curse, I've never held anything that complex under that much pressure." She was trembling, a fine, constant shiver. It was shock. "We destroyed the cup," Ron said, as if trying to convince himself. "That's two down. And alerted the entire wizarding underworld," Hermione replied, her voice gaining a brittle edge. "We blew a hole in Gringotts, unleashed a dragon on Diagon Alley, and killed, or buried," she couldn't finish the thought about Griphook. "He betrayed us," Ron said, but it lacked heat. "We used him," Harry said quietly. "We knew what he was. We made a deal with a creature of gold and stone. We shouldn't be surprised it thought in terms of transactions." The words hung in the damp air. They had all been complicit. But Harry had been the architect. He had thrown the sword. He had spoken to the dragon. He had made the choices that led to the mountain of burning gold. Hermione's eyes found his in the flickering light. Harry, what you said to the dragon. In Parseltongue. What did you promise it? Freedom, Harry said. It was the truth, and not the truth. And the sword, you used it to break the chains. You fulfilled the oath to Griphook by completing our side. But it felt like you were making a new one. With the dragon. I was buying our lives, Harry said, a spark of the old anger flaring, but it was weak, guttering. It was the only currency I had left. It's his language, Ron said, finally looking up from the sword. His blue eyes were bloodshot, haunted. Parseltongue. It's his thing. And you're getting good at it. The accusation wasn't malicious. It was observational. And it cut deeper than any shout. It's a tool, Harry insisted, but the words rang hollow. It was a tool that came from the piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. A tool that felt more natural each time he used it. He could still feel the sibilant syllables on his tongue, the way they shaped his will into something a beast of ancient magic could understand. We're losing you, Hermione whispered, the words wrenched from her. A tear tracked through the grime on her cheek. Piece by piece, mission by mission. You're becoming sharper, colder, and you're using his magic to do it. What happens when the mission is over, Harry? Who comes back? It was the question he had been avoiding. The one the locket loved to whisper. Shepherd or wolf? If I don't use every tool, there is no after, he said, but the conviction was bleeding out of him, replaced by a weary horror. He looked at his hands. They had held the sword that broke chains. They had wielded a fang that pierced a soul. They were the hands of a destroyer. Do you want me to stop? The question was genuine. He needed to hear the answer. Ron and Hermione looked at each other, a silent, agonized communication passing between them. They were terrified of the path. But they had seen the alternative, death in a cave, capture by snatchers, failure. No, Ron said finally, the word heavy as a stone. We can't stop. Not after this. They'll hunt us to the ends of the earth now. We have to finish it. He looked at Harry, his gaze pleading. But, mate, just, don't forget who you are, okay? Don't let the mission be the only thing left. It was a fragile lifeline. A plea from a friend to a friend he feared was drifting away. Harry nodded, but he couldn't promise. He wasn't sure who Harry was anymore. The boy from the cupboard had wanted a family. The teenager had wanted to prove himself. The chosen one had wanted to survive. Now he wanted to win. And winning was a dark, lonely country. He stood up, the crate scraping against the stone floor. We need to know what's happening out there. The fallout. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the two-way mirror. Ginny. Her face appeared almost instantly, pale and tense in the frame. Harry. Bill's been going spare. The news is everywhere. A dragon out of Gringotts, the Lestrange vault breached. They're saying it was a goblin rebellion, but the Death Eaters are putting out a different story. They're saying it was you. It was, Harry said simply. Even through the mirror, he saw her blanch. Merlin. How? Later. What's the ministry saying? What's Voldemort doing? Panic. Complete panic. The goblins are in an uproar, demanding answers from the Death Eater administration. There are rumors the Lestrange vault was emptied, that dark artifacts are loose. The Daily Prophet is calling it the greatest security breach in magical history. And you know who, she swallowed. He's silent. No public appearances. No statements. Bill says that's the most dangerous sign of all. When he's quiet, he's plotting something truly vicious. Harry's scar gave a faint, ominous throb, as if in agreement. Voldemort knew two Horcruxes were gone. He was no longer merely hunting a nuisance. He was hunting an existential threat. We have to move faster, Harry said, more to himself than to her. The diadem is next, but we need to be sure. We need to know if Snape has increased security on the room after our last visit. I can ask around, Ginny said. But it's riskier than ever. The Carrows have doubled patrols. They're using Crucio on anyone caught out of bed as an example. Don't take any risks, Ron cut in, leaning into the mirror's view. Just keep your head down, Ginny. Please. She gave him a wan smile. I'm not the one who just bankrupted a dragon. You lot be careful. Her image faded. The silence in the cellar deepened, filled now with the scale of what they'd done. They weren't just fugitives. They were catalysts. They had shaken the foundations of the wizarding world. Hermione began unpacking her beaded bag, checking their dwindling supplies with mechanical focus. Ron went back to polishing the sword, the rhythmic motion a comfort. Harry remained standing, the mirror cold in his hand. He felt the pull of the locket, a siren call in the stillness. It had been quiet since Gringotts. It was waiting. He knew what it wanted. It wanted him to ask the next question, the obvious one. If Voldemort was silent, plotting, where would he strike? What was his next move? The locket held the memories, the patterns, the arrogance of the man. It could guess. He shouldn't. Every touch was a corruption. Every question a step closer. But they were blind. And being blind against Voldemort now was a death sentence. He walked to the far corner of the cellar, where the shadows were deepest. He pulled the locket from under his shirt. He didn't open it. He just held it in his palm, the chain coiled around his wrist like a shackle. He knows, the voice sighed, not triumphant, but weary, as if it too had been exhausted by the dragon's fire. He knows you hunt his soul. He will not hide the others better. He will destroy the hunter. How? Harry breathed, so quietly even Ron couldn't hear. He will lure you. He will use what you love. He will turn your strength into a trap. You have shown you can break into his treasures. Now he will make a treasure you cannot resist, and line it with teeth. Harry's blood ran cold. Hogwarts, the diadem, is a piece of him. But it is also bait. He knows you will come for it. He will be waiting. How can he? He can't enter Hogwarts, the protections. He has a servant who can. A loyal, bitter servant who knows the castle's secrets and hates you with a passion that mirrors his own. The dungeon bat. Snape. Of course. Snape was the key. Voldemort would use Snape to fortify the castle, to turn it into a trap. The diadem was the cheese in the mousetrap. How do I get it first? A long, cold silence. Then, a feeling of reluctant, almost admiring, malice. You think like him now. You see the trap, so you must think one step ahead. Do not go for the cheese. Go for the hand that sets it. The idea was so shocking, so audacious, it stole Harry's breath. Don't go to Hogwarts. Go to Snape. Intercept the planner. But how? Snape was a master occlumens, a powerful wizard, always surrounded by Death Eaters or safe in the heart of a fortified castle. He leaves the castle, the locket whispered. He has a pilgrimage. A monthly visit to a forgotten graveyard in Cokeworth. To mourn a woman he failed. A lonely, predictable habit. A weakness. Lily. Snape visited Lily's grave. Alone. Harry's mind raced. It was a vulnerability of staggering magnitude. Snape, the unflappable spy, had a heart, and it was buried in a Muggle cemetery. And Voldemort, in his arrogance, would never think to protect it, because he could not comprehend the weakness of love. It was a despicable insight, gained by torturing a memory of a memory in a piece of soul. It was the ultimate violation of Snape's one private truth. And it was the perfect opportunity. Harry put the locket away, his hands trembling. He felt filthy. Enlightened, but filthy. He walked back to the light. Ron and Hermione looked up. We're not going to Hogwarts next, Harry said, his voice flat. What? Hermione said, confused. But the diadem is a trap. Voldemort knows we're hunting Horcruxes. He'll use the diadem to draw us in. Snape will be the one preparing it. He took a deep breath. We go after Snape first. We intercept him. We extract the information on the diadem's protections from him. And we stop him from setting the trap. Ron's jaw dropped. Go after Snape. On purpose. Have you lost the plot completely? He'll kill us. Not if we surprise him. Not if we use his one weakness against him. What weakness? Hermione asked, her eyes wide with dawning horror. Harry couldn't bring himself to say it. To reduce Snape's lifelong grief to a tactical footnote. He has a pattern. A moment of vulnerability. We can ambush him. Subdue him. Use Veritaserum, or Legilimency. Your Legilimency, Ron said, aghast. Harry, you're not a Legilimens. I've been inside Voldemort's head. I've pulled memories from a Horcrux. Snape's defenses are strong, but if we have him incapacitated, if he's off guard, he was scrambling, justifying. The plan was thin, brutal, and born of a profoundly ugly insight. Hermione was shaking her head slowly. This is wrong, Harry. This isn't us. Ambushing a man at a grave. It's monstrous. He's a Death Eater. He killed Dumbledore. The old anger surged, convenient and hot. And we don't know why. Dumbledore trusted him. There's more to it. This feels like something he would do. She pointed a trembling finger at Harry's chest, where the locket lay hidden. The accusation was a physical blow. It was true. The cellar felt like it was closing in. The bluebell flame guttered. We have to do something, Harry said, desperation creeping into his voice. We can't walk into Hogwarts blind. This is a way to get ahead of him. To use his own game against him. Ron looked between Harry's desperate, hardened face and Hermione's horrified one. He was the tiebreaker, lost in a moral no man's land. When? Ron asked quietly, his voice defeated. When does he go? Harry told them what the locket had shown, the next night. A clear, moonless night. In Cokeworth. Hermione let out a small, broken sound. She stood up, turning her back on them, hugging herself. She didn't consent. But she didn't leave. The decision was made. They would hunt Severus Snape. Harry should have felt a surge of strategic triumph. Instead, he felt the cold of the locket seeping into his bones, and the cracked stone in his pocket felt like a judgment he could no longer bear to hold. He had gained the ultimate advantage, the ability to think like his enemy. But the victory tasted of ashes, and the face in his mind's eye was not Voldemort's. It was Snape's, bent in grief over a headstone, unaware of the predator learning to hunt by the scent of his pain. In the damp, silent dark, a plan was forged in the fire of stolen sorrow. They would become hunters of a hunter. And the line between them and the darkness would be drawn in the dirt of a forgotten graveyard. Far away, in a desolate churchyard, a lone, black-clad figure stood before a simple headstone, lost in a private storm of regret. He did not feel the eyes of fate upon him, nor hear the approach of footsteps that would not come for another day. But in the depths of Malfoy Manor, a pair of red eyes opened, staring into the dark. The connection was faint, muddled by rage and loss, but a new intuition was forming. The thief was clever, unusually clever. He would not go for the obvious trap. He would seek advantage elsewhere. Lord Voldemort's thin lips curved into a smile. Let the thief scurry. Let him think he was ahead. The game was entering its final, most interesting phase. And every move the thief made only revealed more of his mind. The air in the cellar tasted of dust and dread. Dawn had not reached them, but time had become a tangible weight, each second dragging them closer to the night's ugly work. Hermione had not spoken to Harry directly since his revelation. She moved like an automaton, checking and rechecking her potions kit. Veritaserum, a precious few drops stolen from Snape's own stores years ago, a powerful sedative, healing salves. Her silence was a wall. Ron had taken to sharpening his wand with a whetstone, a useless, muggle gesture that betrayed his fraying nerves. The sword lay beside him, now wrapped in cloth, its presence a silent reproach. Harry sat apart, as had become his habit. He held the cracked river stone in one hand, the dead locket in the other. The stone was cold, the crack like a frozen lightning bolt. The locket was colder. He was trying to meditate, to clear his mind as Snape had once tried to teach him. But his mind was a storm of conflicting impulses. The plan was simple, too simple. They would arrive hours early, conceal themselves with the best disillusionment and silencing charms they could muster. They would let Snape approach the grave, let his guard down in his moment of mourning. Then, a simultaneous triple stupefy from different angles. If that failed, binding spells, magical restraints. Then, the Veritaserum. Questions about the diadem, about Hogwarts defenses, about any other Horcruxes he might know of. Then, a memory charm and leave him there. Clean, clinical. It felt like an assassination of the soul. It is necessary, he told himself. It is war. But the voice in his head sounded less like his own and more like the cold, logical whisper of the locket. We should go, Ron said, his voice too loud in the quiet. It's a long way to Cokeworth, and we need to scout. Hermione nodded, closing her kit with a definitive click. She didn't look at Harry. They apparated to the outskirts of the dismal industrial town under a blanket of gray, drizzly twilight. Cokeworth was a canvas of bleakness. Closed factories with broken windows, terraced houses with peeling paint, a canal that smelled of chemical rot. The graveyard was on a hill overlooking the town, a jumble of leaning headstones and unkempt yew trees, the grass long and wet. They found Lily Potter's grave easily. It was simple, clean, starkly different from the older, more ornate stones around it. Lily Evans Potter. 1960–1981. Beloved wife and mother. Next to it, another, James Potter. 1960–1981. Beloved husband and father. Asterisk. Harry's breath caught. He had never been here. He had never seen this physical proof of his parents' ending. A cold, hollow ache opened in his chest, different from the scar, different from the locket's chill. It was a raw, human grief. He saw Hermione's eyes soften for a fraction of a second as she watched him. Then her face hardened again, locking away the sympathy. They had a job to do. They took up positions. Hermione concealed herself behind a large, weeping angel 20 feet from the graves. Ron found a cluster of thick bushes on the other side. Harry climbed into the lower branches of a gnarled yew tree that gave him a clear, elevated view. They cast their charms. The world took on a slightly blurred, watery quality as they faded from sight. Then, they waited. The drizzle turned to a steady, cold rain. It seeped through Harry's disillusionment, soaking his clothes. Hours passed. The sky darkened from gray to charcoal. The graveyard was utterly silent, save for the patter of rain on stone and leaves. Harry's mind wandered. He thought of his mother, buried here. He thought of Snape, who had loved her. He was about to violate the one sacred space of the man who had killed Dumbledore, who was his enemy. The symmetry felt sickening. A soft pop of apparition. He tensed. A tall, black-clad figure appeared at the graveyard gate. Severus Snape. He stood for a moment, looking up the path, then began to walk with a slow, measured tread. He carried no umbrella. The rain soaked his greasy hair, plastering it to his skull, and dripped from the hook of his nose. He stopped before the two headstones. He stood perfectly still for a long time, his back to Harry's tree. Then, he knelt. Not on one knee, but on both, in the wet grass. His shoulders, usually held with rigid control, slumped. He bowed his head. From his vantage point, Harry could see the potion's master's hands, clenched into fists on his thighs. He saw the slight tremor in them. This was the moment. The vulnerability. Harry raised his wand. He saw, in his peripheral vision, the faint shimmer where Ron and Hermione were hidden. Their wands would be raised too. But his finger hesitated on the wood. He was looking at a man kneeling at his mother's grave. The hatred he'd carried for Snape for 6 years curdled into something more complex and disgusting. This wasn't dueling. This wasn't defense. This was a war crime. Snape's voice, low and ragged, carried on the damp air. "I am sorry, Lily." 2 words. So simple. So full of a lifetime of torment. Harry's resolve shattered. He couldn't do it. Not like this. He lowered his wand an inch. A twig snapped. It came from Ron's direction. A misstep in the wet undergrowth. Snape's head snapped up. He was on his feet in one fluid motion, his wand appearing in his hand like a striking snake. All vulnerability was gone, replaced by lethal alertness. "Hominum revelio," he hissed. 3 human outlines glowed a faint blue in the darkness, one behind the angel, one in the bushes, one in the tree. Snape's eyes, black and burning, locked onto the shimmer in the yew tree. He didn't look surprised. He looked weary and furious. "Potter," he snarled. "Of course. Sentimentality was always your weakness. And mine, it seems." The game was up. Now. Harry roared, throwing off the disillusionment. 3 jets of red light cut through the rain towards Snape. Snape didn't try to block. He moved. He spun, his robes whirling, and the stunning spells missed him by inches. At the same time, his wand slashed the air. Sectum sempra. The curse, his own dark creation, flew not at Harry, but at the weeping angel shielding Hermione. The stone angel exploded into shrapnel. Hermione cried out, diving for cover, a line of blood appearing on her cheek from flying debris. "Expelliarmus!" Ron shouted, emerging from the bushes. Snape flicked the disarming charm aside contemptuously. "Incarcerus!" Thick ropes shot from his wand, binding Ron's legs together. Ron toppled into the mud. Harry leapt from the tree, landing hard but rolling to his feet. "Protega!" He cast a shield between Snape and Hermione as she scrambled up. Snape turned his full attention to Harry. "You come to defile this place. To ambush me here. You are more like your father than I ever imagined. Arrogant. Cruel. You killed Dumbledore." Harry yelled, circling, his wand held tight. "A fact you have never sought to understand." Snape shot back, his voice cracking with a rage that seemed decades deep. "You see only what you wish to see. A child playing at war, with stolen tools and a martyr complex. Tell me about the diadem. Harry demanded, trying to regain control. Tell me how Voldemort is protecting it. The use of the name made Snape flinch, but his aim never wavered. So that is your quest. The Dark Lord's treasures. You have been busy, little thieves. A cruel smile touched his lips. He knows, Potter. He knows you are hunting them. And he has made a gift of one to you. The diadem waits. It waits in a castle now lined with Dementors, and with every curse known to wizard kind. It is a feast laid in a slaughterhouse. Walk in, if your courage holds. He was taunting them, but the information felt true. Hogwarts was a death trap. We need to get past you, Harry said, his mind racing. They couldn't stun him. He was too fast, too skilled. They needed an advantage. The stone was useless. The locket was a piece of his master. Would it affect Snape? He reached for it with his free hand, pulling it from under his shirt. Snape's eyes fixed on the dead Horcrux. His face went paler, if possible. You have been playing with fire, boy. That is not a toy. It is a cancer. It's a teacher, Harry spat, clutching it. He felt nothing from it but cold. No surge of power, no whispered secret. It was just a lump of metal. Snape's expression shifted from fury to something like horrified pity. You poor, stupid child. You think you are learning his magic. You are only learning to become a vessel for his madness. He is in your mind, in your scar, and now you invite his artifacts into your hands. Dumbledore's great hope, a corrupted shell. Dumbledore trusted you. Hermione shouted from behind Harry's shield, her wand trained on Snape. And you murdered him. Explain that. Snape's gaze snapped to her. There is no explanation you would accept. Only the bitter truth that sometimes the bravest men must seem the vilest. A lesson your friend, he jerked his head at Harry, is learning the hard way. He raised his wand again. This ends. I will bring you to the Dark Lord. Perhaps he will spare your friends for the delivery of his prize. Avada, Snape began, his voice cold and clear. He wouldn't. He couldn't. The killing curse. Here. Now. No. Ron, from the ground, unleashed a wild, wordless blast of magic from his bound position. It was a raw surge of force, not a spell, born of panic and fury. It struck the ground at Snape's feet, exploding mud and water into a blinding spray. In that split second of distraction, Harry acted. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He let the instinct that had saved him from the dragon, that had spoken Parseltongue, take over. He thought of disarming, of removing the threat. But the image in his mind was not of a wand flying away. It was of Snape's hand, the hand that held the wand, breaking. His wand moved in a sharp, vicious jerk. Confrango. It was not a spell he knew. It was a mangled hybrid of Confringo to smash and the bone-breaking hex, filtered through the lens of the locket's cruel precision. The magic that shot from his wand was a jagged, purple-black bolt. It struck Snape's wand arm. There was a sickening, wet snap. Snape screamed, a short, sharp cry of pure agony. His wand flew from his nerveless fingers. He clutched his forearm, which now bent at a hideous, unnatural angle. He staggered back, his face a mask of shock and pain. Silence, but for the rain and Snape's ragged breathing. Harry stood frozen, staring at his own wand. The spell had left a dark, oily residue in the air that stank of ozone and something sour. He felt a wave of nausea. He had meant to disarm. He had broken him. Hermione was staring at him, her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Not of Snape. Of him. Ron struggled against his bonds, his face ashen. Harry, what did you do? Snape sank to his knees again, this time in pain, cradling his shattered arm. He looked up at Harry, his black eyes burning with a hatred so profound it seemed to radiate heat. There, he gasped, sweat and rain mixing on his face. There is the true face of the hero. The cruelty is in the blood after all. Well done, Potter. You have finally become what you always despised. The words were arrows, each one striking home. Harry wanted to vomit. He wanted to undo it. But it was done. Hermione broke the spell. She ran to Ron, cutting his bonds with a quick diffindo. Then she approached Snape cautiously, her wand raised. We still need the information. Snape laughed, a bitter, pained sound. You will get nothing from me. Kill me. It will be a mercy compared to what he will do when he finds you. We're not going to kill you, Hermione said, her voice trembling. She pulled the vial of Veritaserum from her kit. You're going to tell us. That will not work on me, Snape sneered. I am the master of this art. My mind is closed. Harry stepped forward, his legs unsteady. The locket felt like a lead weight. Then I'll look for myself. He knelt in front of Snape, ignoring the hatred pouring from the man. He raised his wand to Snape's temple. He had done legilimency only as an invader, through the scar. He had pulled memories from a Horcrux. He had never tried to enter a living mind by force. He thought of the locket's lessons. Of precision. Of surgical intrusion. He focused his will into a sharp, invasive point. Legilimens. He was thrown into a maelstrom. Snape's mind was a fortress of pain, regret, and occlumency, shields of staggering complexity. But the physical agony of his broken arm was a crack in the walls. Harry, guided by his own desperation and the locket's dark tutelage, found it and pride. Images, emotions, thoughts flooded him in a chaotic torrent. A young girl with red hair and green eyes, laughing. Lily. The same girl, screaming at him. I can't be friends with you anymore, Severus. Not after what you called her. A dark mark burning on his forearm. Dumbledore's aged, weary face. You must kill me, Severus. When the time comes. A promise, extracted in grief and guilt. Always. A desperate, hopeless love, so deep it had twisted into a lifetime of penance. And then, clearer, recent memories. Voldemort's red eyes, gleaming. The thief seeks my treasures. Let him find one. In the school. Let him walk into the nest of Dementors. Let his own despair be the weapon that breaks him. A plan. The diadem, left untouched, but the castle saturated with Dementors, with despair, to cripple Harry's signature power, the Patronus. To turn his own light against him. Harry broke the connection, reeling back onto the wet grass. He was gasping, his own eyes wet with borrowed tears and horror. He had seen too much. The depth of Snape's loyalty, his sacrifice, the awful burden Dumbledore had placed on him. And the trap, Dementors. Hundreds of them, swarming Hogwarts. A psychic dampening field designed to smother hope itself. Well, Hermione asked, her voice small. Dementors, Harry rasped, getting to his feet, avoiding Snape's gaze. The castle is full of Dementors. That's the trap. They're banking on me not being able to produce a Patronus strong enough to hold them all off. He looked at his friends, his heart a cold stone in his chest. We can't go in there. Not like this. Snape laughed again, a wet, painful sound. The great Harry Potter, defeated by fear. How poetic. Ron helped Hermione to her feet. They both looked at Harry, waiting for a plan, for leadership. But all he felt was the cold of the locket, the ache of the broken oath, the echo of Snape's broken bone, and the crushing weight of a love he had just violated. He had won the information. He knew the trap. But as he looked down at Snape, broken and kneeling in the mud before his mother's grave, Harry knew with a certainty that froze his soul. He had lost something far more important. And the path to victory had never looked darker. The rain fell on the graveyard, washing the blood from Hermione's cheek, soaking the three figures standing over their fallen enemy. They had come for a weapon. They had left with a sin. And in the shadows of the yew trees, unseen by any, a small, silver orb hovered, a faux glass, charmed to record and relay. Its twin sat on a desk in Malfoy Manor, where a pair of red eyes watched the scene unfold, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across a serpentine face. The thief had taken the bait. He had shown his hand. And his heart. The endgame had begun. The rain did not wash it clean. It fell on the grimy windows of the new safe house, a deserted lighthouse on a jagged, uninhabited stretch of Scottish coast, as it had fallen in the graveyard. It drummed a relentless, accusing rhythm on the glass. Inside, the silence was thicker than the salt crusting the walls. They had not spoken since Cokeworth. The apparition jumps had been mechanical, the setting of protective wards a silent, shared chore. Now, in the round room at the top of the tower, the only light came from the dead lantern and the occasional flash of lightning over the churning sea. Hermione sat with her back against the curved wall, her knees drawn up. She was staring at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. The cut on her cheek from the angel's shrapnel was a thin, dark line. She had not healed it. Ron stood at the narrow window, looking out at the storm, but his eyes were unfocused. He'd taken the sword from its wrappings and leaned it against the wall, but he wouldn't touch it now. It stood like a grave marker. Harry sat on the floor in the center of the room, the dead locket a cold brand on his chest. His right hand, the one that had cast the bone-breaking curse, throbbed with a phantom ache. He kept flexing it, as if he could wring the memory out. He had seen inside Snape's mind. The always. The horrific, loving, tortured devotion. The planned murder. He had seen the trap. A castle breathing dementors, a psychic prison designed to drown his Patronus in a sea of despair. And he had seen, most clearly of all, the look on Hermione's face when the purple-black bolt left his wand. He was the thief, the torturer, the broken mirror of the Dark Lord. "We can't go to Hogwarts," Ron said finally, his voice hoarse from disuse. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of bleak fact. "We have to," Harry replied, but the words had no force. The Patronus was his signature, his light. Against a swarm, it was a single candle in a hurricane. The memory of 100 Dementors over the lake in his 3rd year, the soul-numbing cold, the desperate hope needed to conjure the stag, to do that on a scale to cleanse a castle. Impossible. "He's right, Harry," Hermione whispered, not looking up. "It's suicide. They're not just guarding the diadem. They've turned the whole school into a despair engine. To break you. You heard Snape. It's personal. So we abandon it." Harry's anger was a weak, guttering thing. "We leave the diadem there. Let him win." "Win?" Hermione's head snapped up, her eyes blazing in the gloom. "Is that what this is about now? Winning. Not saving people, not destroying evil, but winning." She gestured wildly towards the window, towards the memory of the graveyard. "You broke his arm, Harry. You used a dark spell you invented on the spot. You violated his mind. Is that winning?" The accusation hung in the salty air, sharp as a knife. "He was going to kill us." Harry shot back, but he sounded pathetic, even to himself. "He was going to take us. There's a difference. And since when do we sink to their level? Since when do we become surgeons of pain?" She was crying now, angry, frightened tears. "The locket is talking, Harry. It's not giving you power. It's giving you excuses. And you're listening." Ron turned from the window, his face pale. "She's not wrong, mate. That spell, it wasn't you. It was something else. Something that's been growing since you started wearing that thing." He pointed a trembling finger at Harry's chest. Harry looked down at the locket. It was just a piece of metal. It had no voice now. It didn't need one. It had taught its lessons. It had reshaped his instincts. He had asked for a weapon, and it had forged one out of him. He pulled the cracked river stone from his pocket. In the dim light, the black fracture seemed to pulse. A tool for breaking things, now broken itself. He thought of its last, jagged effect, the repelling field, the psychic noise. It attacked perception. It was an assault. An idea, dark and twisted as the crack in the stone, began to form. Dementors fed on happiness, on peace, on light. They were attracted to the positive, the warm. The Patronus was a pure expression of that, a beacon they craved and feared. What if you didn't fight them with light? What if you fought them with nothing? Not happiness, not hope, but its opposite. Not the void of the stone's original purpose, but its corrupted, aggressive state. The jagged, screaming wrongness that had confused the stone guardians. Dementors were creatures of emotion. What if he could project an emotion so violently negative, so anti-life, that it repelled them? Not by being happy, but by being a black hole of despair more potent than their own. The thought was chilling. It was a surrender. It was using the enemy's weapon. But his Patronus was a memory of his father, of innocence, of light. That memory felt faded now, tainted by the knowledge of Snape's pain, by his own actions. Could he even conjure a full Patronus anymore? Or would it be a feeble, dying thing? "There might be another way," he said, his voice hollow. He held up the cracked stone. "Not the Patronus." Hermione stared at the stone as if it were a venomous insect. "No. No more experiments, Harry. No more dark shortcuts. Do you have a better idea?" he asked, and this time it wasn't a challenge, it was a genuine, desperate question. "A way to walk through a castle swarming with Dementors. A way to get the diadem without being kissed where we stand." She had no answer. The brilliant, book-learned witch was faced with a problem no textbook could solve. How to defeat a weapon designed to exploit the hero's greatest strength by turning it into his greatest weakness. Ron spoke, his voice heavy. "We need help. Real help. Not goblins, not portraits. People. The Order. Someone who knows how to fight a war, not just this shadow game we're playing." The order is shattered, Hermione said dully. The Ministry has fallen. Hogwarts is a fortress. Who is left? A name surfaced in Harry's mind, from the depths of Snape's memories. A face, weary and mustached, speaking in a pub. A man Dumbledore had trusted implicitly. A man who was, perhaps, the most accomplished fighter of dark creatures alive. Alistair Moody, Harry said. He's dead, Ron replied instantly. At the start of the summer. The real one. But his knowledge isn't, Harry insisted, the plan coalescing with a terrible clarity. The Moody we had in 4th year was Barty Crouch Jr. He was a fanatic, a brilliant Death Eater. He taught us the unforgivables. He taught us constant vigilance. He knew how the enemy thinks. And he kept notes. Obsessive notes. On everything. On defenses, on creatures, on curses. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. You think the fake Moody, he might have left something behind. At his old office. At his home. Wherever the real Moody lived, his things must be somewhere. Wizarding wills, they're handled by Gringotts, but with the Ministry fallen, Harry's mind raced, connecting stolen glimpses from Snape's mind with old lessons. The Ministry seized Death Eater assets. Moody was an Auror. His estate might be in some Ministry storage, or it might have gone to his next of kin. Did he have any? No one ever said, Ron muttered. He was a lone wolf. Then it might still be in Ministry custody. Locked away in some evidence room or archive. Harry stood up, a new, frantic energy replacing the numbness. It was a direction. A concrete task. Not breaking into a cursed vault or ambushing a grieving man, but research. A heist of knowledge. Hermione saw the shift in him. She recognized the hunt. Harry, even if we could find where Moody's things are, breaking into a Ministry archive now, after Gringotts, it's the most guarded place on Earth. We're not breaking in, Harry said, a cold, sharp smile touching his lips, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. We're walking in, as someone else. Polyjuice. After the thief's downfall. Not Polyjuice. As someone who belongs there. As someone the new regime trusts. He looked at them, the idea fully formed, monstrous and perfect. We need a face. A high-ranking one. We need to kidnap a Death Eater. The silence that followed was broken only by the crash of a wave against the rocks below. Ron looked ill. Hermione simply shook her head slowly, as if watching a car crash in slow motion. You can't be serious, she breathed. Who? Ron asked, his voice flat. Harry thought of the faces from the graveyard memory, from the Daily Prophet, from his nightmares. He needed someone with access, but not so high profile their absence would cause immediate alarm. Someone arrogant, predictable. Yexley, Harry said. He's in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement now. He'd have access to archives, evidence lockers. He's a brute, but he's proud. He has a routine. We can take him. And then what? Hermione's voice was scathing. You'll use the Imperious Curse. Keep him as a puppet. Add another unforgivable to your list, Harry. Is that the next lesson the locket teaches? I don't care. Harry roared, the frustration and self-loathing erupting at last. I don't care about the list. I care about getting the diadem and killing him. If I have to become a monster to kill a bigger monster, so be it. The shout echoed in the stone tower. The storm outside seemed to pause for a moment. Hermione stood up, her small frame trembling with a fury that dwarfed his own. Then you go alone, she said, each word a chip of ice. I followed you into the cave. I followed you into the bank. I followed you to a graveyard to commit an atrocity. I will not follow you down this road. I will not watch you put the Imperious Curse on someone and call it strategy. There is a line, Harry. And you're standing on the other side of it, waving at me from the darkness. She picked up her beaded bag. She looked at Ron. Are you coming? Ron stood frozen, a statue of anguish. He looked from Hermione's resolute, heartbroken face to Harry's desperate, hardened one. His best friend. His brother. The boy he'd followed into a nest of giant spiders. The man who now spoke of kidnapping and unforgivables as if discussing the weather. Ron, please, Hermione whispered, her defiance cracking. Ron's eyes filled with tears. He looked at Harry, and Harry saw the final, awful realization in them. The path Harry was on was a one-way street. And Ron could not follow. I'm sorry, mate, Ron choked out. He walked to Hermione's side, not looking at Harry. I can't do this anymore. It was the final blow. The fracture was complete. Harry stood alone in the center of the room, his two pillars of support walking away from him, towards the spiral stairs. "If you leave," he said, his voice suddenly quiet, "dead, you know what he'll do. He'll find you. He'll use you to get to me. Or he'll just kill you." Hermione paused at the top of the stairs. She didn't turn. "Then we'll die as ourselves. Not as what you're becoming." They descended, their footsteps fading into the groan of the wind. Harry was alone, truly alone. The thief, the torturer, the Dark Lord's apprentice. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor. The locket was a frozen heart against his chest. The cracked stone bit into his clenched fist. He had driven them away. To protect them, or because he no longer had room for their light in the dark, cramped place his soul had become. A flash of lightning illuminated the empty tower. In the sudden, stark light, the sword of Gryffindor leaning against the wall seemed to gleam with a reproachful fire. He had the tools, the knowledge, the ruthless will. All he had lost was everything that made it worth fighting for. But the mission remained. He looked out at the storm-racked sea, his green eyes reflecting the fury of the clouds. He would find Yaxley. He would take his face. He would find Moody's secrets. He would walk into the nest of Dementors. And he would take the diadem. Alone. The lighthouse beam cut through the sleet, a futile, rotating eye searching an empty sea. Inside, the last light of friendship had guttered and died. Harry Potter rose from his knees, a solitary figure in the dark. The war had just become a duel. And he was now a weapon with nothing left to lose. In the bowels of the Ministry, in a windowless office, Yaxley filed a report on the Gringotts incident, his broad face smug. He had survived. He had a lead on the Cornish anomaly. He was rising. He did not feel the eyes on him, the planning, the cold focus of a predator who had just shed the last of its pack. He poured himself a fire whiskey, celebrating his survival, unaware he had just become the most important pawn on a board where only two players now remained. The silence in the lighthouse was a living thing. It wasn't the quiet of peace, but the vacuum after an explosion. Harry could still hear the echo of their footsteps on the stairs, the finality in the click of the door below. He stood in the center of the round room for a long time, listening to the storm and the hollow rhythm of his own heart. Then, he moved. Emotion was a luxury, a distraction. He packed his rucksack with methodical precision. The cloak, the map, the mirror, the sword, the fang. The cracked stone went into his trouser pocket. The dead locket remained against his skin. He left the remnants of their camp, Ron's extra jumper, Hermione's forgotten copy of Hogwarts, a history, his relics in a tomb. He had a target. Yaxley. A man of habit, arrogance, and predictable ambition. He needed a plan. Not a Dumbledore plan, full of trust and sacrifice. A Voldemort plan. Precise, ruthless, exploiting weakness. He started with the mirror. Ginny. Her face appeared, bleary with sleep. "Harry. It's the middle of the night. What's wrong? I need information. About Yaxley. His routine, his habits, where he lives." The sleep vanished from her eyes, replaced by alarm. "Harry, why? What are you planning?" "Just information, Ginny. Please. I don't have time to argue." She bit her lip, conflict warring on her face. But she had chosen her side when she took the mirror. "Bill might know something. He's been monitoring the Ministry's inner circle for the Order." Wait. Her image was replaced by swirling darkness. Minutes passed. Then Bill's scarred, weary face appeared. "Harry. Ginny says you're asking about Yaxley. That's a dangerous target." "I know. Routine. Habits. Address." Bill sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "He's a creature of habit. Likes his status. He has a flat in a wizarding enclave in London, number 12. Grimmauld Place is compromised, but there's a similar set of townhouses in Mayfair, warded to the gills. He flaunts it. He leaves the Ministry at 7 sharp every evening, apparates directly to his doorstep. He often stops at a particular pub near the Ministry first. The Leaky Cauldron is too common for him now. He goes to the Silver Sphinx, a posh pure-blood place. Has a fire whiskey, boasts to his lackeys, then goes home. He's been doing it for weeks. Thinks he's untouchable. A pattern. An entrance. The wards on his house. Likely keyed to him, with intrusion countermeasures. Standard Death Eater fare. Anti-apparition, anti-portkey, probably some nasty hexes on the doors and windows. "You're not thinking of breaking in?" "No," Harry said. "I'm thinking of meeting him on the doorstep. After his drink. When he's relaxed, arrogant, and alone. Bill's face was grim. Harry, whatever you're doing, Ron and Hermione. Not with me. The words were ash in his mouth. Bill closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, they were full of a painful understanding. Be careful. He's not a snatcher. He's a killer with a desk job. And he's clever. I know. Harry broke the connection. He didn't need more. He spent the rest of the night and the following day preparing. He practiced the disillusionment charm until he could hold it steady while moving. He reviewed every memory he had of Yaxley, his voice, his gait, his sneer. He would need Polyjuice, but first he needed the man himself, conscious and pliable for questioning. For that, he needed an edge. He considered the cracked stone. Its jagged field might disorient Yaxley for a second. He considered the locket. Its authority might work on a pure-blood fanatic, but Yaxley was a follower, not a beast. He needed something more direct. He remembered the spell he'd used on Snape. Confrango. The Bone Breaker. It was effective, but it was also a declaration of war. He needed something subtler. Something that would incapacitate without a fight. The answer came from the very source he was hunting, Alistair Moody. Constant vigilance. But the fake Moody, Barty Crouch Jr., had taught them something else. The Imperious Curse was the most effective tool for subterfuge. Harry had resisted it in fourth year. He had seen its evil. Now, he contemplated casting it. The thought made his stomach turn. But the logic was cold and clear. To get Yaxley to lower his wards, to invite him in, to answer questions willingly, he needed compliance. The Imperious Curse guaranteed compliance. He was rationalizing. He knew it. He was standing on the cliff's edge, and the wind was pulling him over. As dusk approached on the second day, he apparated to a dark alley in Wizarding London, a few streets over from the Silver Sphinx. The pub was everything Bill described. Discreet, expensive-looking, with a polished silver door and no sign. Through the window, he could see dark wood, green leather, and the glint of crystal. And there, at the bar, holding court, was Yaxley. His broad face was flushed with drink and self-importance, lecturing two younger, attentive Death Eaters. Harry waited under his disillusionment, pressed against a damp brick wall. He watched Yaxley finish his drink, clap his lackeys on the back, and stride out into the evening. He walked with the swagger of a man who owned the world, turning down a quiet, tree-lined street of Georgian townhouses. This was the moment. The transition from public to private. The few seconds on the doorstep where Yaxley would be focused on deactivating his wards, his mind on home, safety, superiority. Harry followed, a silent ghost. His heart was a cold, hard knot in his chest. He could still turn back. He could find another way. But the image of Hogwarts, swarming with Dementors, flashed in his mind. The diadem, waiting. The prophecy, demanding his death. Ron and Hermione's retreating backs. There was no other way. Yaxley stopped before a handsome, black door with a brass knocker in the shape of a serpent. He raised his wand, muttering the countersign to lower the wards. Harry struck. He didn't use the Imperious. Not yet. He used speed and surprise. He dropped the disillusionment and, from 10 feet away, cast a spell he'd learned from the locket's memories, a silent, piercing hex designed not to kill, but to overload the nervous system. Torqueo. A thin, gray beam shot from his wand, striking Yaxley in the back. The Death Eater gasped, his body seizing for a split second, his wand hand dropping. The wards, half dismantled, flickered dangerously. Before Yaxley could recover, Harry was on him. He clamped a hand over Yaxley's mouth from behind, dragging him backwards away from the door, into the shadows of the adjacent house's entryway. "Make a sound and you die," Harry hissed in his ear, his wand pressed to Yaxley's temple. He could feel the man's panic, the furious struggle. Yaxley was strong. He began to thrash. Harry had no time for a struggle. He made his choice. He focused on the feeling of absolute control, of subjugation. He thought of Crouch Jr.'s lesson: you must mean it. You must desire their obedience above all else. He didn't desire it. He needed it. He poured that need, that ruthless necessity, into the incantation. Imperio. The curse left his wand like a stream of molten gold, beautiful and vile. It poured into Yaxley's mind. The struggle ceased instantly. Yaxley's body went slack. His eyes, wide with terror, glazed over, becoming peaceful, blank. A small, serene smile touched his lips. Harry recoiled, nearly breaking the connection. It was horrifying. He had erased a man. turned him into a puppet. You will take me inside your home, Harry whispered, his voice shaking. You will lower all the wards. You will not raise any alarm. You will answer my questions truthfully. I will take you inside my home, Yaxley repeated in a dreamy monotone. I will lower all the wards. I will not raise any alarm. I will answer your questions truthfully. With Yaxley's compliance, they walked to the door. Yaxley raised his wand, completed the countersign, and opened it. They stepped into a lavishly decorated hall, all dark woods and green silk. The air was still, smelling of polish and dark magic. Harry guided him into a study. He bound Yaxley to a heavy chair with magical ropes, then released the imperious curse. The blank serenity vanished from Yaxley's face, replaced by dawning horror and rage as he realized his predicament. You, Potter! How dare you! The Dark Lord will flay you alive. Where is the estate of Alistair Moody being held? Harry asked, his voice flat. The evidence, the artifacts seized after his death. Yaxley spat at him. Go to hell. Harry raised his wand. He didn't want to cast the Cruciatus. The very thought revolted him. But he had to sell the threat. He had to be the monster Yaxley expected. I can make you talk, Harry said, letting his voice drop into a colder register. He thought of the locket's memories, of casual cruelty. I have all night. And I have very little left to lose. Perhaps it was the look in Harry's eyes, the hollow, determined glare of someone who had already crossed too many lines. Perhaps it was the sheer audacity of his presence here. Yaxley's bravado cracked. The Ministry Archives. Sub-Level 3. The Deceased Aura Effects Vault. It's sealed with blood locks and ministerial approval. How do I get in? You can't. You need a pass from the department head and a blood sample from the next of kin. It's impossible. What about you? Do you have access? Yaxley hesitated. A flicker of cunning in his eyes. I could get a pass. With the right authorization. He was lying, trying to buy time or set a trap. Harry raised his wand again. The truth. Or I start breaking things. Slowly. The fear won. The vault is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Mysteries now. Since the change in management. The unspeakables have it. It's not even in the main archives anymore. The Department of Mysteries. The heart of the Ministry's most secret, most dangerous research. Protected by brain-shifting corridors and terrors worse than Dementors. A worse target. A near impossible one. Harry felt a surge of despair. Another dead end. Another mountain. But he had come this far. He had used an unforgivable. He would not stop now. Then we'll go to the Department of Mysteries, Harry said. You will take me there. You will get me past the guards. You will open the door. Yaxley laughed, a brittle, terrified sound. You're insane. I can't just walk into the Department of Mysteries. There are protocols. Tests. They'll. No. Then you'll think of a reason. You're a senior official. You'll make one up. A security inspection. An urgent review of captured order assets. You'll make it work. Harry's mind was racing, layering lie upon lie. Because if you don't, I will kill you. And if you try to betray me, I will kill you. And if you succeed, I might let you live. It was a flimsy promise. They both knew it, but the Imperius had shown Yaxley the depth of Harry's control. And the alternative was death now. When? Yaxley whispered, defeated. Now. Tonight. While the Ministry is quiet. Harry needed polyjuice. He needed Yaxley's hair. He approached the bound man with a pair of shears. As he snipped a lock of coarse, dark hair, Yaxley's eyes bored into him. You've changed, Potter. You're not the righteous little boy from the papers anymore. You're something else. Something worse. Harry didn't answer. He dropped the hair into a vial of mud-colored potion he'd prepared from Hermione's stores. It bubbled and turned a toxic green. He drank it. The transformation was agony, as always. His bones cracked and reshaped, his skin stretched, his features melted into Yaxley's broad, smug face. He felt the man's weight, his posture. He took Yaxley's robes from a hook, dressed in them, pocketed his wand. He looked in a mirror. A perfect replica. He turned to the real Yaxley, bound and helpless. He couldn't leave him here to raise an alarm. A full body bind would wear off. A memory charm was risky and imperfect. The cold, logical part of his mind, the part tutored by the locket, presented the cleanest solution. He raised his wand. Yaxley's eyes widened. No, you said you'd let me live. I said I might, Harry said, his voice now Yaxley's deep, cruel baritone. And I might yet. But I can't have you warning anyone. He didn't use the killing curse. He couldn't. Not in cold blood. Not yet. Obliviate. The memory charm washed over Yaxley, not a precise erasure, but a broad, brutal sweep. He focused on the last few hours, on his own face, on the questions about Moody. He pushed until Yaxley's eyes went blank and empty. Then he cast a powerful, long-lasting stunning spell and hid the body in a magically concealed compartment under the study's floorboards. It would hold for a day, maybe two. He was now Corbin Yaxley, senior undersecretary to the minister, a title the Death Eaters had invented for him. He had business in the Department of Mysteries. He left the house, reset the wards with Yaxley's wand, and walked into the night. The streets of Wizarding London were quiet, patrolled by the occasional pair of Aurors in black robes. They nodded respectfully to Yaxley as he passed. He nodded back, his face a mask of arrogant indifference, his heart a block of ice. He reached the red telephone box. Dialed the number. Stated his name and business, Corbin Yaxley. Urgent security review of seized contraband. Department of Mysteries. The voice welcomed him. The booth descended. He was back in the ministry atrium. It was late, only a few night workers shuffled about. The thief's downfall shimmered. He walked under it, his polyjuiced form holding perfectly. He was Yaxley. The magic confirmed it. He took the lift down, past level 9, into the depths. The air grew colder. The lift doors opened onto the black tiled corridor he remembered from his 5th year. The plain black door stood at the end, unmarked. He approached it. The door swung open silently, revealing the circular room with its dozens of identical, handleless doors, spinning slowly. He stepped inside. The door shut behind him. The room began to rotate faster, the doors blurring. He needed to think of his destination. Not the Hall of Prophecy. Not the Death Chamber. The Evidence Vault. A place of storage. A place of things forgotten. He focused on Moody. On his gruff voice, his magical eye, his paranoia. Constant vigilance. He needed the artifacts of vigilance. The room slowed. A door swung open. He stepped through into a long, narrow room that resembled a cross between a library and a museum warehouse. Shelves stretched into darkness, stacked not with books, but with objects in glass cases or sealed boxes. A glass case held a familiar, mad-eyed head, the severed head of a Hufflepuff ghost. No, it was a statue. Further down, he saw Moody's magical eye, floating in a jar of green liquid. His staff leaned against a shelf. There were trunks, presumably full of his clothes, his gadgets. And there, on a desk, was a stack of familiar, leather-bound notebooks. Harry's breath caught. He hurried forward, his Yaxley face forgotten. He picked up the top notebook. The cover was worn, the pages dense with spiky, cramped handwriting, the real Moody's, not Crouch's. Diagrams of defensive formations. Notes on dark creatures. Dementors, susceptibility to concentrated joy, but also repelled by absolute despair. Theoretical. Risk of psychic feedback. Patronus remains only sure defense. Theories on curses, counter-curses, wards. This was it. The motherlode. He began shoving notebooks into his magically expanded pockets. He took the eye in the jar, the staff. He was ransacking the life's work of a great Auror, but he felt no guilt. This was a tool, a weapon, a soft sound behind him. He froze, turning slowly. A man stood in the doorway. He was tall, wearing plain black robes, his face oddly blurred, as if seen through a heat haze. An unspeakable. Undersecretary Yaxley, the man said, his voice neutral, echoing slightly. This area is restricted. Your pass, please. Harry's mind blanked. A pass. Yaxley hadn't mentioned a specific pass for here. He fumbled, pulling out Yaxley's ministry ID. Urgent review. By order of the minister. The unspeakable took the ID, studied it. The blurred face seemed to look directly at Harry, through the polyjuice. The authorization for this review was not logged in the central registry. It's a sensitive matter. Off the books. Harry tried to inject Yaxley's trademark arrogance into his voice. The Dark Lord's personal interest. The unspeakable was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "You are not Corbin Yaxley." The statement was flat, absolute. Harry's wand was in his hand in an instant. Stupefy. The unspeakable didn't dodge. He raised a hand, and the red spell splashed against an invisible shield, dissipating. The polyjuice is perfect. The magic is correct. But the soul is wrong. The registry scans for magical signature and intent. Yaxley's intent is greed, ambition, fear. Yours is desperation, and a strange, fractured silence. He took a step forward. You are the thief. Harry backed away, his mind racing. The unspeakable was between him and the only door. He couldn't fight his way out. Not here. He had one card left. The thing that made his soul wrong. He dropped Yaxley's wand and pulled the cracked river stone from his pocket. He focused not on hiding, not on repelling, but on the core of its broken magic, the fracture. The flaw. He pushed that feeling outward, a declaration of his own brokenness, his incompatibility with the ordered, logical world of the Department of Mysteries. The air around him screamed with wrongness. The glass cases in the room vibrated. The unspeakable flinched, his blurred face twisting in discomfort. What is that? An anti-magic field? No, it's an anti-pattern. Let me pass, Harry said, his voice his own now, raw and strained. You are an anomaly, the unspeakable said, but he sounded fascinated, not hostile. A walking paradox. You should not exist. He tilted his head. The thief, who breaks rules not by force, but by being a rule that does not fit. Interesting. He stepped aside. Take what you came for. And go. The Department of Mysteries does not take sides. It observes. And you, Harry Potter, are the most interesting observation in a century. Harry didn't wait. He scooped up the last notebooks, clutched the stone, and ran past the unspeakable, out the door, through the spinning room, back into the black corridor. He didn't stop running until he was in the lift, then in the atrium, then out into the night. He had what he needed. But as he leaned against a wall in a dark alley, the polyjuice wearing off, his own gaunt face returning, he felt the unspeakable's words echo in his mind. You are an anomaly. A walking paradox. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a Dark Lord. He was a thief. A broken thing. A rule that did not fit. And he had just stolen the knowledge to break the unbreakable once more. In the silent evidence vault, the unspeakable watched the space where the anomaly had been. He made a note in a ledger that wrote itself. Subject: Potter, H. Event: theft of strategic materials. Note: soul fracture evident. Magical signature exhibits non-Euclidean properties. Prediction: convergence with primary dark anomaly. Riddle: T. Inevitable. Outcome: indeterminate. Fascination: high. The ledger closed with a soft thud. The game had just been noted by the scorekeepers. And they were placing their bets on the broken piece. The lighthouse was a shell. The wind screamed through cracks Harry hadn't noticed before, a high, lonely keen that matched the desolation within. He had barricaded himself in the round room, surrounded by the spoils of his theft. Moody's notebooks were spread in a fan across the floor, their pages covered in dense, paranoid script and rough sketches. The magical eye stared blankly from its jar on the windowsill. The staff lay beside it, humming with residual detection charms. Harry had not slept. The confrontation with the unspeakable had left him feeling flayed open, examined, and labeled. An anomaly. A walking paradox. The words were a cold comfort. They meant he was unpredictable. It was an advantage, however hollow. He had to focus. The diadem. The Dementors. He picked up the notebook with the most dog-eared pages, the one dedicated to non-corporeal apparitions and psychic parasites. Moody's writing was a frantic scrawl, the ink blotted in places as if written in haste or fear. Dementors. Not souls. Not alive. Not dead. Creatures of lack. They consume happiness, peace, hope. They are a void. The Patronus works because it is a literal embodiment of the opposite force, a memory so potent it becomes a shield of positive energy. But the strength of the Patronus is proportional to the caster's ability to focus on that memory. In the presence of overwhelming numbers, the mind fractures. The memory fades. The shield fails. Harry knew this. He had felt it at the lake in third year. 100 Dementors had nearly overwhelmed him until his future self had arrived. But there would be no time travel salvation this time. He read on. Theoretical alternative: fight lack with greater lack. If a Dementor is a void, create a void they cannot feed on. A magical, empty suit requires total emotional nullification, a state akin to advanced occlumency, but deeper. Must eradicate not just surface thoughts, but the subconscious wellspring of feeling. Dangerous. Risks permanent effective detachment. C. Report on Aura Caro, E. Post-Dementor exposure, Street. Mungo's long-term ward. Emotional nullification. Becoming an empty suit. It sounded like the original purpose of the river stone, the void state. But the stone was cracked, and that state had been about hiding magical signature, not emotion. Could he combine them? Use the stone's fractured field to project not just magical silence, but emotional emptiness. He turned the page. Moody's notes grew more speculative, edged with madness. Dementors are drawn to positive emotion, but also to strong negative emotion. Unclear. Despair, terror, these are not consumed, they are amplified. The Dementor's presence magnifies them. Therefore, projecting negative emotion is counterproductive. It fuels them. Must be absence, not opposition. Possible solution. The mirror of arised principle. The mirror shows not what you want, but what you need. It reflects the deepest, most desperate desire. A Dementor, faced with a being that has no desire, no happy memory, no despair, a perfect, contentless reflection, might find nothing to latch onto. Might become confused. Might turn away. How to achieve such a state? Not through occlumency alone. Requires a fundamental restructuring of the self. Possibly through a modified forgetfulness charm applied internally. Or through the consumption of a draft of living death while maintaining consciousness. Note: attempt on subject 12 resulted in catastrophic brain death. The notes descended into increasingly dark and illegal experimentation. Moody, or perhaps the fake Moody, had been theorizing about weapons, not defenses. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft. This was the knowledge of a man who had fought the darkest forces for decades, and in doing so, had peered into abysses of his own. He put the notebook down, rubbing his eyes. He was no closer to a practical solution. He couldn't restructure his own soul. He couldn't drink draft of living death and walk. His gaze fell on the cracked stone. He picked it up. The fracture was a black line dividing the smooth gray surface. He thought of what the unspeakable had said, an anti-pattern. Something that broke the rules simply by existing. What if he didn't try to be empty? What if he tried to be wrong? Dementors operated on a certain emotional frequency. They sensed and fed on specific psychic wavelengths. The Patronus was a pure, opposing frequency. But what if he broadcast static? Not happiness, not despair, but a chaotic, meaningless noise that disrupted their sense of him entirely. The jagged field from the stone had repelled the stone guardians by confusing their simple magic. It had made the unspeakable uncomfortable. It was an assault on order. Could he turn himself into a walking piece of psychic static? A broken radio signal in the midst of their depressive harmony. It was a desperate, ugly idea. It would require channeling the stone's broken magic through his own mind, risking who knew what kind of damage. But it was all he had. He needed to test it. And for that, he needed a Dementor. A mad, suicidal thought. But he was alone in a lighthouse on a stormy coast. If there was ever a place a Dementor might stray, drawn by the isolation and the lingering despair of a broken friendship, it was here. He walked to the window, looking out at the gray, heaving sea. He would not summon one. That was beyond him. But he could invite one. He could make himself a beacon, not of happiness, but of the kind of fractured, complex pain that might be irresistible. He had plenty of material. He closed his eyes. He lowered his occlumency walls, not to clear his mind, but to do the opposite. He let every painful memory surge forward, unchecked. The graveyard, Cedric's dead eyes. Sirius falling through the veil. Dumbledore's pleading look on the tower. The cold understanding in Snape's eyes as his arm broke. Ron and Hermione walking away. But he didn't wallow in them. He didn't let them become pure despair. He held them all at once, a cacophony of loss and guilt and rage and determination. He focused on the crack in the stone, and imagined that fracture running through his own psyche, splitting these emotions into jagged, dissonant shards. Happy memories mixed with terrible ones, his first flight on a broom cut with the sight of his mother's green eyes in the mirror of her eyes. The warmth of the burrow shattered by the cold of the locket. He created a psychic landscape that was not a void, but a battlefield. He pushed this sensation outwards, through the stone, into the world. An invitation. A challenge. He stood there for an hour, two, his mind a roaring storm of conflicting signals. The effort was immense, a headache building behind his eyes into a migraine spike. Then, he felt it. The temperature in the room didn't drop gradually. It plummeted. The breath fogged before his lips. The light from the cloudy sky seemed to dim, though it was midday. A deep, familiar, soul-clenching cold began to seep through the walls, through the very stone of the lighthouse. It was here. He turned slowly from the window. A Dementor hovered in the doorway of the round room. Its ragged, black cloak seemed to drink the light. Its hidden face was turned towards him, that horrible, rattling breath filling the silent space. The cold reached for him, the despair began to leach into his bones, the feeling that all was lost, that happiness was a lie, that he was alone and always would be. This was the moment. Harry didn't try to think of a happy memory. He gritted his teeth and focused on the fractured field. He imagined the Dementor sucking despair not as a wave to be blocked, but as a pattern to be disrupted. He took the chaotic storm of his own psyche and pushed it through the cracked stone, aiming it at the creature. The effect was not a silver animal. There was no light. A visible distortion, like heat haze, shimmered in the air between them. But it wasn't warm. It was a twisting, warping zone of wrongness. It made no sound, but Harry felt a high-pitched psychic screech, like nails on a chalkboard made of thought. The Dementor recoiled. It didn't float back gracefully. It jerked, as if struck. Its rattling breath hitched. It seemed confused. Its cloak swirled, and it tilted its head, as if trying to find a frequency it could understand. The crushing despair lessened, replaced by a sense of dissonance. Off-key notes. It was working. But holding the fractured field while under the Dementor's passive influence was like trying to balance on a tightrope during an earthquake. The cold sapped his strength. The memories of despair tried to coalesce into a unified, overwhelming force. He had to keep them fractured, keep them chaotic. He took a step forward, pushing the jagged field harder. The Dementor retreated another foot, but it didn't flee. It was curious, or hungry in a new way. This broken signal was unfamiliar. It might not be nourishing, but it was interesting. Harry's vision swam. A trickle of blood ran from his nose, warm against his cold skin. The headache was a white-hot brand in his skull. He couldn't hold this much longer. He needed to drive it away. He needed to add something to the static. A jolt. He thought of the locket. Of the cold, arrogant authority he'd used on Greyback. He wrapped that feeling around a single, sharp command, and fired it through the distortion, like a bullet through fog. Leave. The word was not a shout. It was a hissed imperative in Parseltongue, laced with the cracked stone, dissonance and the locket's dark supremacy. The Dementor shuddered violently. It let out a sound, a low, pained moan that seemed to come from the fabric of reality itself. Then it turned and flowed back through the doorway, down the stairs, and was gone. The cold retreated. The light returned, gray and weak. Harry collapsed to his knees. Gasping, the stone falling from his numb fingers. He wiped the blood from his nose with a trembling hand. He felt violently ill, his mind feeling scraped raw, his magic depleted. But he had done it. He had repelled a Dementor without a Patronus. With a weapon of broken noise and stolen authority. It was not a victory. It was a survival. And it had cost him. He crawled to his bunk and lay down, shivering. He had his method. A terrible, self-destructive method. To get through Hogwarts, he would have to become a walking psychic scream, holding a state of fractured chaos for hours, possibly while performing other magic, while searching for the diadem. It would tear him apart. But it was the only way. As he drifted into an exhausted, troubled sleep, the last thing he saw was the magical eye in the jar on the windowsill, swiveling slowly to point directly at him, its blue iris seeming to hold a judgment he could not decipher. Across the country, in a small, magically expanded tent hidden in the forest of Dean, Ron and Hermione sat in miserable silence. They had a fire, but it gave little warmth. "We shouldn't have left him," Ron said for the 100th time, staring into the flames. "We had to," Hermione replied, but her voice lacked conviction. She was reading one of her books, but her eyes weren't moving. "What's he doing right now, do you think? Off kidnapping Yaxley? Using more dark magic? I don't know." She closed the book. "But we can't help him if we're part of it. We have to find another way. We have to do something on our own." "Like what?" Hermione's expression hardened with a familiar, determined glint. "The diadem. We know where it is. Harry said it's a trap, full of Dementors. But maybe there's another way in. A way he hasn't thought of because he's so focused on breaking through the front door. We need to research. We need to contact someone inside Hogwarts. Not Ginny, she's out. But maybe Neville. Or Luna. If anyone's still fighting inside, it's them. Ron looked at her, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes for the first time in days. You think we can do it without him? We have to try, Hermione said. Not to prove him wrong, but to find a better way. A way that doesn't cost us our souls. They began to plan, their words tentative at first, then gaining speed. They were scared. They felt his absence like a missing limb. But they were moving. In the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort sat in a high-backed chair, his long white fingers steepled. Before him, a silvery pool in a shallow basin showed an image, a lighthouse on a stormy coast. The image was blurry, distorted, as if viewed through a cracked lens. It showed a Dementor fleeing. It showed a single, blurred figure standing at a window. He learns, Voldemort murmured, his voice a soft hiss. He does not cower. He adapts. He uses tools he should not understand. He looked up at Severus Snape, who stood before him, his broken arm in a sling, his face pale but composed. Your report from the graveyard was illuminating, Severus. He has teeth. And he is not afraid to bite. Snape bowed his head slightly. He is reckless, my lord. Desperate. He will walk into the trap at Hogwarts. Will he? Voldemort's red eyes glinted. He knows it is a trap. He will come prepared. With some new trick. He leaned forward, staring into the cloudy pool. But every trick reveals his mind. He fights Dementors with noise. He breaks into banks with dragons. He attacks my servants at their moments of weakness. He thinks in reversals. In paradoxes. A slow, terrible smile spread across his lipless mouth. Then we shall give him the ultimate paradox. We shall give him exactly what he wants, in the one place he cannot refuse to go. And we shall be waiting, not with Dementors, but with a truth that will break him more completely than any kiss. He gestured, and the image in the pool changed. It showed a small, tidy grave in a forgotten churchyard. Next to it, a new, raw headstone. Snape's breath caught, almost imperceptibly. He has a sentimental heart, for all his new cruelty, Voldemort whispered. He will go to his parents' grave. He will seek solace, or strength, or forgiveness. And there, we will be. Not to fight, to talk, to offer him a choice. A choice, my lord. The only choice that matters. Join me, or watch everyone he has ever loved die slowly, one by one, while he lives, immortal and helpless. A fitting paradox for a thief of souls, do you not think? Snape said nothing. His occlumency walls were at their peak, shielding the storm of horror within. Voldemort stood. Make the arrangements, Severus. The bait is set. The stage is his parents' resting place. Let us see if the hero is willing to defile that, too, in his quest for victory. He swept from the room, leaving Snape alone before the silvery pool, which now showed the Potter graves, innocent and quiet under a gray sky. Snape's hand tightened on his sling. He had seen the look in Harry's eyes in the graveyard. The boy was capable of terrible things now. But he was still Lily's son. And some lines, Snape feared, not even a broken hero would cross. In the lighthouse, Harry slept, his dreams a jangled, silent scream. He had a weapon. His enemies had a new trap. And the final move of the game was now on the board, waiting for the thief to take the bait. The headache lasted for 2 days. It was a vice of iron around Harry's skull, tightening with every pulse of his heart. The nosebleed had been the least of it. In the hours after repelling the Dementor, he'd suffered flashes of sensory dislocation. The smell of the sea would suddenly taste of burnt sugar, the sound of the wind would register as a prickling on his skin. The fractured field had done something to his own neural pathways, scrambling his senses. He was a broken radio receiving static from his own body. He forced himself to eat, to drink, to function. He had no choice. He pored over Moody's notebooks, cross-referencing the Mad Auror's theories with his own horrific experiment. Moody had been right about one thing. Fighting Dementors with anything but a Patronus was playing with neurological fire. The notes were full of warnings about psychic feedback loops, and permanent effective scarring. But in the margins, in a different, sharper ink Barty Crouch Jr.'s hand, Harry realized were more practical, sinister notes. The Dementor's sense is not sight. It is emotional resonance. To hide from it, one must not be empty. One must be many. A chorus of conflicting signals, none strong enough to provide a clear signature. A crowd in a single mind. Suggested method, modified confundus charm, self-targeted. To create internal dissonance. Layer over a base of occlumency barriers. High risk of personality fragmentation. Personality fragmentation. That's what he'd done, instinctively and crudely. He'd confounded his own emotional core, creating a psychic mob within himself. It had worked. But at what cost? He found a diagram, a complex arithmetic equation representing psychic white noise. It was a spell matrix designed to be cast on an area, not a person. A ward of confusion. Crouch had scribbled beside it, ineffective at scale. Requires constant power source. But for a single point of ingress, perhaps. A single point of ingress. A doorway. A specific room. He wasn't trying to clear the whole castle of Dementors. He just needed to get to the room of requirement. If he could cast this white noise ward around himself, a moving bubble of confusion, he could walk through the swarm like a ghost. The Dementors would feel a disturbance, a blur, but no clear emotional signal to feast upon. It was a thinner, more focused version of what he'd already done. It required immense concentration and a stable focus. The cracked stone was too unstable. He needed something else. Something that could channel chaotic magic without shattering. His eyes fell on Moody's magical eye, still staring from its jar. He approached it. The eye floated, pupil dilated in the preservative fluid. It was a masterpiece of enchantment, designed to see through anything, cloaks, walls, flesh. To see truth. Could it be repurposed? To see, not truth, but obfuscation. To project confusion. It was a vile thought. Desecrating the tool of a dead warrior. But the line between reverence and pragmatism had burned away in the graveyard mud. He emptied the jar, catching the cold, slippery eye in his palm. It felt inert, a piece of meat and glass. But when he held it, he could feel the faint, intricate web of enchantments within, like frozen spider silk. He understood, distantly, that this insight, the ability to feel the shape of complex magic in an object, was another gift from the locket's tutelage. He worked for a day and a night, ignoring the pounding in his head. He used Crouch's notes as a guide, but his own magic, shaped by the stone's fracture and the locket's precision, did the weaving. He didn't try to alter the eye's seeing function. He layered over it. He turned it into a broadcaster, not a receiver. A beacon that emitted a field of psychic static, a sphere of, "You are not here," 10 feet in diameter. He embedded the arithmetic matrix for the white noise ward into the iris. He used the dead locket as a template for the broadcast pattern. Its hollow, echoing negativity was perfect. He channeled his own fractured mental state into the enchantment, making the static uniquely his, a signature of loss, guilt, determination, and cold rage, all churned into meaningless noise. When he was finished, the eye looked the same. But it hummed with a low, discordant vibration that made his teeth ache. He had created a horcrux of confusion. A blasphemy. He had to test it. He needed a Dementor. He wouldn't summon one to the lighthouse again, the risk was too great. He would go to one. He knew a place of misery and despair so profound it was a natural lure. The island where he and Dumbledore had gone to rescue Sirius. Azkaban. He apparated as close as he dared, to a bare, wave-lashed rock a mile from the fortress. Even at this distance, the air was tainted. A miasma of hopelessness rolled off the black tower across the water, so thick it felt like a physical pressure. He could see dark shapes circling the highest turrets, Dementors on patrol, guardians of the damned. He took the modified eye. He focused on activating the ward, pouring his magic into it. A sphere of distorted air bloomed around him. The world outside the sphere didn't change, but within it, sounds became muffled, colors dulled. It was like being inside a bubble of old television static. Most importantly, the crushing psychic weight of Azkaban's aura lessened. It was still there, a background hum, but it was diffuse, unfocused. He was a smudge on the lens of despair. He cast a sturdy, non-magical fishing boat from the rock with a transfiguration and began to row towards the fortress. It was madness. Sheer, utter madness. As he drew closer, a Dementor broke from its circling pattern and drifted down towards the water, sensing something. It hovered over the waves, facing his approaching boat. Harry kept rowing, his heart a cold drum in his chest. The white noise sphere surrounded the small boat. The Dementor paced it, a shark alongside a dinghy. It tilted its hooded head. He could feel its confusion. It sensed a disturbance on the water, a blank spot in the field of misery it was used to. But there was no sweet scent of happiness to devour, no clear despair to amplify. Just noise. It followed him for 100 yards, then lost interest, drifting back towards the tower. It hadn't detected a person. It had detected a glitch. He had done it. He had a cloak against dementors. He rode back to the rock, his arms trembling with effort and relief. He had his key to Hogwarts. Now he just had to walk into the trap. As he prepared to apparate back to the lighthouse, a sharp, familiar pain lanced through his scar. He gasped, dropping to one knee on the wet rock. It wasn't the usual throb of anger or proximity. This was different, agonizing, and with it came a flood of images, clearer than they had been in months, forced through the connection by Voldemort's sheer, focused will. A small, tidy churchyard. 2 headstones, side by side. Lily Evans Potter. James Potter. His parents' grave. The image was saturated with a twisted, possessive longing. Not Voldemort's longing, but the projection of it, aimed at Harry. A lure wrapped in grief. Then, a voice, silky and cold, threaded directly into his pain. You have taken from me, Harry Potter. You have stolen what is mine. Come and take this, too. Come to the place where it began. Let us settle accounts. Alone. The connection broke. The pain receded, leaving a cold, oily nausea in its wake. It was so obvious, so blatant, a trap set at the most emotionally vulnerable location imaginable. Voldemort was mocking him, using his own sentimentality as a weapon. He wanted Harry to come to the grave, to be captured or killed on the bones of his parents. And the worst part, the part that coiled in Harry's gut like a snake, was the temptation. To go there, to stand where they lay, to defy Voldemort on that sacred ground, to prove that even his parents' memory could not be used as a trap to snare him. The arrogance of it burned in him, mixed with a deep, howling grief he had never allowed himself to fully feel. He apparated back to the lighthouse, the taste of salt and despair still on his lips. He stood in the center of the round room, the modified eye cold in his hand, the locket cold on his chest. He had 2 paths. Hogwarts. The diadem. The logical, strategic move. The completion of his mission. It was what Dumbledore would have wanted. What Ron and Hermione, in their better way, were probably trying to do right now. Or the graveyard. The trap. The emotional, reckless, proud move. To face Voldemort's challenge on his own terms. To spit in the eye of a monster using his mother's memory as bait. The first was the mission. The second felt like a duel. And he was so very tired of missions. Of plans. Of being the thief, the strategist, the broken tool. The graveyard offered a confrontation. Clean, in its own way. Terrible, but simple. He looked at the sword of Gryffindor, still leaning against the wall. A weapon for a hero. He was no hero. He was a man with a bag of dark tricks and a heart full of cracks. The locket seemed to pulse against his skin, a slow, hungry rhythm. He offers you a stage. A final, dramatic confrontation. Is that not what you crave? To look him in the eye as you have looked into his soul. It was. God help him, it was. But the diadem, the mission, the war. He was paralyzed, caught between the general he needed to be and the vengeful son he had become. He needed to see. He needed to know what he was walking into. He went to his bunk and pulled out the 2-way mirror. He hadn't used it since contacting Ginny for Yaxley's information. He was afraid of what he might see in her eyes. Or worse, that she wouldn't answer at all. He tapped it. Ginny. To his surprise, her face appeared almost immediately. She was in a dim, rocky space, the cellar of Shell Cottage, perhaps. She looked tired, but her eyes were alert, fierce. Harry. Where are you? Safe. For now. Listen, I need you to do something. I need you to go to Godric's Hollow. To the churchyard. Don't go near the graves. Just look. From a distance. Under the cloak. Tell me what you see. Is it guarded? Is there anything unusual? Her expression tightened. Why? Harry, what's happening? He's set a trap. There. He's invited me. Her face paled. It's a trap. You can't go. I know it's a trap. He snapped, then softened his tone. I just need to know what kind. Please, Ginny. Just look. She stared at him through the glass, and he saw the same assessment Ron and Hermione had made. He was changed. Harder. Darker. But she didn't look away in fear. She nodded, once. I'll go. But you have to promise me you won't do anything stupid until I report back. I promise. The lie came easily. She broke the connection. He waited. Hours ticked by. He tried to study Moody's notes on Hogwarts floor plans, but the words swam. All he could see was the churchyard. The mirror grew warm. Ginny's face was back, strained, frightened. Harry, it's not what you think. What do you mean? There are no guards. No Death Eaters. No wards I could detect. It's empty. Just the graves. And there's a new one. A new one. Ice water flooded his veins. What? Whose? I couldn't get close enough to read it without breaking cover. But it's small. Right next to your parents. It looks fresh. A new grave. Next to his parents. A threat. A promise. Who? Remus. Tonks. Hagrid. One of the Weasleys. The cold in his chest turned to a raging fire. This was Voldemort's true cruelty. Not just a trap, but a desecration. A piece of his future, his family, planted in the earth beside his past. A statement: I have taken everything, and I will bury what's left with them. The duel was no longer a temptation. It was a summons he could not refuse. The mission, the diadem, the war, it all faded into a gray blur. There was only the churchyard. The fresh earth. The unknown name on the stone. He had to know. He had to see. Thank you, Ginny, he said, his voice deathly calm. Don't go back there. Don't tell anyone. Harry, what are you going to do? What I have to. He broke the connection. He packed his bag. The sword, the fang, the modified eye, the cloak, the map. He left Moody's notebooks behind. He wouldn't need theory where he was going. He stood for a final moment in the lighthouse, the wind howling its lament. He had a cloak against Dementors. He had a key to Hogwarts. And he was going to walk into a trap in a churchyard, because the Dark Lord had dug a hole in the earth and he could not bear not knowing what was in it. He was no longer a general. He was a son, a brother, a friend. And he was about to fail them all. He apparated into the gathering dusk of Godric's Hollow. The churchyard was still, silent, blanketed in early evening shadow. The air was cold and clean, smelling of damp grass and old stone. No Dementors. No Death Eaters. Just the quiet of the dead. He saw the two headstones he'd seen in the vision. And beside them, a mound of raw, dark earth. A new, plain headstone, not yet weathered. His breath caught in his throat. He drew his wand, the modified eye clenched in his other hand. He activated the white noise ward as a precaution, the sphere of static humming to life around him. He was a blur of confusion in the tranquil yard. He walked forward, each step feeling like a mile. He reached the new grave. He looked down at the headstone. And the world stopped. The name carved there was not Remus, or Tonks, or any Weasley. It was his own. Harry James Potter. Asterisk 1980-1998. Asterisk. The boy who lived, the man who stole. The dates were wrong. He wasn't dead. But the stone was real, the earth was freshly turned. It was a prophecy. A promise. A grave waiting for its occupant. And standing on the other side of the grave, materializing out of the shadows as if stepping through a veil, was Lord Voldemort. He was alone. He wore simple black robes. His red eyes glowed in the twilight, fixed on Harry with a terrible, curious intensity. He held no wand. He simply stood there, a pale, serpentine figure beside an empty hole with Harry's name on it. "Hello, Harry," Voldemort said, his voice soft, almost conversational. "I've been waiting for you to come home." The trap was not an ambush. It was a conversation. And the grave between them was the only table they would need. The world had narrowed to the space between two headstones and an open grave. The white noise ward hummed around Harry, a bubble of dissonance in the silent churchyard, but it felt suddenly feeble, a child's blanket against the vast, ancient darkness that was Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord stood, preternaturally still, his pale face a moon in the twilight, those scarlet eyes drinking in the sight of Harry as if he were a rare, fascinating insect. "You have caused me a great deal of trouble, Harry," Voldemort said, his voice devoid of the rage Harry had come to expect. It was calm, analytical. More than any other. More, even, than Dumbledore in his prime. He was a brilliant duelist, a master of light. But he was predictable. He had rules. You have surprised me." Harry's wand was pointed at Voldemort's heart, but his arm felt leaden. The grave at his feet, with his own name, was a psychic anchor dragging at his sanity. "What is this?" he croaked, gesturing at the fresh earth. "A statement. An inevitability." Voldemort took a slow step to the side, circling the grave, never looking away. "You have been digging up my past, Harry. unearthing my secrets. It seemed only fair I prepare a place for your future. One of us will lie in it before dawn. The question is, which? You're going to kill me. Then do it. Harry's voice gained strength, fueled by a lifetime of hatred. Stop talking and fight. Kill you. Voldemort let out a soft, sibilant laugh. After such a magnificent performance. The cave. Gringotts. The duel with my faithful Severus. You have shown resourcefulness, creativity, and a refreshing lack of squeamishness. The boy who lived on principle is dead. I watched him die in the mud of a graveyard, breaking an arm to gain an advantage. What stands before me is something new. Something more interesting. Harry's finger tightened on his wand. He knows about Snape. He's been watching. Of course he had. The connection. The faux glass in the graveyard. He felt exposed, his every move laid bare. You're trying to unnerve me. It won't work. I am trying to understand you, Voldemort corrected. We are connected, Harry. More deeply than you know. I have felt your victories. The triumph in the cave when you outwitted my protections. The savage glee when you commanded the dragon. The cold satisfaction when you broke a man over his own grief. These are not the emotions of Albus Dumbledore's martyr. They are the emotions of a survivor. Of a predator. I am nothing like you. Aren't you? Voldemort stopped his circling, now standing opposite Harry, the grave between them like a dark mirror. You seek power. You take it where you can find it. You use tools others fear to touch. You learn from your enemy. You have studied me, Harry. Through my own artifacts. You have peered into my memories, tasted my magic, worn my knowledge like a cloak. Tell me, when you spoke to the dragon, when you wielded that broken piece of magic in the Department of Mysteries, did it feel familiar? Did it feel like coming home? The words were arrows, each striking a secret fear. The locket's cold wisdom, the ease of Parseltongue, the dark, precise shape of the bone-breaking curse. They had felt familiar. They had felt like keys fitting into locks he hadn't known he possessed. It felt like winning, Harry spat. Yes. Voldemort's eyes flashed with something akin to triumph. Exactly. And you have won, against odds that would have broken a lesser wizard. You have destroyed 2 of my Horcruxes. You have robbed the unrobbable bank. You have walked through my Dementors with a shield of your own design. You have done what Dumbledore could not. You have fought me on my own terms, and you have not lost. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you think he would be proud? Or horrified? The question was a knife in an old wound. Dumbledore's disappointed, knowing look from the portrait in his memory. You have a power he knows not, love. But what power had he used lately? Not love. Cunning. Theft. Darkness. He'd be dead either way, Harry said, his voice harsh. Because of you. Because of a war he chose to fight with one hand behind his back. Voldemort's composure cracked for a second, a flicker of the old, petulant rage. He preached love and sacrifice while sending children to die for his cause. He raised you like a pig for slaughter, Harry. He knew you would have to die to kill me. He planned it. I, at least, have always been honest about my desire to see you dead. He pretended to care for you while sharpening the knife. Harry flinched. It was the truth. The terrible, unvarnished truth he had been raging against for months. I offer you a different path, Voldemort said, smoothing his robes, the momentary anger gone. Not death. Not servitude. Partnership. The word hung in the cool air, absurd, monstrous. You're insane. Am I? Consider. The wizarding world is broken. The old order is gone. A new one will rise. I will build it. But even I, tire of sycophants and fools. Bellatrix is a loyal tool, but she has no vision. Severus is brilliant, but his heart is a divided thing. I need a successor. Someone with power, with will, with the strength to do what is necessary. Someone who has proven they can think like me. To do what? Murder more people. Torture muggles. You're a monster. I am a revolutionary. Voldemort's voice rose, ringing off the headstones. I seek to elevate wizard kind to its rightful place. To purge the weakness that has infected us. You have seen the corruption, the stagnation. The ministry was a joke. Dumbledore's philosophy of tolerance led only to decay. I offer order, power, a world where the strong rule, and the weak serve, as is natural. And where do I fit in? Harry heard himself ask, a detached part of his mind horrified by his own curiosity. By my side, as my heir. You have the bloodline, a descendant of the Peverils. You have the power, you have survived me again and again. And you have the mindset. You have already crossed lines Dumbledore's followers would never dare. Together, we could reshape the world. No more hiding. No more pathetic muggle-loving sentimentality. True wizard dominance. You could have everything you ever wanted. Safety for your friends. A place of honor. Power beyond imagination. It was a tapestry of lies, Harry knew. Beautiful, dark threads woven to create a picture of a future where his suffering meant something. Where his descent into darkness wasn't a fall, but an ascension. And what about the war? The people you've killed. My parents. Regrettable casualties. Voldemort waved a slender hand. Your parents chose their side. They fought. They lost. In the new world, such conflicts will be unnecessary. Join me, and their deaths will have brought about a greater peace. A lasting order. The sheer, glacial narcissism of it took Harry's breath away. He was being offered a chance to justify his own parents' murder. To make their sacrifice a down payment on a throne of bones. You can't possibly believe I'd say yes. I believe you are pragmatic, Voldemort said, his eyes glinting. I believe you have seen the futility of Dumbledore's way. I believe you are tired of losing people. We can end the war tonight, Harry. With a gesture. Lay down your wand. Acknowledge the new world. And the killing stops. Your friends, the Weasleys, the Mud, Granger, they live. They can even have a place, under our protection. The alternative, he gestured to the grave, is already prepared. And not just for you. For every one of them. Starting with the two who just walked into my castle. Ice shot through Harry's veins. What? Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger. So brave. So loyal. Trying to redeem their lost leader by completing his mission. They are in Hogwarts as we speak. Walking into a nest of Dementors, without your clever little shield. He smiled, a thin, cruel curve of his lips. My followers await them. They will be captured. And they will die, slowly, in front of you, to demonstrate the cost of your refusal. The world tilted. Ron and Hermione. At Hogwarts. Now. They'd gone without him. To prove a point, to find a better way. And they'd walked straight into the trap he'd seen but abandoned. This was the real trap. Not the grave. Not the conversation. The timing. Voldemort had lured him here, isolated him, while his friends moved on Hogwarts unprotected. He had divided them, and now he would pick them off. You're lying, Harry whispered, but his heart was hammering against his ribs. It was exactly something they would do. See for yourself. Voldemort's wand appeared in his hand so fast it was barely a blur. He didn't aim at Harry. He pointed it at the air between them and whispered, Speculum Captivorum. A shimmering, circular window appeared, like a pane of liquid silver. An image formed. The 7th floor corridor of Hogwarts. It was dark, but a single wand tip provided light. Ron and Hermione, backs together, wands out, were surrounded. Not by Dementors, by Death Eaters. Electo and Amicus Caro, Gibbon, others. They were cornered near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The door to the room of requirement was nowhere in sight. They must have been caught before they could even enter. Ron had the sword of Gryffindor held in a white-knuckled grip, but he looked terrified. Hermione's face was set in defiant fury, but her eyes darted, looking for an escape that wasn't there. As you can see, Voldemort said softly, the choice is now rather concrete. Your allegiance, for their lives. Their continued, comfortable lives. Refuse, and I give the order. They will be brought here. You will watch them die. Then you will join them. The war ends tonight, with my complete victory. Harry stared into the scrying window, his mind screaming. This was his fault. He had driven them away. He had been so focused on his own dark path, on becoming the weapon, that he had left them vulnerable. They had gone to do the right thing, the brave thing, and he had been in a graveyard playing philosophical games with the devil. The modified eye hummed in his left hand, its static field feeling useless. The sword was in his bag. The fang. He could fight. He could try to kill Voldemort right now. But even if he succeeded, an impossible if, the Death Eaters in Hogwarts would kill Ron and Hermione the moment their master fell. He was checkmated. Voldemort watched him, patient as a spider. He had orchestrated this perfectly. He had studied Harry, understood his guilt, his loyalty, his self-sacrificing streak. He was offering a way to save them, at the cost of Harry's soul. It was the same choice Dumbledore had given him, die for them. But Voldemort's version was more twisted, live for them, as a monster. What would I have to do? Harry heard himself ask, his voice a dead thing. Kneel, Voldemort said simply. Kneel before me, and pledge your loyalty. Accept the dark mark. It need not be permanent, a temporary binding, to show good faith. Then, we go to Hogwarts together. You order your friends to stand down. You take the diadem from the room, a test of your new allegiance, and you bring it to me. Once I have it, and your oath is sealed, they go free. You and I then begin the work of building our new world. Kneel. The ultimate submission. The final surrender. To kneel in this churchyard, on his parents' bones, to their murderer. But to save Ron and Hermione. He looked at the scrying window. Electo Caro had raised her wand, pointing it at Hermione's face. She was laughing, saying something he couldn't hear. Ron stepped in front of Hermione, raising the sword. They were going to die. Because of him. All his planning, his theft, his darkness, it had led here. To a choice between two kinds of damnation. He thought of the locket's whispers. The shepherd must sometimes become the wolf. But what if the wolf was just a more honest shepherd? What if the only way to protect the flock was to join the pack? His knees felt weak. The weight of the past year, of a lifetime, pressed down on him. He was so tired. He looked at Voldemort. The red eyes were hungry, eager. He wanted this. He wanted Harry's surrender not just for victory, but for validation. To prove that even the boy who lived could be broken, could be made to see the world his way. Harry's gaze dropped to the fresh grave. Harry James Potter. The man who stole. He had stolen knowledge, objects, moments of victory. Could he steal this? Could he take Voldemort's offer and twist it? Could he kneel, swear a false oath, get to Hogwarts, and then turn? It was a gamble. A desperate, stupid gamble. Voldemort would have safeguards. The dark mark, even a temporary one, would give him some control. But it might be the only chance to get close enough to save them. It was a Slytherin plan. A Slytherin sacrifice. He took a shuddering breath. The white noise ward sputtered and died as his concentration shattered. The modified eye grew still and cold in his hand. He looked one last time at the image of his friends, cornered, brave, doomed. Then, he looked at the monster who had orphaned him. And Harry Potter took a step forward. Toward the grave. Toward Voldemort. His legs began to bend. Dot. In the silver scrying window, Ron Weasley roared, charging the Death Eater line with the sword held high, a flash of desperate gold in the dark corridor. Dot. In the silent churchyard, a knee touched the damp earth beside an open grave. Dot. Lord Voldemort's smile was a victory carved in flesh. And Harry's world went black at the edges, not with despair, but with the terrible, calculated acceptance of a thief who had just decided to steal his own soul. Dot. The cliffhanger. Harry is about to kneel and pledge loyalty to Voldemort to save Ron and Hermione. But is he sincere, or is this another layer of his deception? And what will happen when he stands again? The next chapter will reveal the consequences of his choice. The ground was cold and unforgiving through the fabric of his trousers. The damp seeped in immediately, a chilling kiss from the earth that wanted to claim him. Harry's knee rested not on grass, but on the raw, turned soil of his own grave. The scent of wet clay and decay filled his nostrils. He kept his head bowed, not in reverence, but to hide the storm in his eyes. The weight of the moment was a physical pressure, as if the sky itself had descended to rest on his shoulders. He could see Voldemort's feet, clad in fine black leather, just inches from his own kneeling form. He could feel the triumphant, hungry magic radiating from the Dark Lord, a silent, gloating scream. The other, Voldemort's voice slithered down to him. Complete the gesture. Every instinct screamed to rise, to fight, to die spitting in that pale face. But behind his eyes burned the silver image from the scrying window, Ron's terrified defiance, Hermione's calculating desperation. Their lives, ticking away in a dark corridor because of his choices. His left knee touched the earth. He was now fully kneeling before Lord Voldemort, in the shadow of his parents' graves, on the brink of his own. A long, satisfied silence followed, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the yew trees. It was the silence of a predator savoring the final surrender of its most elusive prey. "Look at me, Harry." Harry raised his head. Voldemort's face was a mask of sublime victory. The red eyes glowed with a light that was almost affectionate, the way a collector might regard a finally acquired masterpiece. The words, Voldemort prompted, his wand now pointing casually at Harry's heart. Harry's mouth was dry as ash. He had to sell this. He had to make it real. He thought of occlumency, of building a false front. But Voldemort was the master legilimens. A outright lie would be detected. He needed a truth to wrap the deception in. He found it in his own guilt, his own exhaustion. The part of him that was tired of the fight, that saw the logic in the darkness, that had enjoyed the power he'd taken. He brought that part to the surface, let it fill his eyes with a weary, broken light. "I submit," Harry said, the words tearing something vital inside him as they left his lips. "To your power. To the new order." Each word was a stone dropped into a bottomless well. Voldemort's smile widened. "Good. But words or air, magic requires a bond, a temporary tether, to ensure our mutual good faith as we proceed." He gestured with his wand. "Your left arm." Harry's stomach lurched. The mark. Even a temporary one. It was a violation deeper than any spell. It would be a channel, a leash. He forced his right hand to unclench from his wand, letting it rest on his thigh. With trembling fingers, he pushed up the sleeve of his left arm, exposing the pale skin and the faint trace of the "I must not tell lies" scar from Umbridge. Voldemort's gaze flickered to the scar with distaste. "A relic of foolish tyranny. We will replace it with a symbol of true power." He raised his wand, the tip beginning to glow with a sinister, dark light that seemed to suck the surrounding twilight into it. "This will be a proto-mark," Voldemort explained, almost conversationally, as he began to trace a complex symbol in the air. The dark light left a lingering, smoky trail. "It grants no authority over others. It simply creates a sympathetic link. It will allow me to know your location, your general state of being. And it will allow me to impose a measure of discipline, should your loyalty prove false." His eyes locked on Harry's. "It will also hurt, quite exquisitely, if you attempt to remove it or betray its purpose. Do you understand?" Harry gave a single, stiff nod. He understood perfectly. It was a magical shock collar. "Then hold still." The tip of Voldemort's wand touched the skin of Harry's forearm. The pain was not like the cruciatus. It was not a wave of agony. It was a precise, invasive burning, as if a wire of molten lead was being threaded just beneath his skin, weaving a pattern of absolute ownership. Harry gritted his teeth, a low groan escaping him. He focused on the image of the scrying window, on Ron and Hermione. "For them. This is for them." The burning coalesced into the stark, black shape of the dark mark, the skull, the serpent. It stood out lividly against his skin, pulsing with a faint, malignant heat. As it settled, Harry felt a new, unwelcome sensation, a thin, cold thread of connection, leading from the mark on his arm to the core of the wizard before him. It felt like a taproot of darkness had been driven into his soul. Voldemort withdrew his wand, examining his work. "Rise, Harry Potter, my apprentice." The title was a mockery and a coronation. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his legs shaky. The mark on his arm throbbed. He felt filthy. "Branded." "Now," Voldemort said, turning back to the shimmering scrying window, which still showed the standoff in Hogwarts. "We go to collect your friends. You will order them to stand down. You will retrieve the diadem from the room of requirement. And then, we will discuss the future." He extended a hand. Sighed a long apparition. "I will not have you stray." Harry looked at the proffered hand, long-fingered and pale. Taking it felt like a final, irreversible step. But he had come this far. He reached out. His fingers were about to brush Voldemort's when a sharp, female voice cut through the churchyard, magically amplified and coming from the scrying window itself. "You will not touch him." Both Harry and Voldemort froze, their attention snapping to the window. The scene in the Hogwarts corridor had changed. Alecto Carrow was on the ground, clutching her face, blood seeping between her fingers. Amicus was staggering back, a look of comical shock on his features. And standing between the Death Eaters and Ron and Hermione, her red hair like a banner in the gloom, her wand held in a duelist's perfect stance, was Ginny Weasley. She wasn't alone. Neville Longbottom stood beside her, his face set in a grim mask of determination, holding what looked like a worn, leather-bound book like a shield. Luna Lovegood was there too, her wand weaving gently as she murmured something that made the air around the Death Eaters shimmer with confusing rainbows. They had reinforcements. They had a plan. "The blood traitor brood," Voldemort hissed, his triumph morphing into annoyance. "And the Longbottom failure. How tedious." In the window, Ginny didn't take her eyes off the Death Eaters. Ron, Hermione, the door is behind us. Neville, the incantation. Neville, his hands shaking but his voice steady, began to read from the book in a loud, clear voice. It wasn't Latin. It was something older, guttural. The words seemed to press against the stone of the corridor. The blank wall behind the Death Eaters began to shimmer. They were summoning the Room of Requirement. No, Voldemort snarled. He raised his wand towards the scrying window, as if to cast through it. Avada. Harry moved. It wasn't a thought. It was a reflex born of seeing Ginny's defiant face, of seeing a chance, a sliver of hope his friends had carved for themselves. His right hand, still resting on his thigh, closed around his wand. He didn't aim at Voldemort. He aimed at the modified eye, which he had let fall to the grass when he knelt. With a wrench of will, he activated it not as a shield, but as a bomb of psychic static. Activate! He roared. The enchanted eye exploded, not with fire or shrapnel. With a silent, devastating pulse of pure, chaotic dissonance. The wave of wrongness hit the scrying window first. The silver pane shattered like glass, the image of Hogwarts dissolving into 1,000 shards of meaningless light and sound. The pulse washed over Voldemort. The Dark Lord, caught mid-incantation, staggered. He didn't cry out, but a spasm of intense disgust and disorientation crossed his features. The psychic noise was an assault on his refined, ordered consciousness. It was the magical equivalent of a bucket of sewage thrown over a king. The pulse hit Harry too, but he was its source, its heart. He felt it as a massive, brain-rattling feedback screech. Blood poured from his nose again, and his vision swam with black spots. But he was already moving, scrambling backwards away from Voldemort, his wand coming up. Voldemort recovered with inhuman speed. The disorientation vanished, replaced by volcanic fury. "You treacherous worm!" The killing curse, green and terrible, screamed from his wand. Harry didn't try to block it. He threw himself sideways behind the thick trunk of an ancient yew tree. The curse struck the tree, which exploded in a shower of splinters and dark sap. Harry rolled to his feet, his mind clearing through the pain. The plan was in tatters. His subterfuge was over. It was a fight now. A doomed one, but a fight. He had one advantage. Voldemort wanted him alive, if possible. He wanted his surrender, his allegiance. Harry could use that. Crucio. Voldemort's voice was laced with a fury Harry had never heard. The torture curse snaked around the tree. Harry dove again, the curse searing the air where he'd been. He couldn't win a duel. He had to run. He had to get to Hogwarts. He sprinted, not away from the churchyard, but towards the church itself, a dark silhouette against the purple sky. A killing curse blasted a chunk out of the stone wall beside him. "You cannot run from me." Voldemort's voice echoed, closer than it should be. He was giving chase, but with a predator's leisure, confident the prey was cornered. Harry burst through the church's rotten wooden door. It was dark inside, smelling of mildew and old hymnals. He ran down the center aisle, his footsteps echoing. He needed a moment. Just a moment to think, to apparate. A blast of magic tore the roof off the pew behind him. Dust and debris rained down. "There is no sanctuary here, Harry." Voldemort stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the twilight. "Only a tomb." Harry reached the altar and spun, his back to the stone. He was trapped. Voldemort advanced slowly down the aisle. "A pity," Voldemort said, his wand held loosely. "You showed such promise. Such beautiful, dark potential. But sentiment, as always, is your undoing. You could have had power. Now, you will have only pain, and then death. But first, you will watch your little friends die. I will revive the window. I want you to see it." He raised his wand to recast the scrying spell. This was it. Harry's last chance. He couldn't apparate, Voldemort would stop him. He couldn't fight. He looked at the mark on his arm, pulsing with dark connection. The leash. The tether. A mad, terrible idea formed. The locket had taught him about connections. About how to use them. He focused on the mark. Not as a brand of submission, but as a wire. A live wire carrying Voldemort's magic, his awareness. Harry remembered the principle of the cave's siphon, how it drank magic. He remembered the cracked stone's static, how it broke patterns. He didn't try to sever the connection. He did the opposite. He grabbed it with his mind, with his own ragged magic, and he pulled. Not to take power. To give it. To flood the connection with the one thing he had in abundance right now, chaotic, fractured, screaming pain. The headache from the eye's backlash, the agony of the mark's burning, the psychic shrapnel of his own shattered emotions. He bundled it all together, shaped it with the locket's lessons on precise malice, and shoved it back down the tether, straight into Voldemort's consciousness. It was a psychic scream, delivered directly into the mind of the most powerful legilimens alive. Voldemort froze. His wand arm dropped. A flicker of something, not pain, but profound, unsettling surprise, crossed his face. His own perfect, ordered mind was suddenly flooded with someone else's raw, unfiltered, broken anguish. It was a violation. For a split second, his flawless control wavered. It was less than a second. But it was enough. Harry didn't apparate. He turned and smashed the stained glass window behind the altar with a blasting hex and dove through it, out into the churchyard on the other side. He hit the ground running, hearing Voldemort's roar of pure, incandescent rage erupt from inside the church, a sound of fury now mixed with something else, something ugly and personal, insult. Harry sprinted across the graveyard, past his own empty grave, towards the tree line. He focused on Hogwarts, on the 7th floor corridor, on Ginny's face. He had to get there. He had to help. The air behind him crackled with the promise of annihilating magic. He twisted on the run, apparating with a sound like a gunshot just as a torrent of green light turned the space he'd occupied into a crater of smoldering earth. He didn't arrive at Hogwarts. The protomark on his arm seared with a new, prohibitive agony. Voldemort was using the tether to block his apparition. He was being pulled, redirected. He landed, staggering, not in a castle corridor, but in a place of oppressive silence and gleaming dark wood. A long, polished table. High-backed chairs. Tapestries of serpents. The Ministry of Magic. The Death Eater-controlled ministry. And standing at the head of the table, his expression now one of cold, controlled fury, was Lord Voldemort. The connection through the mark had allowed him to hijack Harry's apparition, to bring him here, to a private council chamber. Running is over, Harry, Voldemort said, his voice like ice. The game is over. You are mine. And now, you will watch. He flicked his wand. A new, larger scrying window opened on the wall, showing the Hogwarts corridor again. The door to the room of requirement was now visible, half-formed. Ginny, Neville, and Luna were holding off the Death Eaters with impressive, desperate skill. Ron and Hermione were almost to the door. But more figures were appearing at the far end of the corridor. More Death Eaters. And among them, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a silver hand. Fenrir Greyback. And he was looking straight at Ginny, a hungry smile on his face. In the ministry chamber, Voldemort turned his scarlet gaze on Harry, who stood panting, trapped, the mark burning a hole in his soul. Let us see, Voldemort whispered, how brave your little friends are when the wolf is among them. Harry was captured, not by chains, but by a magical brand. His friends were moments from a different kind of death. And the only weapon he had left was the connection his enemy had used to leash him. The window showed Greyback starting his charge, a bestial growl distorting the sound coming through the magic. In the silent, luxurious prison of the council chamber, Harry met Voldemort's eyes. And for the first time, he smiled. A thin, cracked, terrible smile. You shouldn't have connected us, Harry said, his voice raw but clear. He raised his wand, not at Voldemort, but to his own temple, the tip pressing into the lightning bolt scar. Because I know where this goes. And I'm not afraid of the dark. He cast a spell, but not one Voldemort knew. It was the spell he'd used to probe the dead locket, to seek memories in the negative spaces. A spell of profound, invasive intimacy. He cast it, not into an object, but into the connection itself. Into the tether of the protomark. And he followed it, not to spy, but to merge. He plunged his consciousness down the dark wire, straight into the turbulent, raging sea of Voldemort's mind. If he was going to be a prisoner, he would be a prisoner in the one place Voldemort could never escape. His own soul. The world dissolved into a screaming kaleidoscope of memory and malice. Harry had no body. He was a point of awareness, a shard of self, hurtling down a wire of dark magic into an ocean of ice and fire. Voldemort's mind was not a library like Dumbledore's Pensive, nor a fortress like Snape's. It was a storm, a typhoon of towering arrogance, searing hatred, and a cold, vast loneliness that dwarfed the universe. Images and sensations assaulted him, not in sequence, but all at once, a deafening chorus of a lifetime. The cold, impersonal neglect of the Wolves' orphanage, a gray wash of hunger and anger. The first rush of magical power, bending a bully's will, a hot, sweet surge of dominance. The dizzying halls of Hogwarts, not as a home, but as a birthright, a kingdom to be claimed. The intoxicating discovery of his lineage, Slytherin's heir, a puzzle piece slotting into a narrative of superiority. The revulsion at his own mortal name, Tom, a word of a father he despised. The deep, abiding fascination with death, not as an end, but as a flaw to be corrected. The first murder, Myrtle Warren, a cold, clinical act, followed by a surprising emptiness where satisfaction should have been. The creation of the diary, the ecstatic, terrifying rip of soul from self, addiction to self-destruction in the name of immortality. Harry tried to shield himself, but there was no shield. He was inside the storm. He felt Voldemort's rage at Dumbledore's pity, his contempt for his followers' weakness, his obsessive need for control, for order, for a world that mirrored the perfect, cold geometry of his own ambition. And he felt, too, the fractures. The places where the soul-ripping had left not just holes, but jagged, bleeding edges. A profound, unacknowledged terror of the very nothingness he sought to conquer. A secret, shameful thread of envy, for connection, for belonging, that he had long since strangled and buried under mountains of scorn. Get out. The thought was a thunderclap, a wall of pure will meant to obliterate the intruder. Harry felt himself being compressed, shredded. He was an infection, and the immune system of this dark mind was vast and ruthless. But Harry had not come to observe. He had come to fight. And he fought not with occlumency, but with occupancy. He was a squatter in the palace of madness. He latched onto the fractures, the pain points. He poured his own memories into the wounds. The warmth of the Burrows kitchen, the smell of Molly's cooking, the chaotic, loving noise of the Weasleys. The fierce, intellectual loyalty of Hermione, studying by firelight. The unshakable, bickering brotherhood of Ron, standing shoulder to shoulder in the face of certain death. The protective fury of Sirius, of Lupin, of even the stern, caring shadow of Dumbledore. The simple, solid love of his parents, a love so strong it had left a shield in his blood. He bombarded the storm with warmth, with connection, with the very things Voldemort's psyche had declared anathema. The effect was not softening. It was agony. Voldemort's mental scream was the sound of a universe rejecting a foreign law of physics. The memories of love were like acid on his consciousness. They didn't convert, they burned. The storm convulsed. The towering arrogance wavered. For a nanosecond, Harry felt a flash of something else, a child's longing, so deep and old it was fossilized, before it was smothered by a fresh, incinerating wave of hate. You dare, you filthy, loving maggot. This is mine. All is mine. The mental landscape began to turn on itself. Memories twisted. Harry saw, through Voldemort's eyes, his own face, not as an enemy, but as a reflection. A possibility. A path not taken. The boy who could have been another Slytherin heir, powerful, respected, but surrounded by allies, not servants. Loved. It was the ultimate insult. The ultimate pollution. In the physical world, in the Ministry Council chamber, Lord Voldemort's body stiffened. A tremor ran through his wand hand. The scarlet eyes widened, then screwed shut in a spasm of intense, internal pain. A thin, high sound, like steam escaping a kettle, issued from between his clenched teeth. The grand scrying window on the wall flickered violently, the image of the Hogwarts corridor distorting, flashing with static. Harry's own body, standing a few feet away, was rigid, eyes rolled back in his head, blood streaming from both nostrils and his ears. The proto-mark on his arm was no longer black, but a livid, glowing red, pulsing in time with the psychic tempest. In the Hogwarts corridor, the battle hung in a precarious balance. Ginny was a whirlwind, her bat bogey hex sending Amicus Carrow into a writhing, choking fit. Neville, with a surprising ferocity, was dueling Gibbon, using the old, leather-bound book, a gift from Dumbledore, magical drafts and potions of the Gothic ages, which he was using as a bludgeon to deflect curses. Luna, with dreamy focus, had enchanted the stone gargoyles on the walls to sing a discordant, distracting lullaby. Ron and Hermione were at the wall, Hermione tracing patterns with her wand while Ron stood guard, the sword held ready. The outline of a door was shimmering into existence, but slowly, so slowly. Then Fenrir Greyback charged. He moved with animal speed, a blur of matted fur and silver. He barreled through a jet of red light from Ginny, ignoring it, his yellow eyes fixed on her throat. "Ginny!" Ron roared, turning from the wall, raising the sword. But Greyback was too fast. He was upon her, his silver hand flashing up to grab her wand arm, his real hand, clawed and dirty, reaching for her face. The scrying window flickered above them, distorting Greyback's image for a second, making him seem to waver. In that split second of distraction, Ginny did not try to pull away. She dropped her wand, letting it fall, and brought her knee up with brutal force into Greyback's groin. The werewolf grunted, his grip loosening for a fraction of a second. That was all Neville needed. He abandoned his duel with Gibbon, turned, and with a wordless roar of fury, brought the heavy, leather-bound book down on the back of Greyback's head with a sickening thwack. The werewolf staggered, releasing Ginny. The door behind Ron and Hermione gave a final, solid click. It was fully formed. "It's open," Hermione screamed. "Get in," Ron yelled, shoving Hermione towards the door. "Neville, Ginny, Luna. Now." They fell back towards the door, a fighting retreat. Greyback shook his head, growling, advancing again. The other Death Eaters rallied. The scrying window flickered once more, then went completely dark, cutting off the view from the Ministry. In Voldemort's mind, Harry was drowning. The backlash was too great. He was a leaf in a hurricane. Voldemort's will, though momentarily shaken, was colossal. It was reassembling, focusing its entire, titanic hatred on the invading presence, preparing to not just eject it, but to crush it into psychic dust, to erase Harry Potter from the inside out. Harry had one move left. He couldn't win a war of attrition. But he had seen a crack. The fossilized longing. The hidden, terrified child in the orphanage, staring at a wall, wondering why he was different, why he was alone. With the last of his strength, Harry didn't push a memory. He pushed a question. A simple, devastating question, aimed not at the Dark Lord, but at the boy named Tom. Was it worth it? The question carried with it the weight of every empty throne. Every sycophant's lie, every cold, solitary night in a manor that was not a home. It carried the image of the shattered soul, the endless, paranoid hunt for immortality, the loneliness of being a god with no one to love him. For a single, echoing moment, the storm stopped. The hatred, the arrogance, the malice, all paused, hanging in the balance, confronted by the void at the center of its own being. Then, with a psychic detonation that felt like a star-going supernova, Harry was expelled. He slammed back into his own body with such force he was thrown across the Ministry chamber, crashing into the polished wood of the council table and sliding to the floor. He gasped, retching, every nerve on fire. The proto-mark on his arm was a blackened, smoking ruin, the skin around it blistered and cracked. The connection was severed, burned out from the inside. Across the room, Lord Voldemort was on one knee. He was panting, a sound Harry had never heard from him, a raw, human sound of exertion and pain. When he looked up, the scarlet eyes were not just angry. They were wounded. For the first time, Harry saw something beyond rage in those eyes, a deep, unsettled, personal violation. Harry had not just attacked him, he had seen him. The real him. And he had asked the one question that had no answer. Voldemort rose to his feet. His composure was gone. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated murder. "No more games," Voldemort whispered, his voice trembling with a hatred so profound it had transcended fury into something quiet and absolute. "No more clever tricks. No more destiny. You die. Now." He raised his wand. Not for a killing curse. For something worse. His lips began to form an incantation Harry did not know, one that made the very air in the room grow thin and the light bleed away, concentrating around the tip of his wand into a point of absolute, gravitational blackness. He was going to unmake Harry. Not just kill him, erase him from existence. Harry tried to raise his wand, but his arm wouldn't obey. He was spent, broken, his mind a raw wound. He could only watch as the point of darkness grew, swallowing the sound, the light, the hope. Then, from the hallway outside the chamber doors, a voice rang out, sharp and clear and blessedly familiar. "You really should have better locks on your doors, Tommy." The double doors exploded inwards. And striding into the room, her hair a wild mane, her wand leaving a trail of crackling gold in the air, was Nymphadora Tonks. And behind her, rematerializing from the shadows beside the shattered doorframe, his face grim and his own wand raised, was Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Get away from our boy, Riddle," Tonks said, her eyes flashing from their usual warm hazel to a dangerous, metallic gray. "You've had him long enough." Voldemort's head snapped towards the interruption. The point of darkness at his wand tip wavered, his concentration fractured by the sheer, shocking audacity of the assault on the heart of his power. In that second of divided attention, Kingsley didn't shout a spell. He pointed his wand at the floor between Harry and Voldemort and said one word, "Now." The polished marble tiles erupted. Not upwards, but downwards. A huge, circular section of the floor vanished, collapsing into a black pit. Harry, who was lying on the edge of it, felt himself falling. He saw Voldemort's snarl of fury, saw him leap back from the collapsing edge. He saw Tonks fire a blazing purple curse at the Dark Lord, forcing him to deflect. Then Harry was tumbling into darkness, the sounds of battle from above growing faint. The last thing he saw, the furious red eyes glaring down at him from the rim of the hole. He fell for what felt like forever, before landing with a bone-jarring thud on a pile of something soft and musty, old sacks, perhaps, in a sub-basement. The impact knocked the last of the air from his lungs. Above, he could hear the distant boom of spells, the shriek of tearing metal. The Order of the Phoenix had come. They had broken into the Ministry. And they had just thrown him down a hole to save him. He lay in the dark, bleeding, branded, and utterly shattered, but alive. And in the silence of the pit, a new, chilling thought formed. He had looked into the mind of the monster. And the monster had looked back. Now, they both knew each other's deepest secrets. And the final battle would be fought not with spells alone, but with the terrible, intimate knowledge of what made the other break. He was rescued, but more lost than ever. The thief had stolen the darkest secret of all, a glimpse of the lonely child behind the Dark Lord's eyes. And that knowledge was a weapon more dangerous than any he had ever wielded. Above, in the ruined council chamber, Lord Voldemort disintegrated an entire wall to drive back his attackers, his rage now cold and focused. He would hunt Harry Potter to the ends of the earth. Not for prophecy. Not for victory. But because the boy had seen him. And for that, every living thing Harry Potter had ever loved would burn. Consciousness returned in a slow, painful tide. It brought with it the smell of antiseptic and dried herbs, the feel of rough wool blankets, and a deep, throbbing ache that seemed to originate in his bones and radiate outwards, concentrating in two specific points, the lightning bolt scar on his forehead and the blackened, ruined skin of the proto-mark on his forearm. Harry opened his eyes. He was in a small, stone-walled room, lit by a single oil lamp. A hospital cot. Order of the Phoenix safe house. He recognized the aesthetic, Spartan, secure, temporary. He tried to sit up, and a wave of dizziness and nausea forced him back down with a groan. The door opened, and Remus Lupin entered. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, new lines of stress etched around his eyes and mouth, his brown hair streaked with more gray. But his gaze, when it fell on Harry, was warm with relief and sharp with concern. "You're awake. Good." Lupin pulled a wooden chair to the bedside and sat. "You gave us quite a scare. Tonks and Kingsley pulled you out of the Ministry by the skin of their teeth. You've been out for nearly a full day. The others." Harry's voice was a dry croak. "Ron, Hermione, Ginny, at Hogwarts. They're safe," Lupin said, his voice softening. "Thanks to you, in part. The distraction you caused, whatever you did to you-know-who, it disrupted his scrying and seemed to disorient his forces in the castle long enough for them to get into the room of requirement. They're out. Bill helped them evacuate through the passage to the Hog's Head. They're at Shell Cottage, recovering." A relief so potent it felt like a physical unclenching washed through Harry. They were safe. They had the sword. They were together. Without him. And him. Harry asked, his eyes going to the charred mark on his arm. Lupin's expression darkened. He is enraged. The attack on the Ministry was a bold stroke, but it has cost him face. There are whispers among his followers. Whispers that the Potter boy not only broke into his mind but lived to tell the tale. It's a crack in the image of invincibility. He's gone to ground, likely to regroup and plan a response that will be absolute. Harry absorbed this. He had hurt Voldemort, not physically, but in the one place that might matter more, his pride, his mystique. He had made him look vulnerable. It was a small victory, purchased at a terrible price. "What did you do, Harry?" Lupin asked quietly, his eyes fixed on the burned mark. Tonks said when they found you, you were locked in some kind of standoff. Your magic was bleeding from you. And this, he gestured at the arm. I used the connection he gave me, Harry said, his voice flat. I went into his mind. Lupin's breath caught. Legilimency. Against him. Harry, that's suicidal. I know. But it worked. It broke his concentration. It gave you time. He didn't mention the storm, the memories, the question. Some things were too private, too poisoned, to share. At what cost to you? Lupin pressed, leaning forward. You look haunted. And this mark. Poppy says it's not just a burn. It's a magical necrosis. The dark magic in it fought whatever you did, and it's dying, but it's taking pieces of your own magical pathways with it. You may never have full use of that arm again. Harry looked at his left hand. He could wiggle the fingers, but they felt distant, numb, as if belonging to someone else. Another piece of himself, chipped away. First the faded Patronus memory, now this. It doesn't matter, Harry said. Of course it matters. Lupin's voice was suddenly fierce. Harry, this path you're on, we hear things. From Ron and Hermione. From the goblin gossip Bill picks up. You're using dark artifacts. You're making pacts with creatures. You're using spells that mutilate. This isn't you. You don't know who I am anymore, Harry said, meeting Lupin's gaze. The words were harsh, but they were true. The man who had taught him the Patronus charm, who represented a kind, wounded light, was looking at a stranger. The boy you knew died in a graveyard last year. What's left is what's necessary. Necessary to win, or necessary to survive what you're becoming. Lupin's eyes were full of a grief that had nothing to do with werewolves. Dumbledore believed in your heart, Harry. In your capacity for love. Dumbledore believed in my capacity to die. Harry snapped, the old anger flaring, weak but persistent. He left me a suicide mission and a children's story. I'm writing a different ending. And if that means getting my hands dirty, if it means using every ugly, broken tool I can find, then that's what I'll do. Because the clean way, the Dumbledore way, ends with me dead and Voldemort winning. The silence stretched between them, filled with the unbridgeable gap between the war Lupin had fought and the war Harry was fighting. Finally, Lupin sat back, weariness settling over him like a cloak. What's next, then? Now that you've communed with the enemy. What did you learn? Harry closed his eyes, the storm of Voldemort's memories swirling behind his lids. He saw the obsession with lineage, with purity. He saw the cold, logical steps of Horcrux creation. And he saw, clearer now, the pattern. The vanity. He's collecting Founder's objects, Harry said. The locket, the cup, the diadem. He sees himself as their heir, their culmination. There's one left. Something of Godric Gryffindor. The sword, Lupin breathed. No. The sword was a prize, but it wasn't his. It was a trophy. He'd want something more personal. Something Gryffindor himself prized. He thought of the hollow, possessive feeling from the locket's memories. A weapon, maybe. Or a badge of office. But it's not at Hogwarts. He'd have hidden it somewhere symbolic. Somewhere tied to courage, or nerve, or recklessness. He was thinking out loud, piecing together the madman's puzzle. Gryffindor valued bravery. Where would a man who saw himself as the bravest wizard alive hide a piece of his soul? Not in a vault. Not in a cave. Somewhere, defiant. Somewhere that said, I dare you. We also have a lead on another, Lupin said, interrupting his thoughts. From Bill. The goblins, they talk, especially when they're angry. After the Gringotts break in, some of the older clans are furious at the Death Eater. Control. One of them, a friend of Griphook's, hinted to Bill that the Dark Lord's snake is more than a pet. That it is magically bound to him in an unnatural way. That it is with him always, a constant guardian. Nagini. The living Horcrux. The ultimate perversion. Protected not by spells or dragons, but by proximity to the most dangerous wizard alive. To get to her, he'd have to get to Voldemort himself. So we have two targets, Harry said, opening his eyes. The Gryffindor Horcrux, location unknown. And the snake, which is with him. We need to find the object first. It's the weaker link. And how do you propose we do that? Lupin asked, a note of skepticism in his voice. Harry's mind, cleared of the immediate crisis, began to work again with its new, cold clarity. He thought of secrets. Of things hidden. Voldemort was a secret keeper for his own soul. Who else knew? Who had helped? The Fidelius charm, Harry said suddenly. When he was younger, before he was the Dark Lord, he needed help. He needed places to research, to experiment. He couldn't have done everything alone in an orphanage. Someone hid him. Someone was his first secret keeper. Lupin's eyes widened. You think he used the Fidelius charm on his early lairs? On the places he made his first Horcruxes? Maybe. Or on the people who knew about them. If we can find that original secret keeper, or the place. It's a long shot, Harry. And anyone who knew his secrets is likely long dead or utterly loyal. Or both, Harry agreed. But it was a thread. A fragile one. He looked at Lupin. I need to talk to Bill. And I need my things. My bag. The eye. Lupin looked uneasy. The eye. Mad Eye's eye. Harry, that thing, it feels wrong. Twisted. It's a tool. I need it. With clear reluctance, Lupin stood and left the room, returning a few minutes later with Harry's magically mended rucksack. Harry rummaged in it, his numb fingers fumbling, until he found the modified eye. It was cool, inert. The jar was gone, it was just the eyeball now, resting in his palm. It felt hungry. Lupin stared at it with revulsion. What have you done to it? Made it useful. Harry stowed it in his pocket. Now, Bill. Bill Weasley looked like a man carrying the weight of two worlds. His handsome face was gaunt, the cursed scars from Greyback standing out lividly. He was in the safe house's small kitchen, nursing a cup of tea that had gone cold. He looked up as Harry entered, supported by Lupin. Harry. Good to see you vertical. Bill's smile was brief, professional. You've caused quite a stir. I need your goblin contacts, Harry said, dispensing with pleasantries. He sat heavily at the table. I need to know about Tom Riddle, before he was Voldemort. Did he ever deal with goblins? For artifacts, for secrets, for hiding places. Bill considered. It's possible. He was known to frequent Nocturne Alley, to seek out rare and dark objects. The goblins are the best makers and keepers. But their records are sacrosanct. And they are furious, not cooperative. After what happened to Griphook. What did happen to him? Harry asked, though he dreaded the answer. Bill's face was grim. The Lestrange vault was recovered, magically. The curses were stabilized. They found his body under a ton of multiplied gold. Burned and crushed. The official story is he died a hero, defending the bank from the thieves. The unofficial story, among the traditionalist clans, is that he was betrayed and murdered by wizards. Again, you're not their favorite person. Another death on his ledger. Harry pushed the guilt down. It was a luxury he couldn't afford. I need them to talk. What did they want? What they always want. Respect. Reparations. The sword would have been a powerful bargaining chip. Now, he shrugged. They might trade information for a future promise. For a seat at the table when this is over. But they have to believe you can win. And right now, you look like a fugitive with a burned arm and a death wish. Then we give them something else, Harry said. Something only I can give. Access. Access to what? To him. Harry leaned forward. The goblins hate the Death Eater regime. They're being squeezed, controlled. If I can give them intelligence on his movements, on his plans, if I can promise them that when he falls, their independence will be restored, their grievances addressed. You're talking about making a political deal, Bill said slowly. You're not a government, Harry. I'm the only opposition that's actually hurting him, Harry countered. They know that. The Gringotts break-in proved it. Offer them a partnership. Information on Riddle's past, for intelligence on his present. And a future where goblins are partners, not servants. It was a colossal gamble. It required trust from creatures who defined themselves by their mistrust of wizards. But it was the only lever he had. Bill studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Harry. This is cold, calculated. It's war, Bill. And I'm tired of losing. Harry met his gaze, letting the older wizard see the resolve, and the emptiness, in his eyes. Will you try? After a pause, Bill nodded. I'll reach out. I can't promise anything, but I'll try. That's all I can ask. Harry pushed himself up from the table. There's something else I need to do. Alone. Harry, you're in no condition, Lupin started. It's not a fight, Harry interrupted. It's a retrieval. The diadem is still in the room of requirement. Now that the immediate trap has been sprung, security might be laxer. They won't expect anyone to go back so soon. I have a way past the Dementors now. He touched the pocket holding the eye. That's insane, Lupin said. You just escaped. The castle will be on highest alert. Which is why they won't expect it. And I won't be going as Harry Potter. He looked at Bill. Do you have any polyjuice left? From your reconnaissance. Bill sighed, rubbing his temples. We might. A stash we took from a snatcher patrol. But Harry, this is a terrible idea. Most of my ideas are, Harry said, a ghost of his old, grim humor touching his lips. But they work. I need to get the diadem. We have the sword now. We can destroy it. One less anchor for him. One step closer. He could see the conflict on their faces, the Order members who wanted to protect him, to follow Dumbledore's gentle, sacrificial plan, versus the soldier who saw only objectives and obstacles. Let me come with you, Lupin said finally. No. The ice field only covers one person reliably. And you're needed here, to coordinate with Bill, to keep the others safe. He said, the others, deliberately, not Ron and Hermione. They were no longer his to command. This is a solo mission. He could tell they hated it. But they also saw the steel in him, the unyielding focus that had replaced the fiery, impulsive bravery they remembered. They were looking at a commander, not a comrade. An hour later, armed with a vial of polyjuice, the hair of some anonymous, surly-looking snatcher, his modified eye, the cloak, the map, and a single, determined purpose, Harry stood in the tiny apparition point of the safe house. Lupin and Bill watched him, their expressions a mixture of fear and reluctant respect. Bring it home, Harry, Bill said quietly. And come back, Lupin added, the plea clear in his voice. Harry didn't promise. He simply nodded. Then he turned on the spot, thinking of the dark, windy cliffs outside Hogsmeade, and vanished. He reappeared in the familiar, bleak spot overlooking the village. Hogwarts loomed, darker than ever, no lights in its windows. But he could feel them. The Dementors. A cold, greasy pall hung over the castle and the grounds, a psychic misery that even the distance couldn't fully mute. He drank the polyjuice, feeling his features shift into those of a brutish, unfamiliar man. He threw the invisibility cloak over himself. Then, he took the modified eye from his pocket. Holding it felt like holding a piece of his own fractured sanity. He focused, pouring his magic into it, activating the white noise ward. The sphere of distortion bloomed around him, a 10-foot bubble of wrongness. To the world, he was a snatcher under a cloak. To the Dementors, he hoped, he would be a confusing smudge. He started down the slope towards the Whomping Willow, the plan clear, the fear a distant, background hum. He was a thief on his most dangerous job yet. And as he moved through the darkness, a single, traitorous thought echoed from the depths of Voldemort's mind, a memory not his own. The secret is kept in the heart of a coward, who traded his courage for a long life. It was a fragment, a clue, the first secret keeper. And as Harry slipped beneath the frozen willow, he knew his next target, after the diadem, was not a thing, but a man. A man who had been brave once, a long time ago. The castle awaited, a maw of shadows and despair. But the thief was no longer afraid of the dark. He had brought his own. The Whomping Willow's passage had never felt longer. The darkness was absolute, a thick velvet black that swallowed the light from his wand tip. The white noise ward from the modified eye created a sphere of quiet around him, but it was a strained, staticky silence, like held breath. Every few steps, the eye in his pocket would give a faint, sickly pulse, and the ward would flicker, making his stomach lurch. It was a dying tool, and he was draining the last of its life. He emerged into the shrieking shack, the air thick with dust and the memory of pain. He didn't pause. He pulled the Marauder's map from his bag and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment bloomed, a welcome, familiar magic in the gloom. Hogwarts was a maze of moving dots. Most were clustered in the Great Hall or the Slytherin dungeons, students under enforced curfew, he guessed. Patrols of Death Eaters and Carrows moved in predictable routes. And floating everywhere, like a plague of cold spores, were the unmistakable, blank labels of Dementors. Dozens of them. They drifted through corridors, congregated in the entrance hall, clustered around the staircases. The castle was indeed a nest. But his destination was clear. The 7th floor corridor. The room of requirement. And there, a single dot, unmoving, labeled Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. It was still there, waiting. He saw no dots near it. The trap had been sprung. The defenders had moved to the lower floors, guarding the main entrances, confident that the Dementor swarm was protection enough. He folded the map, took a steadying breath, and pushed open the shack's broken door. The grounds were a graveyard in the moonlight. The grass was silvered with frost, and the air was so cold it burned his lungs. But the true cold was deeper, psychic. The pall of the Dementors was a weight on his soul, a whispering promise of despair. Even through the white noise ward, he felt it, a distant, muffled ache. He activated the disillusionment charm over his polyjuiced form and began to run, a silent, shimmering blur under the cloak, the distortion bubble moving with him. He stuck to the shadows of the castle walls, heading for a side door he knew from the map was currently unpatrolled. As he passed the greenhouses, a Dementor glided around the corner, not 10 feet away. Harry froze. The creature paused, its hooded face turning slowly. He could hear its ragged breath, see the decayed, grasping hands emerging from its sleeves. It sensed something, a disturbance, a hole in the feast of misery. It drifted closer, curious. The eye in his pocket pulsed again, a sharp, painful throb against his thigh. The ward flickered violently. For a second, the static field broke, and Harry's own emotional signature, a tangled knot of determination, fear, and loss, flared like a beacon. The Dementor's head snapped up. It let out a low, hungry moan and floated directly towards him. Panic was a luxury. Harry focused all his will on the eye, on the concept of fracture, of dissonance. He imagined the ward not as a bubble, but as a shell of broken mirrors, reflecting 1,000 confusing, contradictory images of himself back at the creature. The eye grew hot. The ward stabilized, thickening. The Dementor slowed. It tilted its head, confused. It reached out a hand, passing through the edge of the distortion field. It jerked back as if burned, the hand looking momentarily blurred, insubstantial. It made a sound of frustration and drifted away, returning to its patrol. Harry sagged, sweat cooling instantly on his brow. The eye was burning a hole in his pocket. He could smell singed cloth. It was failing. He had to move faster. He reached the side door, a heavy oak slab reinforced with iron. It was locked and warded, but the spells were crude, designed to keep students in, not a determined thief out. A few precise jabs with his wand, using counter charms he'd learned from Moody's notebooks, and the door clicked open. He slipped inside, into a dank, narrow corridor used for storing Quidditch equipment. The smell of mildew and old leather replaced the cold night air. The Dementor presence was stronger here, a cloying, soul-sucking chill that seeped through the stones. He checked the map. The corridor was clear. He began to climb, taking back staircases and forgotten passageways, avoiding the main thoroughfares. The castle was a stranger to him now. Portraits were empty or turned to the wall. Suits of armor stood like desiccated sentinels, some bearing the ugly, new insignia of the Death Eater regime. Graffiti scarred the walls, slogans of hate, and in corners, tiny, furtive symbols of resistance, the letters, D.A., a drawn phoenix. He passed the door to the room of hidden things, but didn't pause. He needed the diadem-specific room. He reached the 7th floor corridor. It was deserted. The torches were unlit, leaving it in deep shadow. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to ballet was slashed and dirty. But the opposite wall was blank. Waiting. He paced 3 times, thinking, I need the room where Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem is hidden. I need the room where Tom Riddle hid his treasure. A door materialized, smooth and ancient-looking, with a handle of tarnished silver. He grasped the handle. It was cold. He pushed the door open. The room of requirement had provided exactly what he'd asked for. It was not the vast, cathedral-like warehouse of lost things. It was a small, circular chamber, like a tower room. There were no windows. The only light came from a single, ghostly blue flame burning in a sconce on the wall. The air was still and dead. In the center of the room, on a simple stone pedestal, sat Ravenclaw's diadem. It was more beautiful than he'd imagined. Delicate silver, shaped like an eagle in flight, its wings forming a circlet, a single, deep blue sapphire set at its center where the eagle's heart would be. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light. It looked wise, pure, but Harry could feel the corruption. A slick, oily malevolence radiated from it, warping the very light around it. This was not just an object, it was a cancer wearing a crown. He approached the pedestal, his wand raised. He could see no obvious curses, but he knew better. He cast the most sensitive revealing charm he knew. Specialis Revelio. The diadem shimmered. For a moment, he saw not one object, but two overlapping images, the beautiful, silver eagle, and a twisted, thorny band of black iron, pulsing with a sickly green light. The Horcrux's true face. And then, the voice. Not in his ears. In his mind. It was not the locket's sly, masculine whisper. This was different. A female voice, layered with age and sorrow and a terrible, arrogant loneliness. You seek wisdom, thief. The voice sighed, echoing as if from the bottom of a well. It is here. I contain the wisdom of ages. The lost knowledge of Rowena herself. Take me. Wear me. Know all that she knew. The temptation was insidious. It didn't offer power, like the locket. It offered understanding. Answers. The secrets of magic Dumbledore had withheld, the history Voldemort had twisted, the truth about the Horcruxes, about his own destiny. It was a siren song to the part of him that was tired of stumbling in the dark. I can show you how to break the connection with the Dark Lord, the voice whispered, sweet as poison. I can show you how to survive. How to win without losing yourself. I am wisdom. I am clarity. I am the answer to every question that burns in your mind. His hand trembled. He wanted it. Merlin, he wanted it. To know. To be sure. He took a step closer. The diadem's glow brightened, inviting. Just a touch. To see. To understand. His free hand, his left hand with the numb, burned fingers, rose towards the silver circlet. A memory, sharp and sudden, cut through the diadem's honeyed words. Not his own. A shred he'd stolen from Voldemort's mind. Tom Riddle, younger than in the locket's memory, standing in this very room, placing the diadem on a bust. His thoughts had not been of wisdom, but of ownership. Of claiming. Of imposing his will on the legacy of a greater witch. The voice was a lie. The diadem offered no wisdom. It offered only the illusion of it, to ensnare the curious, the desperate. Harry's hand clenched into a fist. He lowered it. No, he said aloud, his voice harsh in the silent room. You're just another cage. The diadem's voice changed. The sorrow vanished, replaced by a cold, petulant fury. Fool, you cling to your ignorance. You will die confused and weak. He will break you, and I will watch. Not today. Harry swung his rucksack off his shoulder. He pulled out the sword of Gryffindor. The goblin-made blade shone in the blue light, its rubies like drops of blood. He laid the sword on the floor. Then, from Hermione's bag, he took the basilisk fang. He didn't hesitate. He raised the fang high and brought it down, aiming for the sapphire heart of the eagle. The diadem screamed. A shriek of pure, psychic agony that tore through Harry's mind, worse than the locket, worse than the cup. It was the sound of 1,000 lost thoughts, a library of poisoned knowledge being burned. The silver eagle blackened. The sapphire cracked with a sound like a glacier splitting. A torrent of black, tarry fluid, shot through with glimmers of stolen memory and twisted intellect, poured from the fracture, hissing and smoking as it hit the stone floor. The light died. The beautiful circlet shriveled and corroded in seconds, collapsing into a pile of foul-smelling ash. A third piece of Voldemort's soul was gone. Harry staggered back, clutching his head. The scream echoed in his skull. He felt nauseous, his mind feeling violated, scraped clean of coherent thought. The diadem's final assault had been on his intellect itself. He had to move. The magical backlash would be felt. He shoved the sword and the now useless fang back into his bag. He turned. To leave. The door was gone. In its place was a solid stone wall. The room had changed. It was no longer a neutral provider. The blue flame guttered and went out, plunging him into absolute darkness. The air grew colder than the Dementor-filled corridors outside. You have destroyed a creation of my master, a new voice hissed. This one was familiar. High, cold, and furious. Not a memory. A projection. You have defiled a place of learning. You will not leave. A pale, greenish light began to emanate from the walls themselves, revealing that the circular chamber was now smaller, the walls closing in. The stones were weeping a dark, viscous liquid. And standing between Harry and the vanished door was a tall, gaunt figure with red eyes. It was not solid. It was a phantom, a manifestation of Voldemort's will, tied to the Horcrux's destruction. An echo, Harry muttered, raising his wand. You're not really here. I am wherever my magic is violated, the phantom hissed, gliding forward. And you, Harry Potter, have made a career of violation. But this ends. My true self is occupied. But I have left a piece of my anger here, for you. The phantom raised a translucent hand. Dark magic, real and potent, coalesced around it, a crackling whip of green-black energy. It lashed out. Harry dove aside. The whip struck the wall where he'd been standing, carving a deep, smoking gouge in the stone. This was no mere illusion. It was a cursed guardian, a last line of defense with enough power to kill. He couldn't fight a projection of Voldemort's rage in a shrinking room. He needed to break the room's compliance. It was providing a trap because it had been asked to by the Horcrux's magic. He had to change the request. As the phantom formed another whip, Harry turned his back on it, a move of utter madness. He faced the blank wall where the door had been and focused all his will. "I need a way out," he shouted. "I need the room to let me pass. I need to escape." He paced, not 3 times, but desperately, in a tight circle. A way out. An exit. A door. Any door. The room shuddered. The walls stopped moving. The phantom hesitated, confused by the conflicting commands, the old one to trap, the new one to provide escape. With a grating sound, a small, wooden door appeared in the wall next to Harry. It looked like a broom cupboard. It would have to do. He yanked it open as the phantom's whip cracked through the air. He felt it graze his back, a line of fire searing through his cloak and robes. He cried out in pain but threw himself through the door. He tumbled out not into a corridor, but into a cramped, dark space that smelled of lemons and dust. Cleaning cupboard. He was back in the real castle. He scrambled to his feet, his back screaming in agony. He could feel blood soaking his shirt. He slammed the cupboard door shut and heard the phantom's furious shriek cut off as the room of requirement, its purpose fulfilled, dissolved the connection. He was out. He had the diadem destroyed. But he was wounded, and the castle was awake. Alarms began to sound, deep, brass gongs that vibrated through the floor. The Dementors would be converging. The Death Eaters would be mobilizing. He pulled the cloak tighter, reactivated the failing white noise ward, and ran. He didn't have the map out. He couldn't afford the delay. He relied on memory, fleeing down the nearest staircase, heading for the ground floor, for the exit. His breath came in ragged gasps. The pain in his back was a white-hot brand. The eye in his pocket was now scorching hot, the fabric smoldering. The ward sputtered like a dying light bulb. He burst into a wider corridor on the 3rd floor. And ran straight into a patrol. 3 Death Eaters, masks in place, wands drawn. They were looking the other way, towards the sound of the alarms. But one turned at the sound of his footsteps. There. Intruder. Harry didn't stop. He raised his wand and sent a blinding flash of light at the ceiling. Fulminis. The spell exploded with a deafening bang and a shower of plaster dust. In the confusion, he barreled past them, shoving one aside, ducking under a wild stunning spell. He heard shouts, curses, the sounds of pursuit. He took a sharp turn, then another, losing himself in the labyrinth. He needed to get outside. The grounds were vast, the cloak in the ward could hide him if he could just reach the open air. He found a window at the end of a deserted hallway. It was narrow, leaded, but it would do. He blasted it open with a silent reducto and climbed out, dropping the 10 feet to the frosty grass below. He landed hard, the impact jarring his wounded back. He gasped, stars exploding in his vision. He forced himself up and began to run, limping now, across the open lawn towards the distant treeline of the Forbidden Forest. Behind him, from the castle, a swarm of dark shapes emerged. Dementors. And among them, on brooms, were Death Eaters. He was a limping, bleeding dot on a silver field. The cloak was useless in the open like this. The white noise ward flickered and died completely. The modified eye in his pocket gave one final, searing pulse and then went inert, a dead, cooked piece of meat and magic. He was exposed. A jet of green light sizzled past his head, close enough to smell the ozone. He couldn't outrun brooms. He couldn't apparate from the grounds, the wards were too strong. The forest was too far. He was going to be caught. Or killed. He turned, raising his wand, prepared to make his last stand on the open lawn, under the cold, indifferent stars. Then, from the edge of the forest, a voice called out, magically amplified. "Harry, this way." A figure stood there, waving frantically. A tall, thin figure with long, dirty blonde hair. Luna Lovegood. And beside her, a Thestral. Not just one. A small herd of them, their skeletal, winged forms barely visible in the moonlight. Hope, reckless and wild, surged in his chest. He changed direction, sprinting towards her, ignoring the agony in his back, the shouts from the brooms behind him. "Luna! What? No time. Get on. She was already mounted on a thestral, holding out a hand. They can see them too, but thestrals are faster in the forest. He didn't question. He grabbed her hand and swung up behind her on the bony creature. It was like sitting on a living skeleton. It felt frail, but powerful. Hold on, Luna said, and with a click of her tongue, the thestral launched itself forward, not into the air, but into the dense, black depths of the forbidden forest. The rest of the herd followed, a silent, ghostly cavalry. Spells tore through the branches around them, but the thestrals were nimble, weaving between trees at a breakneck pace. The pursuing brooms crashed into the canopy, unable to follow. They rode in frantic silence for minutes that felt like hours, diving deeper into the forest's heart, where even Death Eaters feared to go. Finally, Luna pulled her thestral to a halt in a small, moonlit clearing. A ruined stone fountain stood in the center, covered in moss. It was a place Harry recognized, the site of the old centaur colony. He slid off the thestral, his legs giving way. He collapsed against the cold stone of the fountain, breathing in great, shuddering gulps. Luna dismounted gracefully and knelt beside him. "You're hurt. How did you find me?" he gasped. The diadem's destruction made quite a ripple in the Nargle migration patterns, actually. And Neville had a feeling you'd come back. We've been watching the castle from the forest edge for days. We saw the alarms. She pulled a flask from her robes and poured a pungent, green liquid onto his back wound. It stung, then soothed. Wiggentree bark infusion. It'll help. Harry looked at her, this strange, fierce girl who saw the world in a way no one else did. "Thank you. You're welcome." She sat back on her heels, studying him with her wide, silvery eyes. "You look different, Harry. Not just the polyjuice wearing off. You look sharper and sadder." "I destroyed it," he said, not answering her observation. "The diadem. I know. The Nargles are very upset. They like the diadem song. It was a lonely song, but pretty." She tilted her head. "What will you do now?" Harry leaned his head back against the stone, exhaustion crashing over him. The clue from Voldemort's mind surfaced again. The secret is kept in the heart of a coward, who traded his courage for a long life. A coward. Someone who had been brave once. Someone who knew Tom Riddle's secrets and had hidden them, in exchange for safety. Long life. A man who had been a Gryffindor. The answer clicked into place with terrible clarity. "I need to find Horace Slughorn," Harry said. He lay bleeding by a ruined fountain, a piece of Voldemort's soul destroyed, a new target named. The thief had stolen wisdom, and it had cost him his last good tool, and a piece of his own flesh. But the trail was getting warmer. And the man who held the final secret was a coward who loved to talk. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black smirked. "He's getting closer, Severus. The boy has teeth." Severus Snape, his arm still in a sling, stared out the window at the grounds where the chase had occurred. He said nothing. But in the pocket of his robes, his fingers closed around a small, silver vial of memories. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.